What up, everyone? SFT will be right here in 1 second. I think I hear him.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hello. Hello. Good evening, gentlemen. Smoky.
Shalom.
Praise, you didn't tell me we were live, brother.
It just turned off. It's only a 5-minute limit, buddy.
Well, I was upstairs. This is going to be a laid-back night. I got some snacks here. Nice fresh pot of coffee. So I hope, Brother Nath, I hope you're well-equipped as well.
I got a custom coffee mug sitting on a warmer, brother.
That'll boy. That's why I love my brother Nath. We got a lot in common.
You can't lift out coffee. For me, I love Starbucks iced coffee.
Well,
I got one of those custom-made pottery coffee mugs. It holds about a mug and a half's worth of coffee. It's a big monster thing. The thing weighs almost 1.5 pounds.
Well, yeah, I can't go without coffee. I know Smokey. It's the same way. I just got back from a couple-day trip, so you know what better way to start the night with a nice stream, creation, evolution, and related topics, for example. But I'm running on fumes, so that's why I got a bunch of us brothers. I've sent links out to people of the opposing side as well. So David, hopefully it's not just you, but we'll get some other people in here too, and we can all share the load. How's everyone else doing? Smokey, good to see you, brother.
Great, brother. Thanks for having me. Good to see you as well.
Caffeinated creationism.
Actually, Neff, we should start like a weekly show like that. Caffeinated
creation and coffee.
Yeah, creation and coffee.
Standing for truth, and free and smoky and praise
every morning. And we got to make sure every sip we take of that coffee, we got to make it sound good.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we got to do that, man. Yeah.
Oh, that's great coffee in the morning.
And now I am sitting next to a can of Dr. Pepper that I am going to be drinking. So Dr. Pepper is my caffeinated beverage of choice right now.
Dr. Pepper is good. It's one of the better sodas. I'll grant you that.
Yeah. Now we'll give you that one. So, or I should say Neff. No, we were talking about pre-stream. To fill him free, he's got his name copyrighted. So, David, when you get a chance, just come up with a new name. We don't want to have to sue you. So let's see. We got some
Everyone,
fun
by the
chat.
way, just to say, standing, everyone is hoping for the Battle of the Neffs sometime
Right,
in the near
right.
future. Like,
Oh.
Well, that's why we're all here today. Battle of the Nest. We brought him here together. It's going to get a little wild. So, it sounds like we're having fun right now, but it's the fun's about to end. What'd you guys think of T Google versus John Maddox?
oh, what a complete
I
moron!
didn't see much of it.
That is the dumbest T-jump has ever been in his whole life.
His whole life.
Not even like in all the debates, like his whole life. Like that is the dumbest he has ever been.
I did not see any of the debate, so I don't know, but yeah, I'm sure it went pretty badly for D-Jump.
He had no clue what fascism was. He was actually struggling, like biding time so that he could Google it. I'm not kidding you. He was stalling. He was stalling with Maddox so that he could Google fascism. I'm not even joking.
Yeah,
Well, he's a master of every nothing.
I think that's quite problematic. If you label someone a fascist and you don't even know what fascist is, I think that's going to be quite problematic.
He said the protesters that burnt down that church over there, that clearing them out was fascism.
Well, I definitely think that's an aspect of fascism, and it definitely shows that Trump is not a good guy.
I don't like that. You think keeping the peace is fascism, Neff? Really?
No.
Really?
What he did was, like, they were peacefully protesting just for him.
What is peaceful to you? Burning down a church? Is that peaceful?
We're talking about two different events. I was talking about the one where he tear gas peaceful protest.
Yeah, that's the same event, bro. It's that you only got part of the news because probably you listened to the fake news garbage that probably got stuffed down your throat from CNN or something. They just gave you half the story. They gave you half the story. They didn't tell you about the fact that the church across the street that Trump was going to visit was burned down the night before, and the only way to get there safely was to clear out these insane, crazy leftists screaming for his blood. I don't think actually doing anything like that was wrong whatsoever. So we are talking about the same event, bro.
That might be peaceful for them. What they really wanted, in comparison, what they really wanted would be everybody with a newspaper bag full of hand grenades throwing at it.
Wait a minute, Smokey. Are you telling me that CNN, the communist news network, pushes false information? No.
I know it's so hard to believe, but T-Jump used CNN as a primary source this evening. So I don't know. I guess when you really are desperate for fake facts, T-Jump knows exactly where to go.
If you are getting your facts, hey, brother Nicholas.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Hey,
okay, I thought you said wait. Okay.
Oh, no. I just said, hey, brother Nicholas. Good to see you.
Hey. So before the topic gets changed, I just think that if that is T-Jump's example of fascism creeping in, is that people who burned down a church the night before and were in a state of rioting were moved out of the way for the president, then we're not really worried about fascism, and T-Jump's point was weak.
Thank you, Nicholas. That's a beautiful point.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Nicholas.
I will say I do not have any respect at all for CNN. I don't like CNN.
That's good. Well, that's one thing all six of us here have in common. Unless Praise, you're a big CNN fan. I hope not.
I am.
I had a feeling.
I like that I just get assumed to be on the right side of this. No one has to ask me.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Sorry. Praise is only a fan of CNN when he's a Unitarian.
You guys had a good discussion there the other day. Okay, so gentlemen, we've got a good group of us six right now. I know David Neff, this kind of sparked from his stream earlier. Hopefully, Dan Cardinale, the link's out to a bunch of people of the opposing side as well. So if they want to join, that's fine. I think we're going to let David Neff, I'm guessing you wanted to start and kind of present a case, and then we can kind of go back and forth. We got Brother Neff who might want to chime in, give a few points as well, and kind of just go from there. Keep it respectful and keep it a good dialogue on a variety of topics, but we can start it off with what you and I were kind of chit-chatting about in your live stream earlier, David. And Smokey, did you say something, brother?
Well, I was just curious, did you want to like set roles of like moderation, like timed responses or anything? Or
I think that's I think it's a good idea. I like to try and keep it equally timed as much as possible at first. So let's say David Neff goes, presents his case. I don't know, say he takes a few minutes. Okay. And then I can do the same. And then if someone else wants to jump in, if it gets out of hand, then we'll get really strict.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay.
Smokey,
Just
I think you're right. I think you're right.
And then we'll turn the fascism knob up a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, David, what's going on? What are your thoughts?
I'm just gonna avoid politics for now, because every time I talk about Trump or anything, my head wants to just explode. And there's so many idiots on both sides. There's idiots on the right, clowns on the left. There's so many people who are just morons.
Well, we don't want your head to explode, so we're looking forward to a good stream. So we'll avoid the politics. We can move into naturalism, evolution. I know you had some points about the Neanderthals, for example, and Dr. Dan was on your channel, and you guys were going over a few things with Nicholas as well was there, which is good. So maybe we can all begin the discussion on those specific topics. I did get a chance, Brother Nicholas, to catch most of what you guys were all discussing between you, Dan, and David Neffier. Great discussion. You all did a good job. Nicholas, as always, you did a good job. Great point. So maybe we'll touch on that a bit and just kind of go from there. So whatever you guys think, David, if you wanted to start, it's up to you.
Well, I have one quick question about that is, was I on base with your model when I was talking about that black part of the graph could be pre-flood?
That's right. Yeah. I would agree with you 100% on what you were saying in how, nice. No, you did a good job. You pointed out the fact that you're Neanderthals, and that would go for a lot of your other so-called, pre-humans. They're not pre-humans. They're 100% human. That's my position. They've just undergone accelerated, rapid genetic degeneration. They were hypermutated, and that's exactly what happens in small inbred tribes, especially in the environments that they would have been living in, because both the evolutionists and the creationists would agree that your Neanderthals and a lot of your other hominids, including the hobbits, Naledi erectus, and so on and so forth, were living during ice age related conditions, harsh environmental conditions. We would say that those conditions were due to the after effects of the flood, of course, and the evolutionists would chalk it up to something else. But we both agree that they were living in harsh conditions, and that is a recipe for hypermutation, inbreeding, lots of genetic diversity. Brother Smokey, he knows my position. I think we share the same position. Yeah, inbreeding reduces genetic diversity, because Smokey had a good discussion today with Dr. Cardinale. Great job, Smokey. And mutations, I'd agree with Dan that mutations add diversity, because by definition, mutations are adding something that wasn't there before. But the question is, this is where we disagree. And Dr. Dan was hinting at this is a settled issue in science, which I disagree with, because the question is it useful diversity? Is it beneficial diversity? Because if the majority of mutations are deleterious and detrimental to living organisms and biological systems, that means the diversity resulting from the mutations, I like to compare it to a car that now has rust spots, dents, scratches. Sure, there's more diversity, more variation to that car, but it's not useful. It's negative diversity. So that's where the debate would come down to. So I think Dr. Dan misrepresented my position there, but actually, Smokey, you kind of called him out on that. So that's just my thoughts for now. But if anybody wants to express
Thanks for that, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, it was a good discussion this morning, and thanks for the support, guys. Too. I wanted to smoke out some nonsense that I was smelling in it. You know what I mean?
Oh wait, did you guys have a live discussion this morning?
Yeah, we did on his channel.
Oh, okay. I'm not subscribed to his channel or anything, so I missed it. So maybe I'll have to follow more of the frenemies.
So there's kind of
Yeah, there's a lot of, and David, you're kind of muffled here and there, but just so we can hear everything you're saying, maybe if you're using a microphone or you're using your laptop, maybe just speak clearly into the microphone. Just because if you're putting forth good arguments and good points, we want everybody to hear it. So,
all right. Is this any better?
Yeah, that's
yes. There we go.
All right, there we go. So I guess I just wanted to go over the sequence of events that led up to this stream. So this morning, Dr. Dan and Smokey State were talking about his creation challenge that he has open for creationists. Basically, it's to prove that they actually know what they're talking about. So I definitely recommend watching his channel in that video. And then at 7 p.m., I did a live stream with Nicholas talking about that challenge, and we kind of were talking about the Neanderthals in that video. Dr. Dan actually has a fantastic video on creation myths on Neanderthals, and actually Standing for Truth did a debate with creation myths on are Neanderthals modern humans. That's the topic that they debated, correct? So it's just going to be kind of going over my arguments and basically who were the Neanderthals. That's basically what I'll be talking about today.
Okay.
All right. Can you guys see this?
Neanderthals appear to be well within the range of human variety. They're humans. I mean, if they bred with humans, they have to be the same species.
Neff, this is my time, not yours.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I didn't know that. I thought you said anybody else. I thought you meant somebody else chime in.
Yes, I'm still going through my PowerPoint. I was just giving an introduction.
So actually, this brings up a good idea, David. So take as much time as you need. We'll mute ourselves. Let's just say you take, let's say you take 4 or 5 minutes. Then I'll respond with the same equal time, and then we'll have Brother Neff respond with the same equal time. Therefore, if the room is more so dominated by Christians, well, as long as everybody's getting equal time, then you're going to feel like it's fair. So if that works for you guys, I think that would be a good way to do it.
I think I kind of understand Neff's position. If he wants me to try and back him up and pretend to be mock atheist tonight, I will.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's have some fun, gentlemen.
All right, let's go. There we go. So Homo neanderthalensis, they lived in Europe and southwestern to Central Asia. They are dated between 400,000 to 40,000 years ago. They made diverse tools, arts, and possibly even musical instruments. They had a cranial capacity of 1,500 cc, which is larger than modern humans. They're represented by hundreds of fossil specimens. It was clear that they cared for the disabled, and DNA analysis shows that we have a common ancestor about 800,000 years ago. They were genetically distinct from modern humans, which I'll be talking about later on, and they were actually found prior to the publishing of the origins of the species. And this is the map of the known ranges, so you can see that they had quite a large range. Next, you can see that they had a very diverse anatomy, much different from modern humans. It's not just in the skull, it's pretty much everywhere, really. And you can really see that in this chart. Here's the Lafayette skull. It is the most complete Neanderthal skull. It is dated between 70,000 and 50,000 years ago, and it had a cranial capacity of over 1,600 cc, and it was discovered in 1709. Next, we have this Saint Sarastria. I know I'm probably butchering the pronunciation. It was discovered in 1979, and it's about 36,000 years old, and this was actually dated through thermonucleases dating. The bony scars bears distinct direct evidence for the impact of a sharp implement, which was presumably directed towards the individual during an act of interpersonal violence. And that's from a paper. And this is the paper that actually describes the thermonucleases dating for it. Quite a fascinating. They report thermo datings for 20 burnt flints from the site, and they were dated at 36,000 plus or minus 2,700 years. And then we have probably the mother of all collections, 28 individuals, including women and children, probably an intentional burial. And this is dated to 400,000 to 430,000 years ago. It contains the oldest hominin DNA ever recovered, and the cave is dated to about 500,000 years. And the natural historian actually gave a nice chronological event of what happened. First, a large cave system formed over in a large limestone formation. And that large cave system, a large pit formed and sediment was deposited on its floor. Next, the cave became available for hominids and animal occupation. It was dry enough and there was large enough entrance at this point. At least 28 hominids and probably many more fell or were thrown down the 43-foot shaft into the pit below. Over several 100,000 years, additional animals experienced accidental falls into the pit. Some survived, and their movement in the cave disturbed some of the bones. Eventually, the cave system became closed to the outside, or the climate change, such as the Ice Age, preventing animals from using the cave. During this time, depositations of the cave debris, such as the drumstone, occurred. The cave opened enough to allow a habitat for bat colonies, which resulted in several feet of bat guano at the base of the vertical shaft. And finally, the cave once again was accessible for human occupation. Modern humans occupied a portion of the cave system for thousands of years. Here we see the divergence of different human species. And what we actually see here is the interbreeding between humans and Neanderthals. And we had a common ancestor, again, about 800,000 years ago. And that's probably what Homo heidelbergensis. So what we're seeing is kind of a snapshot in speciation. And Nephilim 3 said that if we were able to interbreed, we were the same species. Of course, that's not necessarily the case, because obviously I think everyone would agree that lions and tigers are distinct species, even though they can sometimes interbreed and produce offspring. And what we're seeing there is a snapshot of speciation. And this is kind of like a hybridization between closely related species. And we actually see that in, I think, the chimpanzee population. There are hybrids of different distinct species in Africa. And the Neanderthal Y DNA is very distinct. Here's a paper in, I think this was published in Nature. Sequencing the genomes of extinct hominids has reshaped our understanding of modern human origins. Here we analyzed 120 kb of the Y chromosome from the Neanderthal individual from Spain. This estimate suggests that the Y chromosome divergence mirrors the population of the divergence of Neanderthals and modern human ancestors, and it refutes alternative scenarios of the relatively recent or super archaic origins of the Neanderthal Y chromosome. The fact that the Neanderthal Y we described has never been observed in modern humans suggests that the line is most likely extinct. We identified protein coding differences between Neanderthals and modern humans, including potentially damaging changes to PCDH11Y and others. 3 of these changes are missense mutations in the genes that produce male-specific. It is possible that incompatibilities at one or more of these genes played a role in the reproductive isolation of the two groups. And here's the mtDNA. Was extracted from a Neanderthal specimen by sequencing the clones of the short overlapping PCR products. A hitherto unknown mitochondrial DNA sequence was determined. Multiple controls indicate that this sequence is endogenous to the fossil. Sequences comparison with modern human mtDNA sequences, as well as a phylogenetic analysis, shows that the Neanderthal sequence falls outside the variation of modern humans. Note that it is outside the variation of modern humans. Furthermore, the age of the common ancestor of the Neanderthals and modern humans is estimated to be 4 times greater than that of the common ancestor of the human mtDNAs. This suggests that the Neanderthals went extinct without contributing mtDNA to modern humans. And here is the draft sequence of the Neanderthal genome. This, of course, shows that Neanderthals shared more genetic variation with present-day humans in Eurasia than with sub-African. And Europeans share, I think, about 4%, up to 4% Neanderthal DNA, while Africans have less than 1%. And actually, what's quite interesting is that Neanderthals have 0% human DNA. And with that, I conclude my PowerPoint.
Okay, so I kind of roughly timed it. It looks like it was about 7 minutes. Brother Smokey, did you get anything similar?
Yeah, it was about that. I got around six and some late change, 640, 650, something around there. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Sure. So I'll start. I'll try and address as much as what you said on the Neanderthals that I would disagree with, and that would actually be contradictory to the scientific data according to models. So let's see. I'll start. Well, roughly 7 minutes here. I'll screen share in 1 second, but I want to point out the fact that according to our model, the early post-flood human population, let's say between 1,000 to 10,000, was split apart at Babel, okay? And a lot of these subgroups, the Neanderthals being one of them, they would have split off into harsh environmental conditions, of course, but not only that, they would be isolated, and therefore inbreeding would take place. And we see that in their genome. They have high levels of homozygosity, 40% less fit than modern humans, highly inbred. Nobody would disagree with that fact. But here's the thing. The fact that different groups went different directions on the globe and each saw different environmental pressures. They experienced different demographic pressures. They were subject to different mutational events. For example, the Neanderthals, the evidence seems to suggest that they were hypermutating. Now, somebody like Dr. Dan has a very unscientific argument against the hypermutation hypothesis. He'll say because they're highly inbred, which reduces genetic diversity, that means they cannot also be hypermutating because mutations by definition add diversity. Okay. David, I'll let you take 10 seconds of my time. Would you agree with Dr. Dan that hypermutation and inbreeding can't go hand in hand?
I would, for the most part, I would agree with Dr. Dan.
What would be your reasoning? Why?
Well, I guess we can see the same thing in the cheetah population and other populations today that are highly inbred, and we simply don't see the hypermutation that we would see in the Neanderthal population.
No, what he's saying is because they're highly inbred, which means they had low levels of genetic diversity. They had lower levels of genetic diversity compared to modern humans. That means by definition, they couldn't have been hypermutated. But let me ask you the question, okay? Especially if we're looking at the mitochondrial DNA, for example, and why they're very divergent from humans, okay? So for example, African populations have more DNA differences and diversity than non-Africans, and Neanderthals have even more than that in their mitochondrial DNA. Now, let me ask you, David, what DNA compartment is larger, the nuclear DNA or the mitochondrial DNA?
I'm not quite sure off the top of my head. I believe it is the mitochondrial DNA.
No, so for example, the nuclear DNA is about 3.4 billion letters the mitochondria. So with the nuclear DNA, we inherit 2 copies. Okay, we get 3 billion letters from mom, 3 billion letters from dad. And during sexual recombination, of course, genetic material is swapped, and that's where we get novel phenotypes and diversity, of course. Now, here's the thing.
You're a legend. You're a legend, standing for truth. I mean,
Brother
honestly,
Jason.
they just cannot refute you in any way, shape, or form. It is so funny to watch.
I haven't
so
gotten
funny.
my turn. I haven't gotten my turn to refute standing for truth
Oh, no.
yet. So let's not jump to conclusions there, Jason.
We're gonna have fun. And Jason, I'm glad you're here. This is gonna be a good night. Okay, so so the fact is mitochondrial DNA, and you can Google it, David, it's only 16,000 letters long.
Yeah.
Very, very small DNA compartment.
Yeah, you're correct with that. I'm sorry, I'm hyperdyslexic, and sometimes these terms just get mixed up in my mind. So yeah, you're definitely correct with that. It is definitely the nuclear DNA.
What's the nuclear DNA?
I'm hyperdyslexic as well, but I can say the truth.
Well, put it this way, and nothing against you, David. If any of us would have got that question wrong in Dr. Dan's challenge, we never would have been able to live that down. So, but it's okay. It's a learning opportunity. But and this is why Dr. Dan, his challenge is a little bit like he's posturing, because
Dr. Dan's challenge is like a little bit like a child.
Now it is kind of basic genetics, that the mitochondrial DNA is only 16,000 letters long versus the nuclear DNA. But that's okay because you don't need to know everything for us to have a good conversation. But Dr. Dan seems to think that, we all need to take his evolutionist pop quiz in order to have a discussion about these issues. So I just want to point out that I think his challenge is a little bit, has to do with posturing. Childish. Yeah, I would agree. So, so let me refute. This isn't the first time I've refuted Dr. Dan on this, but this means, since we agree on the size differences between nuclear DNA and mitochondrial DNA, the hypermutation would have a big effect, an incredibly big effect on uniparentally inherited DNA. As we talked about earlier, that's your mitochondrial DNA. And David, do you know what our other uniparentally inherited DNA is?
Amazing.
So it's our Y chromosome, of course, right? So that's passed on from father to sons, and mitochondrial DNA is passed on from mothers to. We only get mitochondrial DNA from our mothers. So now, for biparentally inherited DNA, like the nuclear DNA, for one, created heterozygosity would still apply. So that means Neanderthals would already have had millions of created differences. Here's the thing. The corresponding increase due to the hypermutation would be virtually undetectable in the nuclear genome. The reason why is because there's 3.4 billion letters. So a few extra mutations, it's not going to counterbalance the inbreeding. The inbreeding would be the biggest problem and would have the greatest impact on the nuclear genome. But that uniparentally inherited DNA, the mitochondrial DNA, that can be more diverse because it's only 16,000 letters long. And when you have that hypermutation taking place, you're going to get more diversity and you're going to get more DNA differences. So Dr. Dan is wrong. I've said it many times, and he just needs to concede the point. It's entirely scientific to have the biparentally inherited DNA, the nuclear DNA, be less diverse from inbreeding than modern humans, of course, because that's what we're looking at with genetic markers, and the uniparentally inherited DNA be more diverse. And that's exactly what we see in the Neanderthals. So people like Dr. Dan need to come up with better arguments as far as I'm concerned. I wanted to get that out of the way. Let me share screen real quick. And here's the thing. When it comes to these small inbred tribes, like we know the Neanderthals were, when you're in conditions like, for example, the Ice Age related conditions, what are you going to have a deficiency in? David, I'll let you. Vitamin D. We get vitamin D from the sun. Now, in an ice age condition where, the Neanderthals would have been highly deficient. Now, natural selection sees the short term. How do I survive till tomorrow? Natural selection doesn't care about getting cancer 50 years from now. It needs to survive till tomorrow. Therefore, oftentimes in those types of conditions, guess what breaks down? DNA repair mechanisms break down. When DNA repair mechanisms break down, guess what? More mutations accumulate in the somatic cell lines and the germ cell lines. What does that mean? The germ cell line mutations get passed on from generation to generation. There's your hypermutations, and that's how we explain the differences in the Neanderthals. Now, real quick, before I end it here, let's go to, so here's the sources. Neanderthals left humans a genetic burden, 40% less reproductively fit. Let's see. So we actually have genes that we inherited from our Neanderthal ancestor, okay? So it's ridiculous to say that Neanderthals are not just a human variant because we interbred, okay? Now, the fact that we interbred, many evolutionists who hold to the definition of species that it's an interbreeding population would have to agree that it's the same species. Some evolutionists that are lumpers, they'll lump like Neanderthal, Erectus, Homo sapiens, Heidelbergensis into the same interbreeding population, for example, but they'll consider the Neanderthal subspecies Homo neanderthalensis, but still a human variant, versus someone like Dan, who makes them a totally different species and a sister species, which is not scientific. So everything about the Neanderthal, like the form of the Neanderthal, their development, their DNA, yes, it can be considered very slightly out of the range of what we find today in modern humans for the reasons I talked about. The inbreeding, which would have the biggest impact in the nuclear genome, and then the hypermutation, which is occurring in the entire genome, but is most reflected in the mitochondrial genome. Now, if the Neanderthals went extinct thousands of years later, are we really shocked to find that we have unique markers in modern humans today that were not highly inbred, that did not go extinct thousands of years ago? Like, come on, let's use our brains here. Now, when it comes to the massive amount of evidence that
evolutionists don't know how to use their brains.
Well,
you lose.
Oh, there's Bray strikes again. So their fire use, their hunting, nobody disagrees with this, as far as I'm concerned. The way they treated their dead bodies, actually, they buried their dead, showing evidence for spirituality. So, it's probably been. Let's see. So even if we want to go into the fossil record, I mean, I've got paper after paper here. I'd like your thoughts on this. I'll end it with here. Here's a paper. Donald Johanson himself, okay, famous paleo expert. Pleistocene hominid discoveries in Hadar, Ethiopia. The collection suggests that Homo and Australopithecus coexisted as early as 3 million years ago. So your Lucy species, all your Australopithecine variants, and your Homo genus all coexisted. There's evidence that we even hunted the Australopithecines, our so-called ancestors, the ones we supposedly evolved from 6 million years ago. Lucy, for example. So there's just so many discrepancies. For example, how do you explain the Laetoli footprint? We got a footprint in layers with the Australopithecine.
We hunted Lucy to eat her because she was food. She was meat. Right. She was just an eight. So we hunted her and killed her and ate her just like Africans do today. They hunt and kill chimpanzees.
That's right. And baboons too. So this is, we're eating supposedly our ancestors. So everything about me. I mean, we have modern humans today. Look at this. Recent humans with archaic features upend evolution. There's one who lives today. If his skull cap right here were found isolated, because oftentimes they find these bones fragmented, isolated, and when they're interpreted, you would interpret this skull cap as a Neanderthal, when in fact it's obviously just a modern Homo sapien species. But as you can see here, this paper, so-called archaic humans have always coexisted with modern humans, just as creationists expect. Look at this. June 3rd, 2020, humans and Neanderthals less different than polar and brown bears. Ancient humans, Neanderthals, and Denisovans were genetically closer than polar bears and brown bears. And so, like the bears, were able to easily produce healthy, fertile hybrids, according to a study led by University of Oxford School of archaeology. This isn't creationist sources. So here's the thing. In every way possible, Neanderthals were a human variant. They were divergent. They were different because they had different history, different demographics. They were hypermutating. They were inbreeding, and they've been extinct for a few thousand years. Therefore, humans would develop new genetic markers that would make them distinct from Neanderthals. So I'm done, and then whoever wants to go next.
I'd like to chime in on that.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Sure. I'd like to screen share something.
Hold on. Before we begin,
Go Neff.
I have a quick question real quick too, like, because we know that in the naturalistic paradigm that a bunch of errors and mutations over time will create more complex creatures. So how do you know we didn't come from Neanderthals and then have some Neanderthals kind of come from us and regress or something? Like, how do you justify that from your potential model?
I'm gonna have to concede. I'm an evolutionist now, Smokey. See, you guys need people like Smokey on your side, and I'll be an evolutionist in one debate.
Hey, Neff.
Yeah.
Before you actually share like things of real importance, can you let me share my screen for just a second? I want to.
Sure.
I want to validate.
Yeah, that's.
I want to validate something that has been going back and forth between Cardinale and SFT real quick that I came across.
Okay. I'll stop screen share and.
I invoke omniscience.
Present you. Thing.
Okay,
I invoke omniscience for the sake of the audience.
Okay, so SFT, I seem to recall, and Smokey, please back me up on this, because I think today in your interaction with Cardinale, he said something about needing to read basic biology textbooks, correct?
I'm an atheist today, so I agree with everything Dan said.
Okay. So can you, Praise, can you make my screen share like full screen, please?
Dan is our Messiah. He's come to save us from all the younger creation.
I want to make sure that there is no confusion on what I'm about to show. So if you guys will look up, actually,
Dan is the Messiah.
I'll zoom in a little bit if I can.
Prophet Dan.
All right. Oops, wrong. Okay, so can you guys see when the update of this was?
August 14th, 2020. Just a couple.
Yeah. Okay. So according to Dan Cardinale, it is not reasonable to say anything about 80%. Correct?
That's right. Yep. No.
Okay.
Apparently, I lied about the.
Okay. So let's just scroll down here in genomic variation between organisms. Oh man. Okay.
Maddox doesn't know what he's talking about.
So right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Pure chemicals.
80 about
Maddox is talking about pudding.
About 80% of the nucleotide bases in the human genome may be transcribed, but transcription does not necessarily imply function. So it's transcribed. We don't know what the function is, which I think is the point that is made by SFT that has been denied categorically as ignorance by creationists, by Dr. Dan Stern Cardinale, associate professor of Rutgers University, who teaches 115 and 116 biology at that university. Well, sir, you said we should go look at open source biology textbooks, which is what I think I am doing right now, sir. And right here was now highlighted, literally states what you claim is not true. So I'm not really sure if we're misquoting or misciting, but perhaps you should take it up with the authors of this textbook. And given the fact that I think in your interaction with Smokey, you talked about wanting to potentially write your own textbook. Maybe if these authors are so incorrect, you should get on the ball with writing your own textbook, bro. And educate the rest of us.
Your interpretation damages our narrative. I will not have it. We are allowed to take the other position as a matter of fact and not have to listen to yours. And we're going to stick to the idea that it's non-functional, just noise, just like we thought about junk DNA 20 years ago. And we were clearly completely right about that.
Wait a minute, John.
SFT, hang on a second. Now, Neff, I really apologize for coming in with my little diatribe. I apologize for that.
No. I'm glad you did it. I'm glad you. Now, John, okay? Listen. Do you even know what a nucleotide is? I want you to take a challenge, okay? We can set it up anytime.
Prove your opinions are worthy of being heard.
5 basic questions. John, what is natural selection? Do you even know what natural selection is? Because if you don't, then we're not talking. I'm just going to disregard all your argument.
Natural selection is that where I flip a coin to see what happens?
Oh, see now, atheist community, you can disregard everything Maddox says for the rest of time because you got that question wrong.
I want to challenge Richard Dawkins to come on. I've got a challenge for him. I got 10 simple questions for him.
Well, we had Aaron Raw in here earlier.
Did you really?
Yeah.
And what's funny is
pussy. Aaron Ra was in here earlier. Aaron Ra wouldn't come into this live feed. He's too much of a sook.
No, go rewind it. He was in here.
So I put a post today too. Now, Dr. Dan, remember, he's the one that I think it was yesterday. He said that endogenous retroviruses were not a subclass of retrotransposons. All over the place, all over the NCBI database, secular paper after secular paper, they say that those exact words. ERVs are a class of retrotransposons. Subclass. But apparently they're nothing to do with retrotransposons. And when I gave him all those citations and sources, he said, well, scientists can disagree. But yet he was calling me and Dr. Rob Carter a liar for saying that they were a subclass of retrotransposons. We gave him a quote today from the researcher himself, Bernie, who stated that, and he worked for the ENCODE. He was in charge of, 400 ENCODE scientists. He's the one that said, I got it here, about 80% of the genome is actually transcribed. And then,
he went beyond just stating that. He also specifically stated that it was transcribed into RNA, which I believe it was literally DNA transcribed to RNA. Like there is no, it's not a nebulous, misinterpretation. He literally stated this.
Whatever Dan says is correct, and his test is clearly not biased and would have no contradiction of terms or need of clarification whatsoever. So you guys are just crazy.
Well, Dan responded, and guess what? So apparently I'm not that much of a liar anymore, because now he's saying, well, okay, but that interview was from 2012. He says in 2014, there's been new estimates. It turns out that only 75% of the genome is transcribed. Oh, so is the sky blue, Dan? So we've all been saying 80% of the genome is actively transcribed. But apparently in 2014, now they're saying 75% of the genome. Sorry, I was 5% off, even though we know the data suggests that the vast majority of the genome is
now, guys, hang on one second here. So I'm pretty sure that Dan Grauer stated anything above 15% negated evolution. So I guess now that it's only 75% of the genome, that means that only 60% greater than the total invalidation of the entire evolutionary theory per Dan Grauer has occurred. Oh wait, hang on. I guess it hasn't. The actual functions haven't been proven yet. Oh, okay. Yeah. But before you said it was not being transcribed at all, and then it was, and then we're starting to discover more and more, and oh crap! Now that we're actually doing research after finally realizing, wait, we can't just ignore this and only focus. Think about this for a second, folks. They've been focusing the majority of their time on literally 2% of the genome.
Right.
2%. Are you kidding me? The most complicated systems that have ever been devised, ever been discovered, ever been studied, regardless of origin, we all recognize they're the most complicated things ever. And somehow these morons think that that is all being controlled inside of 2% of the genome.
We don't need our junk DNA. We could cut it out and we'd be just fine. But anyway, let me read you guys a comment. You might like this. I left this on the video this morning. It's kind of on point to what we're talking about. This was our conversation with Dan this morning. I said, hey, Dan, I had one more thing come to mind. Maybe you don't mind answering in comments. If one of the big contentions in debate is the use of certain terminology, wouldn't that very same thing also be prone to protest during the quiz? I had said that we might have a disagreement on interpretation of certain things, and I think that can only be corrected with conversation, not testing to see if they hold your interpretation. Just throwing that out there as my final thought. And he responded saying, I just checked the questions to be sure, and I assure you, there are no terms a textbook glossary cannot settle.
Yeah, exactly. He's the kind of guy who's gonna ask, so how much of the genome is actively transcribed? Oh, Mr. Dan, it's 76%. Wrong, 75. So it's tough to have a discussion with a guy who can't even.
Well, it was weird what he said. He said like 80%. He said like 80 point something percent. He's like, that's just wrong. But it is true that they have some biochemical processes. I'm like, okay.
Well, and now,
hey guys. So Neff was nice enough to grant me his time. We should probably let him. He was sharing something. I apologize, Neff. I've distracted everybody from.
Which Neff?
The real one.
Nephilim free.
The one who's copyrighted the name. Well, I want to say, Brother Neff, you've had a discussion with Dan, and I heard that turned out really well, eh?
Oh yeah, it was excellent. I just left. When he started his, pressing the nuclear button. No, we're not going to let him hear that. No, we're not going to let him hear that.
I got to say one thing. I got to say one thing about that debate. So when Neff quit, Dr. Dan literally said this. Well, if somebody says something that's wrong, or false, I'm going to mute them and interrupt them.
Yeah, he admitted.
So a debate is between two people who think each other are wrong. So I guess we're just going to interrupt and mute each other.
He admitted it was damage control. Oh, we're not going to let him hear that. It's just damage control. He admitted it. He looked like a buffoon with egg on his face when he did that. And if you actually watch him after I left, he has this stupefied look on his face, like he's just embarrassed, like, oh.
Well, it's rather obvious that Dan lives in a universe in which the people in his bubble believe as he does. And then in the context of being challenged, let's get real. As a professor, I highly, highly doubt too many 18, 19-year-old kids challenge the professor. So
they don't even know how to.
Well, and it's very obvious in his interactions with us that whenever we challenge him, like he can't handle it. It's like how dare you? How dare you disagree with me?
Beta.
This is agreed upon consensus. How about what? Anyway, the thing that got me today with Smokey when he was talking about how like we don't understand or that there is no he said population genetics is not subject to debate. I'm like, really? That's been a rather debated topic for a while now.
Yeah.
I mean, you're saying that nobody has any level of disagreement on that? Well, okay. In your world, okay. Sorry, Nephilim free. I concede. Go ahead, sir.
Well, I gotta apologize, Nephilim. Exactly. He said so. So apparently, just like I just have I'm going to screen share Brother Neff just for 2 seconds, just for a good laugh. Okay. I need to show Brother Smokey this too. So apparently, me or the ENCODE researchers themselves saying that 80% of the genome is actively transcribed. Well, let's just, Brother John Maddox just beautifully destroyed and exposed that. But you know what? Just for everybody, even the layman, I'm screen sharing. How much of the genome is transcribed? Oh, I think I was under a little bit there. 80%, 90%. Recent evidence has suggested that more than 90% of the human genome is transcribed in RNA. Now he's going to say this is an older study. You got to remember, somebody like Dan, he's in the evolutionary community, because just like Dan Grar said, like Brother John Maddox pointed out, if ENCODE is right, evolution is wrong. So they have to hold to this whole junk DNA paradigm, and only 15% is functional, because guess what? And we talk about this all the time. Mutations accumulate from generation to generation, 100 new mutations per person per generation. Therefore, if those mutations are hitting a genome that's nearly fully functional, okay, we're going to degenerate far too quickly for ape to man evolution to be true. But if they hold to this whole 15% max is functional, well, then they can say most of those mutations, hit the junk areas. They don't do anything. They're neutral. That's why they're so desperate to hold on to it. But just remember this right here. So it's not 8, it's 90. So,
I don't I don't
Bonkers.
get why. Yeah, I don't get why they how they think it all works. Like, we've been focusing on how it works and learning a lot about it, and we know that it does a lot more than we know. And I don't know how they think it works if they are pushing that paradigm about a smaller percentage being actual function.
Well, I know that I invoke omniscience to accept whichever paradigm I want. So you guys figure that out.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Okay, hey guys, we really do need to let
Yeah,
Neff.
we do.
We've cut him off four times now. Neff, come on.
Neff, you get as much time as you want because me and the other Neff.
Okay, y'all can leave.
It took 7 minutes.
Leave, then. No, I'm kidding. Okay.
Amazing.
Okay, so about that thing first, recognize this, that their claim about just because we don't know what the majority of the DNA is doing, that doesn't imply that it has function. It's very much like the failed junk DNA paradigm, right? Because they didn't know what most of the DNA was doing, it was junk. Now they're using the same stupid cover story for the transcribed RNAs, because now that we've discovered 98% of the DNA is transcribed into RNA, and that includes everything including the protein codes, but all the rest of it. They're using the same story they did before about the majority of DNA being junk. It's just passed on. It doesn't matter what discovery comes up. They're going to fight against the science to the end. So, but now let's talk about Neanderthal for just a moment. Now, David, you said, you pointed to cats. I said cats, they can interbreed with humans. And we have to understand, the majority of scientists today involved in researching paleontology and genetics agree that human beings and Neanderthal interbred. Okay. And you said, well, just because they can, it's not always true that creatures of the same species can interbreed. Look at lions and tigers, but lions and tigers can interbreed. And even if they couldn't, that wouldn't prove you're just playing the game, the species definition game of evolutionists. You know, they'll use species in very specious ways, pun intended, and declare a thing a different species. But the evidence we have is that lions and tigers are part of the original same kind, and they can interbreed. And humans are now accepted by virtually everyone in the scientific community as having interbred. That implies we're the same species. Okay. Now you can play your nitpicking game of splitting hairs with what's a species, and then that runs to what's the species problem? You know, in science, there's something called the species problem, where evolutionary biologists and biologists in general admit it's difficult, if not impossible, to define what a species is. So there are differences, though. But here's, for example, you could say that Neanderthal was chinless, if you want to say humans have a chin. Note the jaw is missing, though, on the human fossil. We have a jaw. I promise you, I've got one. It's just not there in that particular fossil. Now, here's some of the different varieties of mankind. This is Caucasoid, Mongoloid, Capoid, Congoid, and Australoid. Look at the considerable difference in the shape of their skulls. It's great variety. Humans have tremendous variety. You've got African people. Look at the fellow in the middle here. You've got African people with an elongated muzzle, you might say. And look at this guy. He's got a very flattish face like some Asian peoples do, right? But he's African. So now here's some skulls. Here's some more skulls. Let's see, is it screen sharing still? Yeah, this is human variety is all that is. These are various tribes of mankind. Look at the difference in their skull shapes. There's considerable difference. So the point is, Neanderthals fall well within the range of human variety. There's nothing about their skull that tells us, or their bones even, that tells us that they were of another species. They had a somewhat of a funnel-shaped rib cage, and their bones were more robust, but they also carried diseases like arthritis and rickets and scurvy and other degenerative diseases. That's been discovered. French scientists were the first ones to study Neanderthal bones and make that assertion way back in, what was it, the mid-1970s. By studying the matrix of the bone, they could tell these people were all arthritis ridden. So, but now one of the interesting things here is, you see on the screen, Which one of these skulls is not? One of those skulls is a Neanderthal. Can you tell me which one? You study it long enough, you'll figure it out. It's the third one from the top. But it looks human, doesn't it? Just like the other varieties of skulls. They're different in shape. That one's Neanderthal. Okay? See? That one's Neanderthal. Okay? Neanderthals fall well within the range of human variety. There is considerable variety in the shape of human skulls.
It depends on the age of the Neanderthal.
Here is I forgot which one. This is a pharaoh, I believe, one of the mummified pharaohs of Egypt. And look at his skull. You see, he has a brow ridge. Human beings can have brow ridges. Now, this is the Tong child. Evolutionists dig up a chimpanzee,
That's
infant
chimpanzee skull.
And then declare that to be a pre-human, a hominid. This is what they always do. Okay. So now about Neanderthal DNA, though, in '97, Neanderthal mtDNA was sequenced, and they found that the similarities of it made Neanderthals appear to be more Eurasian related than to Caucasoids or Europeans. But then scientists have managed to pick out the vast majority, in fact, the entire DNA from bones of Neanderthal and piece together from the bits and sequence the entire thing. And 2003, this was reported by Answers in Genesis. And so guess what they find? Well, their early assertion that Neanderthals were closer to Asians than Europeans was dismantled. They are so close, in fact, to Europeans that the real difference between them is no greater than the varieties of DNA that we find today. In fact, the mitochondrial DNA mutations hotspots in their DNA and ours are so close to the same that it causes us to believe they're the same species. They're not the same in chimpanzees. The mitochondrial DNA hotspots in a chimpanzee genome are mitochondrial DNA are considerably different from that of human beings. It's easy to spot. Oh, this is human. That one doesn't appear to be because it's so dramatic.
Smoke and mirrors, brother.
But the hotspots for mutation, mitochondrial DNA mutation, are so close, the same spots, the same locus. That tells us that's because the biological system of the organism, the genetic system, is human just like us. Now, I think the most important things to remember is they fall easily within the variety of known human beings in the shapes of their skulls. They had a larger brain than us. That contradicts the evolution theory claim that human beings got larger and larger skulls and we got more and more intelligent from the hominids, and that's why our skulls got bigger and bigger. Well, Neanderthal throws a wrench in that because their brain case had a larger brain case than we do. So they could have had, and probably did have, a brain bigger than us. Now, that doesn't fit the evolution theory. If they're older and earlier and pre and all that sort of thing, why do they have a larger brain than modern human beings? So it doesn't make any sense. You see, that doesn't fit your evolution.
What they say about that, Neff, what they say about that is, what's his name? Einstein had a smaller brain than the average human, but it had more folds in the brain.
Oh yeah.
So that's the way they'll get around that.
Well, the simple fact is, they appear to be.
The larger brain means a smarter person. Simple as that.
That's all we have. Is they appear to be well within the range of human variety, just like the considerable variety of human skulls and
new
shape
studies show that the
today.
larger your brain is, the more intelligent you are. So the fact that Einstein had a smaller than average brain, but he had all these extra folds in it and all that is a load of rubbish. So they know that that the larger the brain, the more the intelligence. It's as simple as that.
Well, that's the thing. So it contradicts the evolution theory. The idea that humans and Neanderthals were not that Neanderthal was not truly human is not based on the physical evidence. That's just a fact. It's based on a preconceived idea that human beings evolved from some pre-human ancestor, and because Neanderthals have a more robust bone structure, and because their shape of their skull is a little different from most modern varieties of human beings, the evolutionist looks at this and they assume that the creature was a pre-human or early human. But that's just based on evolution theory. It's not based on science in any way. It's based on theory. And in conclusion, the comparison of human and Neanderthal DNA shows they were simply human. They had the same recombinational hotspots that we do. They have the same, very much unlike any ape. A chimpanzee's recombination. Here's one thing. This kills evolution theory. There are locations in the genome called recombination hotspots. It's where an awful lot of activity goes on for genetic recombination. Imagine you're looking down at a city from Google Maps, and you see automobiles. You see automobiles coming and going in large numbers from specific locations. You wonder, what's going on there? What is that? And you zoom in, you see, oh, those are convenience stores. People are pulling in to buy gas and Coca-Cola and whatnot, because that's why all the cars are coming and going from those spots. Well, we have those in our DNA. They're called recombination hotspots, and there are hundreds of them. When they sequenced the human genome and the chimpanzee genome, guess what they found? None, not one, of the recombination hotspots in the human genome overlap with those of the chimpanzee. Now, the only way, this is really important, you need to consider this, David. Now, if humans and chimpanzees came from a common ancestor, right, then this means that for the human and chimpanzee genomic recombination hotspots to be so wildly different, all hundreds and hundreds of them, none of them align, none, then it would have to be genetic changes caused the recombination hotspots in the chimpanzee to become rearranged over time from their common ancestor with us so that they are what they are. And that would have had to have happened in humans also. The end result of that is that these changes, the shuffling around of genetic information in the genome, has resulted in the chimpanzees' recombination hotspots being where they are and the human being in another, all in a different locations as they are. The problem with that is this: if there was a process in genetics that shuffled around chunks of the DNA in this manner, so that none of the hotspots in the human being's genome and the chimpanzee genome would align with each other in just a couple of million years, that would result in both species going extinct long ago. Because no organism could survive and be fit for survival if there was a process that was constantly shuffling massive chunks of DNA around and recombining them. And
that's right.
This over there. Oh, wait a minute! Get that big old chunk over there.
Oh, that's right. Oh, hang on a second. Let's get an entire encyclopedia, and let's just go and randomly just shuffle letters in the encyclopedia. Just randomly shuffle them. I am going to go through that encyclopedia and just randomly, out of those 3 billion letters in that encyclopedia, I'm just going to randomly shuffle them. And by randomly shuffling those letters and making substitutions and copying pages and making, we'll copy a page that was there already and it's the same information and so on, what's that going to do?
Yeah, that's my point. If you open an encyclopedia, I'm almost done. I'll end it with this. If you go through the encyclopedia, you grab 10 pages at a time and cut them out and cut out another 10 pages and just start opening the book and sticking them in every which way. What you get is a book of information that doesn't make sense anymore. It's not congruent. And that's what would happen.
You're going to make a better encyclopedia, Neff.
And that's what
if you go and reshuffle all the letters in an encyclopedia randomly at different points, eventually is that going to make a better, more coherent encyclopedia?
Right. Well, that's the point I'm making. The genetic information system of how the DNA is packaged would no longer find the information it needs at this point and that point and the other point. It would be all mishy-meshy. And that simply cannot have happened, but because that would have made both species go extinct long before their hotspots could have been rearranged so much as they are in humans and chimpanzees. Long before that, we would have gone extinct. There are human beings with recombination errors in them. If they have it and their mother and father don't have it, both didn't have it, then it doesn't seem to provide a problem for some. But if mom and dad But hold
We
on.
need to start a software program, Neff. We need to start a software program, and we need to get an encyclopedia, put all its letters up there, and then start a software program that just randomly shuffles letters around and deletes letters here and there, and then see if we end up with a better encyclopedia at some point.
Well, that's the point I'm making. So if there was such a process as that, then the genome would have become so shuffled around that the information system would be destroyed, and the algorithms that are searching for information that is hundreds of thousands or millions of base pairs away would not find that information there anymore. That would at the very least make the system extremely inefficient, make the organism that would weight down its biology tremendously, and so those would be broken too, those genetic algorithms. So it just can't be that humans and chimpanzees are related because of this fact alone. In human beings, as I was saying, one can have a recombination error in their genome, a mutation, and not seem to suffer any ill effects. But if mom and dad have it, then you're going to have a severe issue. And people born with that kind of mutation have terrible problems like genetic physiological deformities or mental disabilities or mongoloidism. This is the kind of thing. Recombination errors lead to mongoloidism and things like that.
Yes, you'll end up with a mongoloid
hold on, brother.
encyclopedia.
I'm almost done.
Sorry.
So how many events like that do you think an organism can suffer and remain viable, healthy, to continue and develop and pass on its genetics to its offspring and be a viable species? You have to, if you think about it rationally, you'll see that just can't have happened, because it would make the organism so unfit so quickly. How many mongoloid-causing mutations can a small group of people, let's say an extended family, right, of 1,000 people, and they interbreed with each other, let's say, and they have them, and they keep spreading these recombination errors amongst them, and they're causing mongoloidism and other things. How long do you think it will be before that 1,000 people is so unfit they're just not there anymore? It wouldn't take long. See, so that's just one of the many scientific evidences that kills evolution theory right there. But as for, in conclusion, as for Neanderthal, all the evidence we have is that they were genetically defunct human beings, likely a very small group at the Tower of Babel affair, and when they vacated Babel, they took with them they interbred, and they were very small, and they remained small at first for several generations in inbreeding, and that's what spread those diseases, so that the whole lot of them had these deformities, and so that's all they are. In conclusion, Neanderthal is nothing but a defunct, genetically defunct, deformed humans, variety of human beings, and they fall well within the variety of human beings, just like the considerable variety we see today.
Awesome. Well, thank you there, Brother Neff. Lots of good points going around the room. So let's do this, because we've got David here who's defending the evolutionist side and started out with his opening on Neanderthals. So anything that we may have addressed that you'd like to address or challenge or, to the best of your ability, David. Oh, I'm sorry. Brother Nicholas, were you going to say something?
Yeah. There's something I want to call you out on, standing for truth, for your argument, possibly before David does. I'd rather we call it out from within than let them call it out. And that is, you said that evolution does not see the long term, but it does. Evolutionary theory, the way they theorize it, can easily cover the long term.
Well, what I meant was natural. Well, what I meant, what I said, Nicholas, and good point, but the evolutionists would agree with me on this one, that natural selection sees the short term. But natural selection can't see
I disagree with them even then, because there's long-term natural selection, right? Like, only that which exists long-term still exists today. So that which did not exist long-term was naturally selected out. I mean, natural selection does affect the long-term. There's just no avoiding it.
No, but natural selection can't see the long term is my point. So natural selection.
There is no.
Selection sees the short term. It's random, for example. That's why we often point to redundant.
Sorry to interrupt, but it just makes their odds even worse. It's not like a straight up disproof or something like it sounds like.
Right, and you could have your opinion,
That's
but
right.
for example, Dr. Dan Cardinale would not say that natural selection sees the long term. It's just it sees the short term. That's why we see a lot of systems in biological organisms. They're often broken down for short term adaptation. So when it comes to like epigenetics and redundant mechanisms, for example, I always compare it to like a spare tire. This required forward thinking. So therefore, evolutionists, they have a problem there because they're implying evolutionary processes like natural selection has a mind. But I see what you're saying. There may be some long-term goals, but it is natural selection does see the short. I mean, natural selection can't see the future. I don't think anybody would disagree with that point. But go ahead, Nicholas. I appreciate your comment.
When you describe it in detail, it makes a lot of sense. But when you just say natural selection can't see the long term, I immediately realize that any life form perpetuation that does not exist long term is not here today. So if you keep it that simple, I think a lot of evolutionists will hear that as, because they might come to the same logical conclusion that I did. And then, yes, I don't know if it's an effective argument.
Well, I think it is a good argument because it's an argument I've learned from Dr. John Sanford, Dr. Tompkins, Jensen himself, Carter.
It's not a good choice of words for the argument to try to keep it that simple because when it's that simple, it doesn't work.
Well, see, natural selection, all it is it's a fancy word for. Natural selection means differential reproduction. So who's reproducing the most, who's passing on their genes the most. So it's just a generation to generation thing. So it can't see 100 years down the road and think, oh, I might, I might face this environmental challenge. Therefore, I have to evolve some type of redundant built-in mechanisms to adapt to said environment. It doesn't, natural selection is just a fancy word that we're giving to something we see that happens.
Yeah, but that's where they use time as their mechanism, because then they would say that the only one that lasted 100 years is the one that just so happened to evolve that. And eventually, like today, all life forms have it because we've all inherited it,
Right, you're right. So an even better way to refer to natural selection is not survival of the fittest, because it's not always the fittest that's surviving. It's survival of the luckiest, So who is the luckiest one to be able to pass on their genes and 100 years down the road be able to adapt to a certain environmental condition and have more kids and pass on their genes? If you're not passing on your genes, you're evolutionary dead. That's what it's all about, is just reproduction.
Well, Darwin said survival of the fittest because he was an observational scientist, so that's a whole different thing.
Right, but
Darwin wasn't a scientist. Darwin was a mentally disturbed, inbred moron. Do you know how mentally disturbed Darwin was? Darwin was literally, one of those mental retards. One of those mentally defective people that you say, "Oh, I'm not getting anywhere near that person. I'm staying away from him. He is off his nut." That is Darwin, mate. Darwin was he was insane, mate. From his own pen, from Darwin's own pen, what he wrote about himself. He was completely insane. So, but what makes me laugh is the evolutionists follow a guy who was paid by the Rothschilds and all of them, right? Paid to start this evolution thing, but he was completely insane. He was a complete mental defect, defective. It's like those people that you hang around and then they're sort of like, like that sort of mentally retarded. That was Darwin. That is the man that you follow. They follow.
Yeah, I just mean,
mate, I've got the evidence of that. He's a complete mental defective.
Jason, yeah, but all I meant was that survival of the fittest is based on observing things fitting into their environment and surviving.
I understand that. I understand about survival of the fittest, but the whole premise of what you base your entire argument on is an insane mental defective that 99 that Richard Dawkins, Lawrence Krauss, and Degrassi, Neil Tyson Degrassi would not even give the time of day to. He was that mentally disturbed. He was off his head. You had a man that was that mentally defective and that mentally disturbed. He used to walk around going, and get scared at every little thing and go, and have like real mental attack. Okay. And that is the person that you evolutionists follow. I mean, it is hilarious.
Okay, Jason.
Okay, well, all I'm saying is it's even worse now because it's like survival of the luckiest based on made up stuff. Whereas Darwin was basing survival of the fittest on observation. That's all I was saying because I don't want my point to get missed. It's even worse today. It's just imaginary stuff, like Standing said, survival of the luckiest. You know, and my point was. It was survival of the fittest originally.
And Nick, I think we agree 100%, brother. I think you're right, and I think we agree 100%. So I think we've come to the agreement that survival of the luckiest is the best way to refer to natural selection because it's just about the individuals that are able to best adapt to certain environments, and oftentimes those aren't, quote unquote, the fittest. Those could be the ones that. Like we see it with bacteria, they lose genes, they degenerate for short-term adaptation. Essentially, they're not fit. They're losing genes, losing information.
It means to fit into the environment, so they do become fit because they fit in their quote environment, But my only in summary, I would just kind of say that so that we avoid having a straw man amongst us, that we just be more careful with the context and the choice of words.
Your idea that organisms become fit, that's a fallacious idea. That's an evolutionist
These aren't my
idea.
ideas. I'm just kind of playing Evo's advocate so that we are doing our best instead of just straw manning them.
Well, I'm just pointing out that the evolutionist idea that organisms become fit for environments is fallacious. It doesn't. That's a process that doesn't even exist. Organisms, cavefish can lose eyeballs. Is that becoming fit? No. So adapting to the environment, organisms don't become fit by adaptation. When environments change, organisms can adapt in limited ways. The problem is the evolutionist claims that grotesque changes to the environment were adapted to in grotesque physiological ways. That's not true. There's no mechanism for that in nature. We don't know of any biological mechanism that causes organisms to gain new features so that they can become fit in remarkably different environments. That doesn't happen. You either have what it takes to survive in an environment or you don't, or you're out. It's one of the two. But organisms don't develop features so that they become fit for new environments. That does not happen.
Well, I just want to point out, and Nicholas, I respect your thoughts there, but I'm on evolution.berkeley.edu, and they're the ones that
posted the link of Darwin's clinical.
Well, Jason, here
in the chat. Sorry to cut you off.
No, that's okay. So the evolutionists themselves, evolution.berkeley, they say those that say natural selection has a mind and has foresight, they're the ones that are straw manning, because on evolution.berkeley.edu, and I'll provide the link, they say evolution has no mind, it has no foresight, it's random, it's these organisms that are luckiest. And that's why it is an appropriate question to say, since you, Mr. Evolutionist and Mr. PhD, agree that natural selection can't see the future and has no foresight, tell me how natural selection was able to build redundant mechanisms in the genome. Epigenetics, for example, which requires foreknowledge, because that adaptation is built into the organism, and boom, a gene is turned on and a new function arises that was already built in. So these require forward-thinking mechanisms, but natural selection can't do that, and the evolutionists admit it. So
of course it can. Of course it can. We just need enough of a big population size and enough errors and things dying out and enough time, and we have no problem.
And I've got to say, Standing, I totally agree with all that. And the thing is that when you simplify it to long term, that's that's that word long term. Simplifying it to that is where my only complaint is. If you talk about foresight or foreknowledge or the need to or the fact that those things won't develop, I'm fine with all that. I just think simplifying it to long term is a fallacious simplification.
Right. No, and I appreciate that, brother. I always appreciate your thoughts. So let's do this. Let's now give David, since he's been respectful enough to.
I think you got some pretty good arguments, Nicholas. I mean, you're an intelligent person, man. You've got some good stuff coming up, but we're going to blow it out of the water.
Okay, so let's give David Neff now. David, you take as much time to respond. I guess since the main focus originally was Neanderthals, once you take as much time, we are going to mute ourselves, and then you just give us your thoughts, rebuttals, objections, challenges, and maybe try and answer a few of the arguments and questions we put forth. For example, me personally, I'd love to hear you defend Dr. Dan's position on where he says inbreeding and hypermutation can't go hand in hand, when I pointed out that they can. So I definitely want to hear your answer to that, and anything else you'd like to as well. So we're going to mute and take as much time as you need. David, I think you're muted.
All right, there we go. Thank you. Well, thank you guys.
Dave, I just want to say that sorry I had to go at you before.
This is
that one time
Jason,
that I had to go at you.
Jason,
yeah, no. Just I wanted to apologise to David Neff. I just wanted to apologise to him for that time that I had to go at you, Dave. David Neff, when we were thinking, I apologise for that. You didn't deserve that, mate.
I accept your apology.
Thanks, brother. All right, see ya.
Yeah, Standing. Okay. First of all, I would like to say that this has definitely been a fun discussion, but I would actually really like to do this one-on-one with you, Standing. That way, you and I can have enough time to actually go through every kind of detail that I would really want to talk about. One of the things that I really want to actually talk about one-on-one with you is actually the dating methods that are used to actually date these fossils and these findings, and I'm sure we would disagree with that. Of course, some of these are dated from 400,000 years ago all the way up to 40,000 years ago, which of course completely contradicts the young Earth creationist timeline. Some things that I heard from Nephilim 3 that I really want to respond to. First is his claim that the Tong child was a chimpanzee. And if I can put it let me share my screen.
It appears to be.
I'm trying to share my screen.
Oh, Brother Praise, if you're there, can you make sure David Neff's able to share his screen?
And Standing, I left you a private chat.
Praise is asleep or having a shower again.
Just so we're not interrupting, and I think I noticed some stuff about what we were talking about.
Praise, you there, brother?
Praise, oh yeah, your father, you better.
Praise, you get one job the entire night, and sometimes it could be one of three things. So Praise oftentimes likes to take a shower in the middle of a stream. He's did that before in the middle of a debate, actually. Secondly, he might be making himself a sandwich. So David F., if at this point
he's falling asleep because he streams 24/7.
Well, can I briefly clarify myself with Standing then, if we're waiting?
Yeah, go for it, man.
Because I'm Standing. Yeah.
Until we get him.
You did
Praise online.
You did say it doesn't see the long term. So I see what's in that word "see," and I don't remember what the context was the way you said it. So I'd have to review it and see if I wasn't following it close enough, or if maybe I do think that you could have worded it better. But I'm actually not exactly sure, but I'm getting it more now.
No, of course, brother. It's no, and you know what? A better way to phrase it might actually be the way that they phrase it themselves, and say, they can't. Natural selection can't see the future; it has no foresight. So instead of long term, which may come across as confusing, I appreciate that feedback, brother Nicholas. I always do.
Yeah, and I kind of heard natural selection C is just kind of a figurative term, as if natural selection does not act on the long term. But according to their theory, it would, because that which survives long term is being naturally selected in the long term. You know?
Right.
Oh, Eisenhower.
So
My phone's
David,
about to die.
You might just have to do it without the screen share, unfortunately.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh,
We had one job.
sorry, I was talking. I didn't realize I wasn't on mute. My phone's about to die. I've got to get in. Price, come on, man. What are you doing?
All right, yeah, sure. Okay, sure. So a couple things definitely brief that I want to address, and I wish I could share my screen. But the Chong tribe was not a chimpanzee. They were absolutely an Australopithecus afarensis. And the reason why we know that it was bipedal is as the Human Origins notes, when this 3-year-old child's skull was found in 1924.
It's getting pretty muffled, David, before we miss what you're saying.
Okay, sure. All right, here we go. Can you hear me any better?
Yeah.
All right, sure. So here is the quote from the Smithsonian Institute. The Chong child's fossilized anatomy represents the first time researchers saw evidence of early human upright 2 legs bipedal walking. The evidence was the position of the Chong child forearm magnum, or the hole through which the spinal cord connects with the brain. The spinal cord hole is positioned towards the front.
The big hole.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was just elaborating. Foreman magnum means big hole. I was just sorry.
Okay, you might want to mute yourself.
Sorry, Dave.
It's okay. So yeah, as I was saying, the evidence is the Chong child's foramen magnum, or the hole through which the spinal cord connects with the brain. The spinal cord hole is positioned towards the front of the Chong child's skull, a characteristic associated with bipedal locomotion. The bipedal adaptation shows the head to balance atop of the neck, while contrastingly, a 4-legged ape has a foramen magnum positioned towards the rear of the head to keep its eyes facing forward and not down when it moves. So Nephilim's Free's argument that the Chong child was just a chimpanzee has been completely disproved, totally out of the water. The Chong child was absolutely not a chimpanzee, period.
You don't have any proof it wasn't a chimpanzee.
Shut up. And it's
there's
my time, not yours. Did I interrupt you? No, you don't interrupt me.
Oh, okay. I didn't know we were still timing people. Okay.
Yeah. No, definitely it's time to talk because we all had time to talk, and yeah.
Praise may be back because did Praise put me in the chat? I just wanted to, if he is, that way David could share his screen. Are you back, Praise?
Praise, you there?
No. Apologize. I thought he let me in the stream. I apologize. Go ahead, Nev. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah.
I'm here.
Praise, so he's here.
Okay, you are here. There we go. I'm going to share my screen with you. And
I know. I just got back from a walk, my bed.
Okay, sure.
One job, Praise.
All right, here we go.
You dumbass.
Whoops, my bad, wrong one.
No, that was the right one.
Here he goes.
Nicholas, you're right on that one.
All right, there we go. The Chong child's fossilized anatomy represents the first time researchers saw evidence of the early human upright 2-legged bipedal walking. The evidence was the position of the Chong child's foramen magnum, or the hole through which the spinal cord connects with the brain. The spinal cord is positioned towards the front of the Chong child's skull, a characteristic associated with bipedal locomotion. This bipedal adaptation allows the head to balance atop of the neck, while contrastingly, a 4-legged ape has its foramen magnum positioned towards the rear of the head to keep its eyes facing forward and not down when it moves. So no, the idea that the Chong child was a chimpanzee is absolutely nonsense, because we can clearly see that the Chong child was bipedal, and that's how we know that it was in Africa. It was part of the Australopithecus afarensis and not a chimpanzee.
But Australopithecus afarensis has a foramen magnum that is positioned for knuckle walking. Is that right? Is that right, Dave?
No.
Let's let Dave finish.
Yeah, can you please? I didn't interrupt.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were finished, Dave. Sorry, man.
No, I'm not done.
Sorry. All right.
Yeah, I will let. I
man.
am finished. I will say I am finished.
Okay. All right.
Hold on 1 second.
Boring.
Okay. Seriously. But yeah.
Just ignore Nora praise.
I'll be quiet and let him finish.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the forum thing was for Australopithecus right off the top of my head. I'm sure it was something for that. That's kind of how we know that the tongue trap was not a chimpanzee, because it's definitely walked upright. And lost my train of thoughts. And for here, there we go. The next one here, this is the paper that Nephilim 3 was referencing, the DNA recombination hotspots is missing within chimpanzees. At the very bottom, humans and chimps diverged from a common ancestor 5 to 6 million years ago and differ in only 1.2% of base pairs on average. That the recombination hotspot does not exist in both species suggests that the hotspot are not stable and can evolve fairly quickly. Every combination rates within a small genomic area at the level of a few thousand bases can change in such a short time frame between such closely related species. They may do so within species too. Such a prospect has important implications for the HapMap project and diseases-associated studies that rely on linkage disequilibrium. While haplotypes offer a shortcut for identifying candidate diseases genes based on typing a certain number of markers, the number of markers required depends on the strength of the linkage disequilibrium. If recombination rates differ across human populations, as these results suggest, then the strength of linkage disequilibrium will too, which means that the association studies might need to adjust the number of markers needed to flag a candidate disease in different populations. So, again, the problem for evolution. What we actually do here is a control group. I'm sure Nephilim Free and I would both agree that all extant cats, such as the tiger, the lion, and the domestic house cats, all part of the cat kind, whatever that means. So I couldn't find any studies on comparing the recombination hotspots for them. So yeah, it is possible that the recombination hotspots can evolve fairly quickly and are not stable. Again, I don't see that as being problematic for evolution. A couple of papers that I want to address and bring up, as I think Standing for Truth was talking about other, mentioned very briefly Homo Dalidi in his opening statement talking about the different types of humans and that were just inbred. I actually have a couple of papers. He also brought up Homo floresiensis. Here's actually a really interesting paper from Anthropogenesis. Further evidence that Homo naledi is not a member of the human holobarymen based on measurements of the vertebrae and ribs. So yeah, rather evolutionary dates. So there is further evidence that Homo naledi is indeed not a member of the human holobarymen, but rather related to the Australopithecus. Once again, we can isolate this. other creatures, but even Australopithecus sativa, and all of these, and the human holobaerman. So that's his argument for there. So again, I think we can agree that Australopithecus sativa is definitely not human. I would definitely like to hear Sonny's points on that.
What did you say about Sadiba? You said Sadiba's definitely not a fraud or definitely not a conglomeration of different parts. Did you say that?
I said I'm short skinning, and I would both agree that, and perhaps you can correct me if I'm wrong, that Australopithecus sativa is not part of the human holobaerman.
Yeah, definitely not. Did you finish, David?
Okay, sorry.
I can tell you when I'm finished.
Oh, I'm just asking. You don't have to get upset.
And David, I just want to make sure that so you keep going, take as much time as you need. And since you address a few of Brother Neff's points, we're going to allow Neff to respond to those afterwards, and you guys can have a little back and forth on it.
Yeah, sure, go right ahead. So yeah, of course, the point here is creationists themselves are not quite sure if Homo naledi and even Homo floresiensis are part of the human holobaerman.
I'm sure about Homo naledi, but I'll get into that later.
Yeah, there's definitely a fair debate within creation circles about where Homo naledi fits. With that, I think I will wrap up my time.
Okay, well, we appreciate that, David. We'll hand it over to Neff. Go ahead.
Okay, so two things. Firstly, a couple. Firstly, you assume that it's bipedal based on the fact that the foramen magnum, even though it's not dead center in the skull like it is in a human being, it's a little more towards the front, towards the center than in certain apes. That doesn't mean it's bipedal. Logically, a bipedal creature would have a foramen magnum dead centered. So then when it stands upright,
Neff, sorry to cut you off. But did you know that the foramen magnum moved? Moved.
Okay.
Yeah, but wait, it moved
we know
from.
We know that.
Okay,
so
sorry.
That's what we're discussing. So the point is, and logically, a creature that's bipedal would have a foramen magnum dead center in the skull, so that when he's standing upright, his eyeballs are headed towards the horizon. That's a bipedal creature. If he's walking on 2 feet, that's bipedal. But the foramen magnum in the Tong child skull is in between the back, very back, and the center. So that doesn't give us the impression that the creature is bipedal. Imagine a bipedal creature with a foramen magnum 1/3 of the way towards the front of the skull. Logically, his head's going to be looking down because his head is hinging on the foramen magnum, not centered in the middle. It's not natural position for his head to be level with the horizon, his eyes to be level with the horizon. So that's more like a wolverine or some other creature that has to hold its head upright actively if it wants to look towards the horizon, not a bipedal creature.
Setting you up.
Furthermore, the stitching of the plates of the skull, where the pattern that they have in this animal is distinctly non-human. And human beings have a very distinct pattern of the way that the skull bones fuse when they grow together. The zigzaggy pattern as to where they breed, they fuse, they grow together. And in this creature, the skull has a very distinctly non-human zipping pattern. It's called zipping, where the bones of the skull grow together. There's just nothing about it that tells us that it's an ancestor to humans. That's all. When we look at the thing, it looks like an infant chimpanzee. That's all it looks like. It's very small. You can hold it in one hand. You can wrap your hand around it like a softball. It's almost so small. And it looks nearly identical to the skull of a baby chimpanzee. If you don't believe me, look at the picture of a baby. I showed you a picture of one. Look at a picture of an infant chimpanzee and look at the Twang child's skull. And I tell you, I guarantee you, if we had a dozen big infant chimpanzee skulls and put the Tong child in there and we shuffled them all around and we laid them out, and you weren't a paleontologist who had studied that thing extensively, so you know it intimately, you wouldn't be able to pick it out. You wouldn't be able to pick it out. So there's just no evidence that it's an ancestor of man. The foramen magnum being a variety. Why shouldn't there be variety in the exact location of the foramen magnum?
Yeah, but the foramen magnum is
just
moved.
Like variety and other things about bones of creatures. Virtually every creature shows variety in the shape of its bones. The foramen magnum doesn't.
But the problem with Australopithecus is the foramen magnum has moved, right? What they say is in the earlier hominids, the foramen magnum is in a better position for human evolution than the Australopithecus. The Australopithecus foramen magnum is in a bad position. So what they're saying is the foramen magnum of like Lucy moved to a certain point, which was not really good for human bipedal, or which is good for human bipedal walking. But there's something to do with the way the hole in the base of the skull moved back. So it had to move forward, and then it moved back again, which was against evolution. I can't remember exactly. If Matt was here, he could elaborate on this. But the actual position of the foramen magnum is in the wrong place on Lucy when you consider the evolution of hominids. And when you consider hominids, some hominids, like Nutcracker Man, have the foramen magnum directly at the base of the skull, where humans have it, right? So this is what they argue with. But it's the orbital tilt of the actual skull that determines how they walk and how they look, how they see the world. I mean, you've got points where the foramen magnum is at the same position as, say, the human foramen magnum, but the orbital tilt of the skull is completely different. So you can have a foramen magnum that's in the same downward position. This is where they dupe people as a human, but the orbital tilt of the skull will favor knuckle walking more than upright. But it will also allow them to stand upright, because as we see with monkeys or animals like that, or apes, that if they live in, say, a grass plain with sparse amount of trees here and there, say like in the African plains with the upside down trees here and there, well, they're going to have the curved fingers for tree climbing. Also, they're going to have a foramen magnum in a position where it allows them to stand up and look over the grass and to look for predators and things. And a position of a foramen magnum and the shape of the skull has a lot to do with epigenetics. Like you've got things like the bull terrier skull from 1911 to 1975. It looks, if you looked at that skull and you didn't know that skull had just was a bull terrier skull from that from 1911 to 1975 or 1915 or whatever it is to 1975, you would say, oh, if you just saw that in the fossil record, you would say, oh, this is an animal evolving into a completely different creature. Yet it's exactly the same. It's a dog, right? It's the same kind. Not only is it the same kind, it's the same species that has a radically different change in the shape of the skull. And I mean radically different, to a point where if you saw that in the fossil record and you didn't know that came, anyway, you know what I'm saying, right? So with this stuff with the foramen magnum, it's a way that it's smoke and mirrors. It's the way that they con people. Because if you've got a foramen magnum that's more orientated to bipedal walking, and then you've got the orbital tilt of the skull is more orientated to knuckle walking, then you can literally have a foramen magnum that appears to be orientated for bipedal walking, but can also be for knuckle walking. But at the same time, you with our skull and our foramen magnum and the orbital tilt of our skull, you can tell that we are meant to walk upright totally. There's no way about it. That's like my dogs. They always tread on my feet, and I always scream at them, "You bloody dogs!" But I realise why they tread on my feet, because their eyes face upwards to look for predators flying around above, and but their foramen magnum is at the back, but their eyes faced almost completely upwards, and it's you've got to understand with foramen magnums, orbital tilts. It's like when you see these nutcracker men and all these different so-called hominids.
Real quick, Jason.
Transitioning.
Real quick, I just want to know, and you can finish, Jason. Once you're done your thoughts, we're just going to hand it over to Neff just to finish uninterrupted, and then we're going to hand it over to David Neff to respond at that point. And yeah, so go ahead. I just wanted to jump in there.
All right. Well, you see them transitioning anyway. You see, well, what looks like they're transitioning. They're not transitioning into anything. They were species, and we found these species we found them all living together. We found them in digs. I've got a video on my timeline that shows they've found so many different hominids all living together in the same time period. So they couldn't have evolved from each other. It's impossible for them to have evolved from each other. It's just that we've got so many things in the fossil record that show us in one dig they found. I don't know which ones. I wish I knew the types they found, but all these different hominids just in the one dig, all together. So, your evolution, your foramen magnum, the way it's tilted, all of it. It's just all. It's there's so many different facets to what you're saying is what I'm trying to say. Anyway, all right, I'll stop now.
Okay, brother.
Go ahead. Just say, if we examine screen share, I'm trying to screen share, if you would, if you can, standing for truth. I don't know if you have. Yeah, there you go. So if we examine the skull of the thing, it just appears, in all practical purposes, to be that of a young chimpanzee. There's nothing about it that looks human, specifically. It's just that of a chimpanzee. The similarity to a chimpanzee skull is quite astonishing. In fact, it's shocking. It's so similar. From the shape of the nasal passage to the eye sockets to everything of the frontals, everything about it is distinctly chimpanzee looking. Look at the teeth. Look at the jaw. It's ape. That's all there is. You have to really use a wild imagination to look at that skull and think human. I mean, it does not fit within the variation of known human beings. It does not fit. And so, and it's remarkable small size. If evolution were true, we should have a plethora of fossil evidence for it. We just don't. If humans evolved into, if humans had a common ancestor with apes, there would have been numerous generations of organisms that would have lived and died, and that would have showed transition from a common ancestor with apes to human beings. And we just don't have that. Instead, what we have is a group of fossils that can be either easily classified as purely ape or human, and we don't have anything in between. Even evolutionist scientists themselves have debunked their own fossil record as saying, and Stephen Jay Gould, in fact, addressed this. He said that the fossils attributed to the Homo lineage show us we have The dots that we draw between them, I can't quote him directly, but I'll tell you essentially what he said. The dots that we draw from one to the other is a matter of inference. I mean, it's a matter of speculation. We don't have the fossils that show that this creature is related to that one. We just have this one. We have variety of creatures, and the lines that we draw, the dotted lines between them, is a matter of speculation. Now, that comes from the world's foremost, and to this very day, the most famous paleontologist who has ever lived, who died only in 1990, something 98 or 2000. And so, according to the world's foremost paleontologist, the dotted lines we draw between these alleged ancestors of humans is pure speculation. He says we don't have the fossils that show that they're related. They're just varieties of organisms, and we can't show they're related. You have to believe it. And you believe it. When you look at this, you believe that's not a chimpanzee, but it's something other than a chimpanzee moving towards human. But when we look at the bones, we don't see that. You see it in your imagination. That's all I have to say.
Well, he was a dentist, and he said that he saw that in most of the Neanderthal skulls and the Denisovan skulls that he looked at, they were 70% unfossilized. 70% of the skulls, more than 70% of the skulls, he said, were unfossilized. Now, when you read what happens to a body when it's buried in the ground, within 100 years, the bones turn to dust. Now, I want you to explain to me, Neff, I want you to explain to me how bones could last unfossilized with mtDNA in them, intact. Now it's fragmented, mind you, as it wraps around the histone, and when a human being dies, it snaps into little tiny pieces and it breaks up, it fragments, and the way they piece it together is they use a human framework, and they go, well, that matches with this, and that matches with that, and that matches with that, and that's how they match the snap pieces back together. That's why they can't do it with dinosaur DNA. But what I'm saying is Neff, with these creatures that you say are different from us, they must be non-human towards you, leading towards us. Why are they a part of our DNA? Why do we find them in our DNA, and why do we find so much similarity, and why do we find less mutations in the D loop on them than we find in the D loop on us today, which would suggest that they had like 10 or 11 mutations in the D loop. We have 275, and that would show entropy, right?
All right. Can I have time to respond to definitely 3, 4?
Take all the time you want.
Okay.
To respond to both of us.
Yeah, sure. Can I I'm going to respond to Neff first about the tall child phrase. I need to share my screen. There we go. So you are absolutely 100% wrong. The tall child skull is larger than that of a fully grown chimp. Actually, I need to share this with audio. So let me stop sharing and re-sharing this again, because I really want you guys to hear the audio and actually watch this share audio. There we go. There we go. Watch this.
Hi guys, so for part 4, station 5, I'm comparing the Tong child, the chimp, and the human. I thought I'd just give you a little video of the skulls to see if that helps. You also have pictures in the PowerPoint, so this is just additional help. See this? You see the scale there of the little key, and so I'm just going to kind of move around to the side so you can begin to see the differences in brain size. So what you're seeing with the Tong child here is actually an endocast of his brain. So that'll give you some sense of the brain to skull size compared to the other guys. Okay. Now, in terms of looking at their actual faces, I'm just going to pick him up and I'm going to show you the side there. So one of the questions has to do with prognathism. Okay. So whether they kind of jut out or have a flat face. So there's our chimp. And then we move to, of course, the human there. And then also with the teeth. Okay. So the 3 mandibles. So if we just kind of zoom in on him, and I'm going to pick him up for you. Hopefully you can then see some of the teeth there. So that's the Tong child. Then here's our chimp. Okay. So if we go back again and kind of look at that and look at the side there. Okay. And then the human, right? So hopefully these pictures help you a little bit more. If they don't.
Okay, sure. So as you can clearly see from that presentation, the skull of the Tong child was absolutely nothing like that. Young
David, please speak into the microphone. We want to hear what you're saying.
Oh, sorry. Is this any better?
Yeah, it sounds good.
All right.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
As I was saying, you could clearly see the difference between the Tong child skull and the skull of a chimpanzee. So definitely free. You're noticing that the Tong child was just an infant chimpanzee.
Animals were bigger back then, man.
Hold on, let David finish real quick. David, I don't understand why you showed that video. It supports me. It does look remarkably chimpanzee. They even showed. Can
I finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
The point here is the Tong child skull is larger than that of a chimpanzee, a fully grown chimp. This was a
at what age?
5-year-old, 3 or 5-year-old.
Yeah, at
we
what
know,
age?
but wait a minute. We know that animals were bigger back then.
Hey, Jason, and we'll give you plenty of time as well, brother Jason.
Okay, all right.
Let's just allow Neff and Neff. Neff 1, Neff 2.
Neff and Neff. David, I find it mindless that I'm not meaning that as an insult that you would show that video because it supports my case. The thing does look remarkably chimpanzee, and she even pointed out that fact. And so I don't get it. You know, on top of that, your argument really bases upon the size of the skull, but at what age? I mean, skulls grow rapidly in adolescence during development. So, at what age? I mean, what the larger one? Maybe it was 6 months older, and you're going to declare, "See, it's larger," but at what age? So that's not an argument at all. And lastly, I would show you. Take a look at the jaws and the teeth. The teeth on that thing are distinctly ape teeth. This is a remarkable difference between humans and chimpanzees. Humans have teeth that are longer than they are wide. Apes have teeth that are wider than they are long. Look at go back and look at that video again. I would encourage you to play it yet again. And look at the teeth and the jaw of that creature. They're distinctly apes with mushroom crowns. That's an ape tooth. That's not human. And the teeth don't show any change. Any resemblance to human teeth. So I find this argument from this video to be completely vacus, absolutely vacus.
Could you play the video again, please? I'm sorry.
Oh, sure, absolutely. Let me pull that video up.
Yeah, but mute the audio when you do, so we can discuss it without having to be hear the audio.
Sorry.
There is apes that have human teeth, looking teeth, that'll blow your mind. There's a baboon that has human-looking teeth.
The teeth are not transitional in appearance. They're purely ape teeth. Look at them carefully.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that there's an actual baboon that in between its two, like, huge canines, if you look at it, I think it's a golden baboon, you look at its middle teeth, they look so human, it's creepy. The fact that the teeth look human means nothing. It's
this
like when
is
you
not
look at
baboon,
Lucy.
but they don't look human in this creature. That's the problem. They're
maybe, probably they don't. But in Lucy, they say, well, Lucy has humanish looking teeth on the front. Well, look at the golden baboon.
Can you let David explain? Go ahead, David. Could you go over those, please?
Yeah, sure. So, as you guys wanted me to play the video again, I will play the video again, and then I'm
just scroll forward to the portion where this shows the teeth,
or just discuss. Okay, so press play, but keep it on mute, David. So then you and Naf can go back and forth on the issues. Therefore, everybody can see the skulls that are being discussed.
Move the timeline forward to where it shows the jaws and teeth of it. And something else I want you to consider: there's something wrong with your thinking. I'm not saying you're deranged or you're stupid or anything. I'm just something wrong with your thinking if you believe that the jaw of an animal and its teeth are going to remain intact in the acidic soil of the earth for millions of years. Ain't gonna happen. So just having that thing.
Unless it fossilizes.
Okay. So the point is, this tall child here, they were a 3-year-old child, and their skull is already bigger than a fully grown chimpanzee. So
we don't know how old that is, David. How old is that creature? You don't know.
It was about 3 years old, and how do we know? Well, as the Smithsonian Institute explains, when this child's skull was found, how do we know how old the child was? The child's first molars had only just begun to erupt.
Okay, now freeze it. Let's let it come in. It's fuzzy now. We can't see.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So how do we know how old it was? So the child's first molar had only begun to erupt to become visible as teeth, indicating that the fossilized jaw belonged to a child. Closer analysis of this development, crown formation, and root length estimates the child at about 3 to 3.5 years old.
Okay. But look, and again, I'll point out the shape of the skull is distinctly ape.
Right.
It's small in size. The fission pattern in its skull bones is distinctly ape. Its teeth are distinctly ape, broader than long, with mushroom caps. That's an ape tooth, not a human tooth. You can't look at those teeth and say this thing is becoming human. No, its teeth are purely ape. I wish you could have shown the video in clear footage so that we could see it. Hold on, Jason. Please hold on.
Like?
Jason, hold on, please.
Neff, I was just asking
if we could see, hold on.
Like? Yeah, I don't want people talking over each other. Let's let Nephilim Free finish his thought.
I was just asking Neff what its feet and hands look like.
Look at the teeth of the creature and then compare those to humans and compare those to chimpanzees and tell me what you see. You see a chimpanzee's mouth. That's what you see. We don't have any, there's nothing we can look at about the jaw and teeth of that thing and say that it's becoming human except in your imagination. You can't look at that and see anything about that. There's no change there. It's distinctly ape. Unless you can see the transition, you can't justifiably claim it's transitioning. When we look at that thing, all we see is ape. And I guarantee you, if you had those teeth in a drawer full of ape and human teeth and mixed them all up, a dentist could point out which ones are human and which ones ain't. And they would not find those teeth. No orthodontist or dentist would look at those teeth and say they look humanoid in any way.
Can I ask one question as soon as Neff is finished of logical, plausible, probable of John? Just one question. After.
What's up, man?
This is your evidence for evolution.
After he's finished.
You've left the building.
You're fired.
Fired. Terminated.
Let's ask David to respond.
Yeah, sure. So definitely, you're making the claim that the tall child is a chimpanzee. It is clearly not. He's an Australopithecus afarensis.
Clearly,
we both agree that the tall child is an ape. We definitely do not agree. We definitely both agree that the skull is not of a human. Both of us agree with that. And obviously, you would have to agree that Australopithecus afarensis were bipedal.
No, I do not concede they were bipedal. Afarensis, no.
Okay, why not?
No, their fossils show otherwise.
Which ones?
All of them. They don't have the human features. The angle of the legs inward towards the knee is distinctly ape. They didn't stand upright. You look at a human stand upright, their leg bones go straight down. Not so with this creature. All kinds of features. An ejected great toe. Chimpanzees have four hands with a long palm at the and the rear ones. Chimpanzees don't have feet. They have 4 hands. And the feet of those creatures is much more like that of a chimpanzee than a human being, but they depict them in museums with human feet. That's how they lie. But go to the fossil and look at them. They're not human. So it's smoke and mirrors and absolute fraud. Absolute fraud. Go look at the statues, the figures, the reproductions of Australopithecus afarensis in museums of natural history. They give them human-like faces. They give them human hands, not the ones with curved elongated fingers with curved bones, and an ejected great toe. They don't show that. They show human feet and hands. It's fraudulent. That's what evolution is based on. Fraud.
Can I ask John a question?
You are fake
news.
This
is relevant to what Neffy's saying. It's relevant to the whole question, the whole thing. John, can you read out? Do you remember when you read out about what happens when a body's buried? Do you remember you read that out once?
I don't remember where I found that, but yeah, I mean the general.
Could you in the next like 5 minutes or so while other people are talking, could you find that and then read that out again?
Probably. I mean, the general aspect is that within a century, bones in a coffin are dust. Very rare exceptions, and then obviously if it's something's like mummified and whatnot, but there's like very, very rare exceptions where bones can last.
Unless they're mineralized, unless there's mineralized water passing through the bone. Otherwise, within 100 years, everything will just turn to goo and then the bones will turn to dust within 100 years. So explain to me, David Neff, how 70% of almost every single Neanderthal bone found is bone and not fossilized.
Iron preservation.
David, if you're responding, I think you're
that's funny. I've got a whole write-up on iron preservation. I mean, you know what she did to get the iron out of those cells?
Oh,
she spun it in high centrifuges. She separated out all the coagulants, right? Because the coagulants would bind up the proteins and bind up the iron within inside the cells and not allow it to get out. She separated out the coagulants with high centrifuges. She used chemicals to break down the hemoglobin, the matrix that holds the iron inside the hemoglobin, so it would be exposed. Then she separated out those proteins to expose the iron, so the iron would be present enough to preserve the tissue. But there's problems with this. The problem is that iron destroys collagen. And every single bone they found him in had collagen. Now, you'll say, well, iron could come in from outside, right? But the reason why she had to do this test, because these particular things were sealed inside of the bone.
Yeah,
they were sealed within, they were completely sealed with inside of the bone. So she needed to work out a way where that iron would become free, where it could cross-link the proteins. But the problem is with it that she had there's no like lab technicians and centrifuges and all that sort of stuff with inside bones encased in rock in the ground, right? And there's no all of this chemical she used to separate out the iron from because iron, if you relate to now, this is one of the things that COVID-19 does, that coronavirus does. It releases the iron out of your hemoglobin and releases it free into your blood, which creates air bubbles, which act like when you get a sandblaster and you sandblast like paint off a steel surface or rust off a steel surface. Well, that's what coronavirus does. It releases free iron into your blood, which creates like sandblasting, which sandblasts your organs, your soft tissue, and rips your organs and your insides to pieces. So if you're old, if you're young, you can fight it, or you know what I mean. There's a lot of other factors in with that, like cytokine IL-10, which is an inflammatory response due to the immune system. If your immune system is too well developed or overactive, it can kill. Anyway, I got off the point what I was talking about. But if your immune system is too well developed and overreactive with coronavirus, it can kill you. That's why children under the age of 17 are pretty much immune to it, not unless they've got underlying health conditions to begin with, because they don't have a fully developed immune system yet. It's only when you get older and you start to develop. That's like if you take cannabis, or things like cannabis, capsicum, garlic, stuff like that. They boost your immune system. They boost cytokine IL-10 in your blood. And the people that die from coronavirus, sorry, I got off the point, but people probably want to know about this anyway. Most people that die from coronavirus are the older people, and then they die from what they call a cytokine storm. It attacks their thing, and it's releasing free iron into their blood. So getting back to, that's right, I get it on to the Mary Schweitzer thing. She needed iron to be released within inside the enclosed environment, because that inside that femur bone, it's a sealed closed environment. There's no iron can seep in from outside, so she needed it to come out from the actual cells. So she had, like I said, first of all, she had to get all the coagulants out.
Yeah, she spun it, but then also the iron was too big. You know what I mean?
That's right. And then the iron that's exactly right. The iron molecules were way too big. They like the protein molecules were like, say, I'm just hypothetically saying 0.5 nanometer, and the iron molecules were like 2 nanometers or 5 nanometers. They needed to be small enough to interact with the protein molecule to be able to cross-link it, and they were too big anyway. So even if you could release the iron out of the hemoglobin, which would be highly unlikely, it's not going to cross-link it. It's not going to work. And the fact that they find collagen, iron destroys collagen. Iron absolutely fucking just annihilates collagen. Oh, sorry for swearing. Sending for truth. It's your channel. It absolutely annihilates collagen. It just completely annihilates it. So if you,
hey guys, can I interject here for a second, guys? To be honest, these conversations about freaking fossils are so incredibly boring and pointless.
Yeah, but it's the truth. But the fact is that there's no way they could be preserved.
I agree with what you're saying, man. I agree with you.
But the point we're getting to, that there is proteins in there that first of all, and no, it is not boring, because there's proteins in there that can't survive that long. Second of all, they know.
I agree with the point.
Yes, I know, but the point I'm getting to is
the reason I'm speaking rhetorically. The
point I'm getting to is they can't. Can I just get to the point?
Okay, we'll get.
The point I'm getting to is they can't. These proteins. They have died. They've tested them with dyes. They cannot say anymore that these proteins are contamination. I've got the evidence to show that. So It just blows evolution out of the water. That's it. So it's not contamination. The proteins are in there. You've got proteins that can't last very long at all, very short-lived proteins that are still in there, and you've got these dyes showing that they're not recently dead cells or from recently dead proteins. Because these dyes that they've got that are showing these things show that these things are not recently dead, right? So the dye shows that if you've got, it's not contamination because it was a recently dead thing within, say, the past 10 or 100 years, it would show up with this dye. This dye will only show up things that have been dead for a very long time. So it's just blown all of their bullshit out of the water about it's just contamination or it's this or it's that. Well, now we've got evidence. And also we got evidence of the histones of DNA wrapped around histones inside from dyes, that the same dyes that show it's not recently dead. Now the problem with the DNA that's wrapped around these histones is they fragment, right? Now with Neanderthal DNA, you can use a human framework to put together, go, well, this matches that, so you can piece it together. But with dinosaur DNA, it's fragmented. We've got no framework to put it against. What do you do? Put it against a chicken framework or a whatever? They've got no framework that they can put it against, and that also proves that there is no, that it's a unique. It's got things in common with chicken, proteins and so do we. But that you know what I'm saying, right? So the fact is that it's not boring because these things now are proving to be 100% real. It's not a they can't say any more contamination. They can't cry that. So now they have to contend with the fact that these short-lived proteins had to survive 76 or 67 years.
I just want to hang on, guys.
I just want to hang on,
Nick. Everybody, the point I just
want to wish Smokey Saint a shalomful night before he falls asleep and doesn't hear it.
Shalom, Smokey. Erev Tov.
Okay. Anyway, so the point I was trying to make was that not that the overarching point that you're making is boring, Jason. The point I was making is that we waste retarded amounts of time discussing this complete bullshit. It is literally pointless waste of time. It is like an intellectual mire of quicksand of like, we sit here and go around in circles with evolutionist fucking brainwashed idiots that are just being like, oh no, even though there's all of this evidence that completely debunks my argument. Well, what do you say about this? And it's like, I don't know how many times we have to sit here and completely annihilate the same arguments while listening to evolutionists come up with more and more imbecilic, whether it be supposed fossil evidence or supposed workarounds for genetic code and abiogenesis, and the fact that literally they have zero observational evidence of new body plan formation, of new fully functional from scratch gene formation. Like, they have none of this. It is literally based on complete assumption. And like,
I know. It's like the mutation rates. Hang on a second. The mutation rates, what do they show? They show it goes back 6,000 years. Hang on, we know the Bible's wrong, so we're gonna make it so the mutation rates were actually slower in the past, even though we can never prove it, and we can never ever get back there and see that they were actually slower. But we're gonna make them slower in the past to make it get back to 200,000 years.
So where I'm going with all this is, like, we waste, in my opinion, a ridiculous amount of time arguing some of these points when it's why am I constantly countermanding your standard talking point when you guys can't come up with a remotely coherent counter to mine? Like, we have no idea how this actually happened, but it did. Therefore, evolution is true. I mean, this stuff is just it blows my mind. The amount of that's why I say it. So I'm kind of irritated by just like the level. We've spent the last 2 hours debating bones in the dirt that literally do not. For 99.999% of them, we do not have genotype, and we're arguing over phenotype as supposed evidence for evolution, when we know beyond doubt that genotype is not necessarily correlated to phenotype. And in the context of humanity, I've made this we've been kind of dancing around this what I'm about to say all night, which is we can have a 7-foot human and we can have a 3-foot human. Yeah. Are they human? Yes or no? Obviously the answer is yes. Therefore, from a skeletal perspective, and this is what drives me nuts about like evolutionists, no offense, David, but like completely bowing down to the altar of fossils of you have no fucking idea in relation to evolution if a slightly different skull shape means evolution. I mean, I'm going bald now and I've got a freaking pointy skull. There's other dudes that have completely round skulls. There's people who have pretty flat skulls. There's all sorts of stuff. I mean, we have no idea. And yet we're claiming to understand.
There are humans.
And this is evidence for our very existence.
People with massive skulls.
It's
they look at Neanderthal humans.
It's called people with skulls the size of basketballs.
Excuse me.
Well, let's let David rebut for a second. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it's about.
Let's go, David.
It's about my time. I enjoyed the back and forth between Zach and myself, and I definitely can't wait for our one-on-one debates. John Maddox, if you want to debate me one-on-one, that'll be fine. I would really love to do that. I'm getting really tired since we have been going for over almost 2.5 hours now. So, John, what do you want to debate? Have a one-on-one discussion with me?
We can, but I'm not discussing. We can, but I'm not debating fossils.
Okay, we can avoid fossils altogether if you want.
All right, that's fine. I mean, like I said, fossils to me are an utter waste of time.
Abiogenesis.
Right.
That's what he likes to debate.
Let's do intelligent design.
Yeah.
That is evolution.
Yeah, so John, if you want to email me and we can set up a time for a discussion or debate, let me know. And I promise I will completely avoid the topic of fossils in our debate. Would you agree to that?
Sure.
Okay, excellent.
I like fossils.
Later, man.
Hey, what do you say about the bear prints? The bear prints in the Precambrian.
I do not think I have no idea what you're talking about. So send me an email.
You've never seen that?
No, I have not. Anyway,
you've never seen the bear footprints in the Precambrian. Wow.
Never.
I did.
Anyway.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to, get that stuff and.
Bray's having way too much fun with his soundboard.
Well, David, let's have you back again, and let's have a debate, you and me, sometime about evolution theory and stuff.
Before David goes, I have to give him credit. I disagree with him strongly on a wide variety of things. However, I've got to say, he is more of an alpha than the rest of these little pansy ass atheists.
I respect.
Come in here, and he comes in on a regular basis. He gives what for, states his position, and apparently the majority of atheists are just little panty waists and don't have.
David is the only atheist I subscribe to. Yeah, he's the only one I subscribe to. David is the only atheist because he's the only one that wants to have an honest conversation generally. So kudos to you, David. I know you left the room, but maybe you're listening.
Yeah, the rest of these little punks, man. It's like, Come on, you guys talk mad trash.
Look, guys, you know the truth is that these atheists who argue for evolutionism doing it because they're atheists, because they're trying to defend a godless worldview. That's really why they're doing it. They know their godless worldview is in jeopardy because of the strong evidence, arguments, and apologetics of creationists, and they're fighting back. They're like guys who've been thrown into the oceans, scrambling to get their hands on a rope. That's what's going on now.
I agree. It's just, I don't know, man. Sorry for my little tangent about the fossils.
No,
I'm
man.
so annoyed with fossils. I'm like listening to RJ Downard and Jackson Wee and Erica and all these people going on these stupid fossil diatribes. I'm like, oh, for goodness sake.
Erica
it doesn't
hurts.
prove your argument. You've got like 20 of them.
Now, on top of that, how many prominent scientists have to admit that the fossils don't show clear evidence of evolution for evolutionists to give up talking about fossils as though it's evolution? Well, it doesn't matter how many, because they're going to do it anyway. They'll do it endlessly. All the prominent scientists in the world who have written books about evolution theory have admitted, those who mention the fossil record admit the fossil record doesn't show clear evidence. Clear evidence, that's the key term, clear evidence. You can look at some and they'll say, I can see how it kind of, I know there are a few fossils like that, but they're clear evidence of evolutionary transition. There are no series of fossils that show it. They've all admitted this in their own books. So
I can tell you why, man. I can tell you why. Because they've been hit for so many years about where's the missing link. There should be several links between all fossils, but all transitional forms, but humans and apes. There should be a lot more evidence. I think Standing for Truth called it correctly. You can fit what they have in a trunk of a car.
One scientist said you could take all the bones for Afarensis and fit them inside a shoebox and have space for a nice pair of shoes. Now, he was exaggerating. That's, he knows that's not true. But he was making a point jokingly,
And then Jason brought up a good point, about the bones, and he's, and that's the same thing with dinosaur bones. They're not fossils; these are bones. They're osteocytes. There, this is, that's why they had to postulate the iron preservation. But I've researched. This is one of the things that I've actually got into, and I've emailed back and forth with Dr. Mark Armitage many times to get it clearing down. So if I had to argue it, and Jason did a really good job, but that it would not work. You know what I mean? And then he puts them under a microscope. That's what he does. And you can see they're stretchy. You know what I mean? That iron could not, you can see a little philopodia coming off of the osteocyte, and clearly.
Because it's got collagen in it and stretchy collagen, and that wouldn't happen if there was iron in there. Iron would degrade it.
No way. Yeah.
In fact, when it comes to those fossils, I remember two researchers finding an Afarensis skull inside a cave, and they found this skull and they dug it up, and it had glinty white teeth. It still had most of the enamel on its teeth. Now, you tell me how a creature is going to be sitting in the acidic soil of the earth, down inside the earth where the water table comes and goes, as a matter of fact. And the enamel is going to remain on its teeth for millions of years. Look, by the time you're 50, you've lost half the enamel on your teeth or more already. You didn't even die yet. And they're going to find a fossil that claiming it's 4.5 million years old, and it's got most of its enamel, and the teeth are white and bright, like they just got through brushing their teeth. Give me a break.
I one up you, man. I one up you. The Dr. Mark Armitage found his Triceratops horn. It was 1.5 feet down, and it was broken. There was tree roots growing. Okay, even if that iron, it would have. There's bacteria. Everything that iron would have been gone, man. Anything to do with blood would have been ate, disposed of. You know what I mean? So that it could be found, and through all the freezing and thawing cycles, and it was found in the heat when he found it. It would be impossible for it to last 65 million. We're not talking maybe like a few thousand or stretch out 100 to even 1 million years. We're talking 65 million years. You couldn't do that in a freezer. You know what I mean?
People have a hard time realizing
how
long a million years really is. A million years is an incredibly long time. Now, double that, multiply that 65 times. I'm telling you, nothing would remain inside the Earth biologically.
Yeah, you should not have any osteocyte remain.
It wouldn't matter if you froze it in like liquid nitrogen, and to break down on a molecular level before 65 or 67 million years.
Well, this issue was brought up today against me, and that's the claim that the soft tissues are only 60 nanometers wide, which is very tiny.
It's not a matter of how wide they are. Some are, some aren't, and it's not a matter of that. The fact is that there couldn't have been iron preservation over that time, because there's things like collagen there. Collagen gets degraded by iron, so your iron preservation is gone right there. So don't waste your time.
Yeah, Standing, I'm wondering how you would respond to that particular comment. The one about only 60 nanometers.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
No, Jay Spatchcock says it
But
all.
No,
you guys.
I can respond one thing to that. Is Dr. Mark Armitage has said, he's the one that's studying this. He said that if this was such a method of preservation, every day people spend, I don't know how much money trying to freeze their brain or cryogenics. He said, why do they not just go jump out right now and get a patent on this, and you can just take the iron and preserve the brain, and you wouldn't even need you to waste the money that look at all the money they have to waste in freezing. You know what I mean? You would just totally case it in iron.
There would be
another way to cross-link it. Another way to cross-link it. Get a blowtorch. Get a blowtorch. Put a blowtorch on it. That'll cross-link it.
So you wouldn't have any, not even a nanometer long after 65 million years.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter the size.
No. Jay Spatchcock says it all. Evolutionary arguments are kind of pointless. Even if evolution was debunked, it doesn't default to a god existing.
It would.
Here you go. You create cards. You
it would.
Delusional peoples.
It absolutely would. In fact, the evidence demonstrates.
You know what it was?
It was a heat.
Praise.
It was a heat from the asteroid strike, right, which heated up the whole Earth. Which heated up the dinosaur bones so much that it cross-linked everything and preserved the collagen and
Nicholas.
That's what it was.
One of the things that's really driving me nuts about all these conversations is the fact that they can't even explain how the freaking water exists on the planet. I mean,
comets piecemeal, man. No atmosphere.
No. They're
slamming into the Earth.
They're starting to. They're starting to give up on the comet deal. I was just reading an article about this.
So like it was just like magical cosmic rain.
Well, now it's back to actually, it turns out it might have been able to form in the pressure of the mantle.
I see.
Which actually is chemically is viable, is a possibility. However, you have to create 304 million cubic miles of water.
Yeah, that's
326 million trillion gallons.
Yeah, the Earth happens to be this unique water manufacturing plant in space, right? I don't think so.
And I just don't. This is where I'm rather irritated this evening. I think I must be triggered from my debate with T-Jump. But
did you have a debate with that moron?
But
that would explain it.
But it's just like with T-Jump and his incredibly moronic liberal arguments of just minutiae semantics and attempted reconstruction of complete bullshit to have some semblance of coherence is. I feel that's what we're dealing with the evolutionists. It's like none of your arguments have rational conclusions when you apply a undirected process to the equation. None of your arguments make any sense. Without,
on top of that,
you have to become extraordinarily creative in your thought process. It's like, you think about this for a second. You freaking idiots. You have to use your intelligent agency to come up with these convoluted, marginally creative explanations for our existence.
Well,
but when you go beyond,
shut up, Price.
But when you go beyond the surface level, you realize it's complete farce. And it's
John,
like,
I can tie that back to this because they fought. Okay, see, they fit the theory. They always do. Is they fit their theory to the facts because they fought Mary Schweitzer. I mean, they fought Mary Schweitzer. They said it was biofilm. They rejected it until they just couldn't reject it anymore. And then they fight. So they're not looking for the truth. They were trying to fit, wait until they had an answer to fit it to the theory and then present it, but they attacked her, and and
they fired her.
They fired Dr. Mark Armitage too, and he had peer-reviewed work and but his conclusions and they say, oh, he wasn't fired because of that. Oh, yes, he was. You know what I mean? That's exactly why he was fired. I take his word. He won his lawsuit.
And now the evolutionists admit that it is soft tissue, egg on their face.
After years.
And then, of course, they have to fabricate some story about iron preserving it, which is not possible.
And you know how they say we make no predictions? He predicted it would be the norm, and lo and behold, guess what? We find it.
You know what the prediction is that pretty much whatever seems to be the logical conclusion in the context of an intelligent agent being the requirement, there's an extraordinarily high probability of that coming true. And pretty much turns out every time. And I guarantee you, now that we are recognizing and realizing the underlying information theory components, the computational requirements, and the literal technology that enables life to exist, literally, I guarantee you, pretty much any supposition that's going to be based on engineering, logic, and computer science is going to have an extraordinarily high probability of being correct. I guarantee you. And you know why I think this is true is because whenever I hear about like some new concept, I will literally start Googling queries based on applying that logic from whatever that concept is and wondering if like they're discovering some element of like computation to it. And almost every single time, paper after paper pops up of like, oh, holy crap, turns out there's like this type of computation going on in this newly discovered function. And almost every time. And then people wonder, like, how did you find out about that, John? I'm like, I applied basic logic to a search query, and it turns out that my interpretation of, that makes logical sense. If I was an intelligent agent and designing something, I probably would do X, Y, and Z. And then it turns out to be way more complicated and way more intricate than what I had even supposed. Almost every time. It's amazing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The evolutionists always attempt to simple things down. They want to dumb things down. They say, I've heard them say, well, the solid cell is not really that complex. Oh, give me a break, man. And so they have to do that in order to make it seem plausible that it could come into being by some natural process. But John, there's this conflict between, there would be, if you got them in a room together, you get a bunch of computer scientists, computer programmers, for example, into a room, and then you give them the evolutionists' numbers about the number of random genetic mutations that would have had to have occurred to create a human being from a fishapod. And you get the computer programmers to crunch the numbers, and then get the biologists to say, okay, as mediators, this is the numbers that we have of the estimated the rate of mutations in the genomes of these creatures. And the computer scientists are going to look at the evolutionary biologists and say, nada, ain't going to happen, never in your wildest dreams. Not going to happen. And they would also say, those same computer programmers, to the evolutionist who says genetic algorithms can arise by natural processes. You know what the computer programmers would say? Nada, never going to happen. No such thing as an algorithm that didn't come from a volitional act of an intelligent agent thinking about the future. And molecules can't make no algorithms, dude. But the biology, and so all the fields of science argue against evolutionists. The only people that are making a stand for this are the evolutionary biologists. They're left alone.
And here's the real issue of I think what's going on in evolution, being outside of the fact that, of course, if they admit that it's not is that when what's going on is everybody in these different disciplines, i.e., chemistry, biology, computer science, etc., they all think they're all operating from the perspective that the other discipline has it all figured out. Oh, well, the evolutionary biologists already figured out how this is solved. So the chemists and the physicists and the mathematicians, the majority of them, aren't actually going doing the math for themselves. And when they do, they're like, wait a minute, what? You don't have that figured out.
Right.
You know, and the chemists are like, wait a minute, you came up with some freaking algorithm that you said, you know, some model that says if all these things happen, then this is possible. And then they go like start messing around with the chemistry and like, that's not going to happen. You're an idiot. Like, that's not actually, no, there's no way that actually happened.
Exactly.
You know? And vice versa. And it's all this like intermixed of nobody realizes the level of complete buffoonery that is required from the other discipline in order for the other one to be true.
That's right. And John, you made a good point. It's the same scenario I pointed out with the computer programmers versus the evolutionary biologists. You pointed out another one. Get those chemists in the same room with the evolutionary biologists and get them to hash it out. And the chemists are going to tell the evolutionary biologist, nada. Ain't going to happen that way. Chemistry doesn't work that way, sport.
And that was very well said, especially you, John Maddox. That's something that I think a lot of us have been wanting to say for a long time, trying to put it into words.
I mean, to me, when you really contemplate this stuff, it's like, yeah, guys, there is literally some way. It is a within the realm of possibility inside the laws of nature that if all of the variables are manipulated correctly, yes, life can exist, obviously. That does not mean it can happen without an intelligent agent. And like, what really gets me, I forget what I was listening to the other day, but there was a chemist talking,
Nick.
and he was talking about spontaneous things that are spontaneous, like chemical reactions. But then he kept delineating how there's other things. Well, this type of reaction, this is not spontaneous. It cannot happen by itself. And it's like, wait a minute. So you just described how this reaction is possible if you guys force the appropriate catalytic agents in place in the appropriate sequence at the appropriate time at the appropriate temperature, then this chemical reaction is possible. But it is not a spontaneous one just by having everything in the same place.
Right.
And to me, when you contemplate that is a well-recognized premise in chemistry, then what the flying F is abiogenesis research? You are literally trying to figure out if there are ways to make things that are not spontaneous become quote unquote spontaneous because you put all of the required variables in the correct order.
Yeah.
Like, that's what you guys are trying to come up with.
And that's why your name isn't logical, probable, possible. You know what I mean? I showed my mom. My mom's 68, and I showed her those animations on the cell and in specific the ATP synthesis or synthase, and her mind was blown. And she's like, "This just blows my mind," you know. And then she just one example of somebody that's not in this like we are. And you know, and it just blew her mind. She had no idea, and then she was.
It's not just that.
That's a good point.
Every time a protein is transported from one side of the cell to the other, it builds a microtubule highway. Then it deconstructs the microtubule highway, and then if it has to transport something somewhere else, it makes the microtubule highway all over again. Because if it leaves all these microtubule highways all over the cell will become brittle and break to pieces.
Right.
Yeah.
No, you made a good point.
Jason, did you get that from Dr. Tour? Because I just heard Dr. Tour yesterday. I was watching a bunch of his stuff. And I was going to say, yeah, John Maddox, you're really like softballing it and going easy on these abiogenesis guys. Because after watching Dr. Tour, like, you know, what Lee Cronin is doing in its way for what it is interesting. I mean, it's not going to get anywhere, you know. But what most of these guys are doing is literally just faking it, and it's just fraud.
Lee Cronin literally isn't even trying to recreate carbon-based life. I mean, when you look at it from that perspective, like, wait a minute. This dude, who is supposedly one of the leading researchers on origin of life research, is literally not even trying to recreate carbon-based life. What the hell does that have to do with the origin of our life?
Well, he's trying to discover information. The source of information generation that might be something that was pre-life is the approach he's taking.
Right, I get that, but they're trying to do like PNA and all other like random crap, and it's like, yeah, okay, awesome. It doesn't change the fact that you have to ultimately get nucleotides, you have to ultimately get RNA and DNA, and you ultimately have to have it in the appropriate sequence in order for this to occur, and in order it has to be transcribed. Therefore, you must have proteins. Like, there is no way around this. So I don't give a rat's ass if you come up with some other like, oh, we can create another way to store information. Who cares? You somebody still have to account for how it's stored right now.
That's a good point about the proteins. Yep.
So you made a good point about this complexity being mind-boggling. You said when you showed this video to your mom, and she was like blown away, like, wow, that's amazing. I would like to point out that evolutionists, when they talk about the stupefying complexities and interdependencies of the cell at that scale, at the molecular level and the atomic level even, they act like, they talk as though it's all just matter of fact. You know, they don't talk about it as though they're awed by it in any way. You know, and I think that's telling, because they're stuck with having to try to make themselves believe that it's just what chemistry does that made this. I think it demonstrates that they're not giving the glory to the creator. They don't want to say, wow, that's just amazing. It's absolutely astonishing. How could that happen? How did that come into being? You know, they don't show the same awe for the creation at that scale, because they don't want to give the glory to God. They have to pretend, at least, to not be awed by it in some way and talk about it. Well, this is what happened and made that, you know, and so it's all matter of fact. That demonstrates exactly what the scriptures say. They don't give they give the glory to the creature and not the creator who's blessed forever.
So right.
Hey,
if RNA was first,
sure,
how did the machines?
I want to know
where were the machines that transcribed it, or
hey guys, real quick, real quick on
decoded it?
I want to put this stuff that we're talking about from an information perspective in context. Can y'all see my screen?
Yeah, DNA sequence.
Okay, so this what you're looking at right now. This is the DNA sequence of the helicase protein. Okay, one of the transcription proteins. Okay, the first part until the space, that's the DNA sequence. The individual letters, that's the amino acids that are it's translated into, and then this below is what it would be in binary code. Okay,
Lord mercy.
So all three of those equal the same thing, right? It can be genetic code, a codon sequence. It can be the amino acid sequence, or it can be binary, right?
What's that stuff in the middle?
This is just
amino acids.
That's the amino acids.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so if this was translated, it would turn to that. Okay, now guess how I got the genetic code sequence. I couldn't find the sequence in genetic code. I was just Googling around and I found the helicase amino acid sequence. Then what did I do? I Googled reverse translator protein to
reverse
transcriptor. And guess what? There was a freaking a translator protocol that's been created. So I went and copied and pasted the amino acid sequence into it, said translate, and it gave me the genetic code sequence.
In binary?
No, in genetic code. I took this and I reverse translated it into this. Okay. Then I did the same thing and I went and translated this into binary code.
Gotcha. So you doubled it.
Now let's think about this. The reason I did all three of these is to put like this. I could go and translate all of this, all these ones and zeros. I could translate it into any one of these two, right? They equal the exact same thing. It's a freaking code, number one.
Yep. Right. If you can do that, that demonstrates that it's a code.
Number two,
code. How about that?
Now, you need to bring that. You need to bring this to your next time you do one. When somebody says it isn't a code, you need to pull this straight.
That's exactly why I was figuring out how to get the sequences appropriate.
Now that is going to be the old. We're interpreting it as a code. You know.
Yeah, but that's going to make it real hard.
Now
visual aids are very good.
Now here's where I'm going with all this stuff. Is okay. Let's think about this logically for a second. Let's say that this sequence, when they're talking about their, phylogeny and all that other BS, let's say this needs to add 7 more lines of amino acids, right? Or heck, let's just say 1 line.
One amino acid,
right? Well, let's say it's 1 line. Let's say it's all of these, right? Okay, so let's assume that's another, let's say that's equal to this, right? It's highlighted and binary, right? What is the probability that you actually think it is a logical, plausible, or probable conclusion that magically all of these numbers that are required to equal whatever this new line of amino acids is, what is the probability you actually think that all of those are randomly going to pop into existence in the appropriate sequence that doesn't cause the entire thing to jack up?
How much time?
No, I'm saying time. I'm
30,
saying
30 billion years.
If you have, I don't give a shit with infinite time or infinite possibilities. This is infinite universes, infinite time. There is no reasonable, logical, plausible, probable conclusion that all those numbers are going to pop into existence without. It's not that they couldn't pop into existence at some point, given enough chances, but would they actually pop into existence in the appropriate sequence and not cause the overall sequence to collapse?
Yeah, you're right.
And the answer is no. It is not a remotely plausible scenario. How do I know this? Because point mutations cause these things to fail.
Oh, yeah.
So let's say you have to go from... so these idiots, when they're talking about, this sequence is very similar. It's like, okay, well, how similar? It's 70% similar.
Similar ain't good enough when it comes to
70%. Okay, so let's think about this, folks. It's 1,000 amino acids long. And you're saying it's 70% similar. That means there's 300 that aren't. Do you actually think what I have highlighted is not 300 right there in that binary code section, right? So do you actually think that 300 sequences that are codons that are different or amino acids that are different, whichever one, they're equal to the same thing, right? They actually came into existence in the appropriate sequence. Not that 300 couldn't necessarily bind, but they bound in the appropriate order.
Right, for the protein to have function, you mean, of course.
Have to have function. And that's the whole point of my tangent here. Of like,
try to explain it to evolutionists.
That's a great point, John. What's the odds that they're going to be in the right order so that the protein has a structural design, a shape, that's going to give it biological function? Exactly. And 80% of the proteins between humans and chimpanzees are different by at least one, often many amino acids. As well as I, that if you mutate a protein so that you change any one amino acid in that long chain of amino acids, there's a very high chance that the protein will be completely functionless. And if it's not functionless, then it is of diminished capacity, and that leads to diseases like diabetes, hypoglycemia, the list goes on and on and on and on, Tay-Sachs disease, Alzheimer's, right? When it comes to proteins, the information is so highly specific that the exact arrangement of amino acids codes for a molecular component that is of such a precise physical shape that it has function. What John's pointing out is you tinker with that in the slightest way and you screw it up. So the idea that proteins evolve is nonsense. Isn't that right, John? Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I would agree. And for me, what it really boils down to is when you have something like the Titan protein, you guys have heard me diatribe about this before. The Titan protein is like 34,000. Well, there's different variations of it that range from 27,000 to like a little over 34,000 amino acids long.
Yeah.
There's one of the exons is over 10,000 long. So that's just one of the chunks of code is 10,000 amino acids long. Think about this for a second, folks.
That's a monster protein.
10,000.
Can you imagine the tinkering you'd have to do in real computer code to get like something novel from an existing code?
It's absolutely insane to conclude that is somehow going to be. And then it has different variable expressions that can come out of it. Like, are you kidding me? You have something that is that complex, that long, and there's billions of years. Really?
And they're functional, John.
So you're telling me that there's a lottery number you have to pick that's 34,000 numbers long. You're going to tell me that somehow you have managed to pick that many numbers in a row correctly? Yeah, I call BS.
Yeah.
Like a quarter, flip a quarter that many times.
If you pulled it all, and they're like, well, it doesn't matter. There's enough time. Like, no, there's
a quarter
not.
with 20 sides to it.
Yeah, that's a good point, John. You're not going to get something functional that way. One scientist put it like this: to get functional proteins by chance associations of molecules, the idea would be similar to covering the entire state of Texas 2 feet deep with silver dollars, putting a blindfold on a man, sending him out into the state of Texas to find the one that you painted red. That's like dogs.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's like, it's kind of part of the reason I get irritated with some of the.
Wait, so you're saying it's possible?
Yeah, good one.
Yeah, but it's going to fall apart before he finds it, though.
Well, and when you think about what the Titan protein, using this one again as an example, of per their own timeline, the Titan protein supposedly evolved really early on in unicellular organisms, no less.
Yeah.
So let's contemplate this. Number one, the unicellular organisms don't have freaking muscles, so I don't know why they would have evolved in the first place. But that aside, we know beyond doubt that point mutations in the Titan protein cause all sorts of different, like, fatal disorders.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that you've got a 34,000 amino acid long protein that's got that in just having one thing wrong, and not just one, like, it's just only this one, like, there's a whole bunch of different diseases from just one protein or one amino acid error in totally different, it's not the same one, it's like totally different ones, right? So you're telling me that we have all these different things that cause fatal diseases, but you're claiming that somehow this thing evolved over time through undirected process, and somehow was part of natural selection? If it's killing the organism by having an error, how in the hell is it being naturally selected to continue?
Right.
By default, it's being erased.
Protein evolution is nonsense. It's pseudoscience. It can't happen. It's just, you're pointing out the specificity of the arrangement of the information, the coded, complex, specified information that arranges the exact amino acids in their exact location in the chain, so that when the protein folds, it takes a specific, highly specific shape, and that is what provides its function. And then you tinker with that, as you pointed out. Point mutations are the most deadly kind. Change one little bit of information, the whole thing is screwed. And how is that going to evolve by random mutations? That's an excellent point, John. It's just not going to happen, my friend.
Well, and when you really think about the whole premise of the frame shift, I mean, you're talking about one error causes a complete cascade failure. And the Evos try to downplay this stuff, like, it was just slow, it changes over time. Like, really? So one change causes a complete failure.
Well, it gets worse for them than that, John. Think about this. The evolutionists are stuck with believing in transitional proteins, not just transitional fossils, but everything has to be transitional. For huge proteins like 34,500 amino acids long, or even much smaller ones, to come into being like that, they have to believe there were precursor proteins that provided a similar, if not exactly the same function in the early history of life. So their ideas even include the idea of transitional proteins. I mean, what nonsense, right?
But hey, according to Stern Cardinale, we don't understand basic biology.
Yeah, low IQ PhDs.
Your creators are stupid.
Low IQ scientists.
And he gave me the runaround with the semantics today, man.
Hey, hang on, did you take the challenge?
No, I went on with David Neff. He was trying to set up something for Smokey and Dan to come on to, but they didn't really come. But Dan eventually showed up. And Neff was showing me Dan's video on Neanderthals and why the creation model doesn't fit Neanderthals. And then I kept objecting to it and shooting it down. And then Dan eventually came on. And yeah, he gave me the semantic runaround, trying to like semantically label things so that Adam and Eve wouldn't be the ancestors of both us and Neanderthals.
You know, it's giving you the snorkel around.
It's interesting when you talked about semantic runaround. I have noticed that as well with Dan, but I've noticed that as a trend with the Evos in general. They try to play these when you start to pin them on the stupidity of their arguments. They immediately try to shift over to playing the semantic game. I think this applies to atheists in general.
Yeah,
because I mean, tonight T-Jump was trying to play semantic games with me in my politics debate. I mean, it's like you guys are so full of crap. You know you're full of crap, and then you're going to try and just play these little word games to avoid having to admit that you're an idiot.
Yeah, like they were pulling up the word kind from the Bible and trying to like conflate the Bible with modern taxonomy and stuff. Or I shouldn't say
is their rescue device. When they're backed into a corner, they always go, well, you can't define a kind. And you know what my answer to that is? Well, you know what? God never told Noah to go to university for 5 years to learn about the kinds and then go spend the next 100 years rounding up the animals. God said, I will bring you two of every kind. And if God wanted us to know about the kinds, he would have told us. Second of all, he didn't make the Bible a scientific textbook. He made it about how to have a relationship with God, not a scientific textbook for scientists.
He didn't talk about species.
So I said kind was just defined based on how it's worded in the Bible, that things come from their own kind. So if you have a common ancestor, you could be called the same kind because we only get that word from, like one spot in the Bible. Or maybe
let me screen share something, standing for truth. If you're listening, I want to show you something, people.
There's many different kinds, and then you get all the different species from the kinds. You get speciation. You get the original cat kind off the ark, and then they speciated into all the different cats of today. Same with the wolf and so on, dog. I mean,
but you made a good point about how animals were bigger back then. And if you notice that, like everything's going downwards, it's not going the way they need it to go.
Yeah, well,
you're not getting kitty cat. You're not seeing kitty cats going to lions. You're seeing like big, huge saber-tooth tigers go to kitty cats.
Well, you had a 12 or 15 foot tall ape called Gigantopithecus.
Yeah.
So, imagine what Gigantopithecus babies would look like.
And how do they really explain? How do they really explain
that? Ape, but if you got a 15-foot tall ape, right, and you'd imagine its fetus would probably be almost the size of a human skull.
Standing for truth, if you're there, see if you can screen share what I'm showing on the screen.
Praise, wake up!
I want to show something interesting.
I think Stan is eating a bag of potato chips.
Okay, yeah. Take a little hiatus.
Yeah,
sidebar, Neff.
Copy.
Yeah, I haven't heard the little fart noises, so he might be gone.
Well,
hey, Neff, have you looked?
Somebody needs to teach him that there's a place for those sound effects, and there's a way to overdo them.
Hey, Neff, have you looked into any of the new stuff they've been discovering with the epitranscriptome?
Not as of late, no.
Pray tell.
Okay, so on some of the conversations we've had about like epigenetics and like methylation of DNA and such and altering the functions. Well, it's turning out with the epitranscriptome, they're actually finding out that very similar things are happening post-transcription of mRNAs.
Oh, yeah.
And so we're talking about literal data modification, hyperspecific data modification that's being done after the DNA sequence is transcribed into mRNA prior to it going to the ribosome. So not only are we having stuff like there's mRNAs are coming into and binding and modifying the foundational data set, we're also having additional methylation factors coming and being written into it with proteins to like slightly alter the structure of the mRNA, and then that also will alter the outcome of the protein.
Yeah.
When it's actually transcribed.
Yeah, that happened over small successive changes over millions of years.
Yeah, post-processing, and it's truly amazing. I'm trying to share something on the screen here, but it's not working. Let me.
I just saw something a minute ago.
Well, let me try it.
Stannon's, I read in the chat. Stannon, that was Praise talking for him in the chat. He's Stannon's listening from the sidelines. I think he's a little burnt out. He said.
Yeah, and I don't even think Standing has the controls to put the screen share on. Only Praise
that's what I
can
was
do
getting to, Neff. Yeah, so you just might have to just explain it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's too bad.
The screen was sharing a second ago. I was seeing something.
Yeah, but it wasn't. It was a video I was trying to play. Anyway, I'll tell you what it was. Video of white blood cells hunting down. This video from the 1950s, actually, film that was made micrography from the 1950s of a white blood cell chasing down a bacteria. It says, "I'm gonna gobble you up. I'm gonna get you, boy. I'm gonna gobble you up." He's chasing that. He's chasing that bacteria cell around and around and around because it can sense or smell, if you will, the chemical trail left behind by the bacteria and hunt it down like a hound. It's amazing, and evolutionists want to believe that kind of thing evolved. There's other videos of white blood cells attacking things like microscopic parasitic worms that you might get in a person's body, and you'll see several hundred blood cells in the area, right? And then the crazy thing is, once a few of them start attacking this parasite, they send out a signal, a chemical signal, and it sends out fast to all these other blood cells, and they immediately get the phone call. Hey guys, we got an invader over here, and
like bees in a hive.
Yeah, exactly. And hundreds of blood cells from all around just migrate rapidly to attack the thing. It's amazing. It's like communication over distance, these white blood cells, because there'll be a
whales
right in the middle.
Yeah, man, that's a good point. Telecommunication, that's an awesome point.
Very close to it. Their white blood cells very close to it. White blood cells way over here. But when the white blood cells that are real close to it attack it, and they start to attack it, then somehow mysteriously the white blood cells that are way over there got the phone call, and they said, "Oh, let's go, boys."
Sperm whales calling for help.
I think it's something to do with hormones, but
on it, and that's just amazing. The signaling that they have, that they over distance, where white blood cells signal each other somehow and know, hey, there's an invader over here, and they clamor to attack it. It's ingenious. Try explaining something like that with evolution.
Well, and do we have the ability to share a screen? Because I would love to show a video. Does anybody got control?
Well, if you guys saw something, I might not have been paying attention, but maybe Praise is like in the background doing things if we're lucky. I don't know.
Somebody had control.
So you can try putting something up for him, and maybe he'll share it for you.
I think Praise would have to be on in the StreamYard to be able to do that, though, wouldn't he?
Well, he might just like be backstage.
Oh, if he's backstage, yeah, true.
Who knows?
The reason
Praise is always there watching.
I don't know if you guys have ever watched like animations. Watch animations on.
See if you'll screen share real quick, and then if you
put the screen sharing on.
Yeah, I've got a request.
We'll get
you with a mallet.
Screen sharing.
We're lucky it'll pop up.
There it is. Well, it was showing. There it is. Now, if we can just get it on the screen for the room to see, if you're listening, put this on the screen for everybody.
Are you seeing my screen?
There it is.
Somebody did. Thank you.
There. Now that's a white blood cell. Let's watch the video from the start. Here it comes. Wait for the start. All right, here comes the start. Oh, wait a minute. That's the next one. Now watch this. I'm going to pause it. Watch how these white blood cells suddenly get a phone call and all clamor to attack this parasite.
I've got a blank screen.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything.
You're not?
I mean,
we see like
I see your video player, but not the.
Okay. So let me try it this way. Let me try playing it with. All right. So let me try it this way. Okay. I'll try screen sharing it with another application and see if that works. Maybe if they can screen share me again. Let me try screen sharing and then choose this other application to screen share there. Maybe this will work.
Okay, the programs weren't speaking each other's language, huh?
I don't know. One I was using Windows Media Player, but maybe this.
Use Apple.
Okay, I'm using the other application and it still didn't show.
Apple QuickTime.
Wonder why. Screen share.
I'm not seeing a screen share right now.
It was working before.
Try it again. Whoever's standing for truth. There it is. Okay, great.
Okay, we got it.
Now, okay, watch. Now those are parasites.
Standing for praise.
Here we go. Now, let me restart.
Narrate.
There it is. Do you see? And watch them suddenly clamor to it. Boom! They swarm the thing. How do the blood cells so far away suddenly get the message? That's an amazing thing. And now here's a red blood cell, a white blood cell, chasing down a bacteria like a hound through the skin.
Wait. So are they using proteins to communicate between the cells? So this is like beyond the communication that we humans do.
He's hunting it down. Come here, you little bacteria, you. I'm going to eat you. I'm going to get you. I'm going to surround you. Gotcha. Lunchtime.
I remember watching stuff like that when I was a kid.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
There you go.
Okay, so whoever's controlling that, share my screen real quick. I want to in this what I want to show is in line with what Neff just played. Come on, whoever's in control, accept my screen share.
Yeah, accept the screen share, or else we'll hunt you down.
Gotta send up your prayers.
Accept the screen share.
Okay, let's try a new request. Come on, accept it. Accept my share.
I think Praise left standing hanging. He's supposed to be doing his job 24/7.
That's it. Praise is sacked.
Well, whatever.
Fired. You're fired, Praise.
Guys, if you at some point y'all should Google or do a YouTube search for
but we'll rehire you.
Antibody formation animation, and the whole breakdown
can't really
of
fire you.
The structure and how there's literal variable sections on this protein. So the whole premise of the immune system is an example of evolution. No, it's it's an amazing example of created machine learning AI is what the hell that is. You have a fixed structure that never changes and always stays the exact same and enables you to do multiple different types of bindings to create even more powerful ultimate antibodies. But for the part that has to be customized for new viruses we have not yet, or bacteria, whatever we have not yet encountered, we're going to have a on-the-fly variable component to run through multiple options until we find the right one.
Right.
What? That is ladies and gentlemen, that is not evolution. That is not undirected process. That is a clearly created, designed, and programmed artificial intelligence process to create new defense mechanisms. That's what the heck that is.
System, yeah.
And that is amazing. And anybody who says that's not engineering is an idiot, in my opinion.
I concur.
It's our immune system.
To me, it's a mind bender when you really look at I remember the first time I watched a video on that, a breakdown. They're explaining, from a university, doing a whole breakdown of how it works and the process and all this kind of stuff. I'm just sitting there holy crap. I mean, I remember learning about the immune system, but not to this extent.
Yeah.
And looking at it that's what's going down.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then when you point that out in the macro level, then they always want to do what you said. They want to go back. Well, let's go back farther and farther. And then when you get back down to the cell it gets more complicated. So that doesn't help them any.
They really just want to bring it to a place where it's vague and they can quote.
There you go. Yes, Nicholas. Yes, Nicholas. That's a good point. Where they can just then they can put in their little that, like I said, make the theory fit the facts. I mean the fact, vice versa.
With a sprinkling of fairy dust.
Kaloob says Praise is drunk and SFT is asleep. Cool stream, bro.
Well, at least he left the StreamYard open, so that's cool.
But yeah, guys, like I said earlier, in terms of my diatribe,
I liked it.
I feel like we waste time on some of this stuff when it versus just going full bore annihilation of their stupidity. Like, no, I'm done dancing around to your fluffy crap. Answer my questions. Like, explain to me how this is a remotely rational conclusion that you're reaching. Like, what is your foundational logic? And then when they start to like spew their little talking points, it's like, well, literally all of that is an assumption.
Yeah. It's so true, so telling. Like when because just exactly what you're saying, they'll want to go to something like Nilinase or something. It's like, come on, man. I mean, you're going to use a sickle cell anemia or Nilinase, something that. And try to use that to explain how it first evolved.
I see it all the time.
Nylon occurs naturally anyway in things like oils and petroleum products.
Yeah,
I mean, so
that's what
it's a very short step from a bacteria. By the way,
we can see that. I can see that. I can see that. I don't mean I can see it. I concede it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I hear the same thing from atheists. Over the years, when I've debated atheists, I've asked them, and you can still do it today, and you get the same thing. What's logical and rational about atheism? And suddenly they don't want to talk about that anymore. They want to talk about something else because they don't want to defend their worldview as a whole, as a worldview. They don't want to give a rational explanations as to why it's plausible that the world as we see it and all of its beauty, complexity, interdependencies and whatnot is a product of pure naturalism and unintellectual, unintelligent, unguided natural processes. They don't want to give they don't want to explain, for example, why it's logical that beauty could come into existence without teleology. They don't want to explain why extreme complexity and interdependence can arise, why it's plausible to believe that arises because of natural chemistry. They don't want to believe why they don't want to explain why it's plausible that human beings would evolve from some ape-like creature and then come to believe in a divine creator. That doesn't even make sense. Why would they ever think there was a divine creator if evolution were true? So atheists don't like defending their worldview, and they constantly, when you ask them this, what's rational, what's logical about believing atheism is true, and that all things are explained by naturalism, they immediately want to change the subject. Almost all of them. Immediately, they want to shift the burden. No. You're the one who says there's a God. You've got to prove, and it's off on changing the shifting the burden immediately.
And have you noticed they're quick to say I don't know. You know what I mean? They're very fast. They'll say I don't know, but they know it's not intelligence, but they know that. But they don't. But good. So I cut Nick off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, good point.
I know it's fine. Yeah, I was just saying, like, they're all presuppositionalists. Every time they presuppose naturalism, as if philosophy even states that naturalism is more likely. That's not what philosophy shows at all.
No. All assumption, assertion.
Your God. There might be a God, but not your God. Therefore, it's more probable that your God doesn't exist.
Assumption, assertion, conjecture, imagination, and fantasy.
Well, that's awesome. Yeah, that's awesome if they say something like that, LPP, because then I can start talking about Jesus.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying that is a very common response, though, that we hear from him.
It is. Well,
no, it's not more probable. It's not 50-50 that there's a a god or not a god, because there's so many gods, and if all of them except one are wrong, then it's less than 50-50, and it's that your god is the correct one. It's like,
yeah,
that still
they
doesn't.
can't. They always say they can't all be right, but they can all be wrong. Yeah,
Yeah. It's like,
there can only be one,
or there could be one right one.
One right.
Well, we hear that all the time too. Why your God instead of Zeus? How do we know your God is any more logical or plausible than
And it's
Zeus?
so more. Yeah.
Why is your God true and not Zeus or
was
Thor?
born after.
Because our God is the only God that doesn't ask for anything. It's a free gift. It's the only religion, and if you go look at all of them, you have to give something or do something or whatever.
Yep.
The only thing you have to do to gain his acceptance and his love and salvation is to believe on him. That's it. There is no works required. There's no every single other cockroach of a religion on this planet requires work.
And I hate it when they use blind. I hate it when they say blind faith too. It's like, you have blind faith. No, it's not blind faith. You know?
God wants your love and respect. That's what he wants. He wants spiritual things from you, not material things. He doesn't want you to go and do things. He doesn't want you to go earn things. Climb Mount Everest, and I shall listen. He doesn't. That's not God. He's not like that. Somebody pointed out that the gods of mythology are like that, but the one true God isn't like that. He doesn't want any of that junk. What he wants is your spirit, your heart. He wants your spiritual things. He wants you, not what you can do.
How much
doesn't the Bible say it's impossible to please God without faith, though?
But how much did it hurt when you thought someone believed in you and you found out they didn't believe in you? You really loved that person and you really thought they believed, and you found out they didn't believe in you. It hurt, didn't it?
Well, here's something that I find very frustrating with and this applies very heavily to all religion, but especially to Christianity, we push so much about this whole aspect of faith, right? And the Greek word for faith did not mean what we construe it as now.
Exactly.
It was confidence.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, and I say this a lot in my debates and such, but I do not view, based on the knowledge that I have, I do not view my faith in a creator as being a leap of faith. It is the rational conclusion.
That's a good point.
In my opinion, given the knowledge that I have, it requires a greater amount of the modern version of faith to believe in abiogenesis and evolution than it does in the intelligent agent and therefore the creator God.
That's good. That's a good point. Christian faith is not blind. It's not based on what you have no reason to believe. Christian faith is defined by the scriptures. Hebrews 1:11. Now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Christian faith is based on substantiability and evidentialism. It's not blind. So when atheists tell you, "Oh, you have your blind faith," no. My faith is not blind, and it's even defined by the scriptures themselves in Hebrews 11:1, and as evidentiary and substantiable.
And faith for the future is not the same thing as faith as what happened in the past.
That's right. And faith in God is not, this is the real point that John was making. Faith in God is not in that he exists or not. I have faith that God's there. He knows, he really does exist. I believe he exists. That's not faith. Faith is in God, in that who he is, who he says he is, and that he will do and what he says he will do. That's what
trust. Brother Jason was making.
Trust is a big word.
Trust is the word I use instead of faith.
Yeah, me too.
To make a clarity and to teach people what they might not know. But Brother Jason also was pointing out that very same thing. I actually forgot what it was.
And it's one of my major frustrations with what has become the church. Right. We are not all, again, this is not like a blanket statement, but it is a very broad one. I think it's applicable. There's so much time and effort and focus on this like esoteric bullcrap in churches. And then they wonder why so many people, especially younger generation, who are being bombarded with this realism and naturalism and, you know, all this stuff, like there is nothing beyond this. And then all they're getting told is a bunch of like hoity-toity, esoteric clouds and crap in church with no substance and no direct counter to the dogmatic assertions that are being put forth to them in school, college, from their friends, everywhere, TV, every aspect of society is pushing, like I'm talking about like the top levels of society are all pushing this model. And then they go to church and they're given a bunch of fluff. And then we wonder why people are walking away.
Right.
It's like,
that's what I've been doing.
Yeah, the churches have failed. They've actually failed. Christian pastors have failed to share the truth and explain how we can know the world was created by God, and also why we know the exclusivity of Christ is true, and God alone, Christ alone must be God, instead of this New Age agenda, these modern Unitarianist religions and one world religion, New Agey religion, where all gods are the same God wearing different masks, and the Hindus have, oh, that's true, the Hindus got God, but that's just that's God wearing a Hindu mask, and Allah is God wearing an Allah mask.
Do you know the Hindus? Do you know the Hindus have a sect called the Agori, and they eat rotten human flesh from the Ganges when they have, like, you know, they'll find rotten human flesh and dog feces, and they smoke opium and drink alcohol, and now get this, they're one of the most feared and revered of all of the Hindu sects. You know what I'd do there with the Agori if I had the power? Give you one guess.
Aren't they? Isn't that where the word thuggies come from, or is that Hindu, or did that come off Islam?
Hindus, the Hindus,
yeah,
the Agori.
They used to.
They eat rotten human flesh. And they drink alcohol. They drink their blood. They drink ethanol. No, that's right. And they drink ethanol out of human skulls, and they smoke opium, and they eat dog feces. Anything that's the most disgusting.
I don't think you can drink ethanol. I don't think you can drink that.
What, alcohol out of a human skull?
Oh, did you say alcohol or ethanol?
No, ethanol.
Not pure ethanol.
Pure ethanol, you run your car on.
99.8% ethanol is okay. It won't. But pure alcohol will turn into a gas. You're right. But they'll drink ethanol, right? And then like almost pure alcohol, moonshine, out of a skull, out of a human skull. They eat rotten human flesh, and they eat dog feces and stuff like that. And now, I'm not exaggerating when I say this. They are the most
sounds like Satan's brotherhood.
But they are the most feared and revered of all of the Hindu sects. Now, you know what I would do to the Agori if I had the power, don't you? I'd give you. I mean, like you just give you one guess what I'd do to them.
Oh,
if I was like in government, if I was like a dictator and I was in government, what I would do to the anyway.
But back to
if you were a dictator, then that would make you Trump, and you would probably ban them from saying that they're going to drink ethanol. And if they tweet about it,
if I was a dictator, I'd send out my death squads to wipe them from the face of the earth. I would make sure that they would never ever be allowed to spread their poison or just stop it, dogs. Sit down.
Well, if anybody missed it earlier,
sorry, my dogs will be barking.
The illustrious T-Jump literally tried to say that Trump telling or having a policy that didn't allow EPA employees to tweet whatever they wanted was the equivalent of Chinese dictatorial reactions to members who don't follow the party line.
What was that again?
Okay, so in my debate with T-Jump tonight,
he
literally argued that Trump having a policy that said and ordering different agencies in the executive branch to not post certain things on social media was the equivalent of China ordering people to not say certain things.
You're kidding me, right?
Go to China.
He is a. You'd almost be so angry about people like T-Jump when his little socialist communist eventually take over. You know, he'll be up there in the ruling class, you know, living high off the hog, or he'll be down there in the lower class whining like a little bitch. That's what he'd be doing. He'll be in one of the two. The people like him pissed me off so much. There's no perfect government. There's no perfect system on earth, but capitalism is probably one of the best. I mean, I wouldn't say it's perfect. It's got tons and tons of problems, but it's got a lot less problems than most of them.
I was waiting for my chance to talk about God, and then the subject got changed to T-Jump, and I watched the debate LPP because I wanted to see what you have to say, but I don't have any interest in T-Jump. T-Jump is so boring, but God is awesome. You know, like when they start.
You're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. No, that's just T-Jump. T-Jump just says everybody's wrong.
God is awesome, and then like when people try to argue other religions against our Yeshua, our Jesus, then like that's just awesome because that's when the debate becomes easy. Like there's nothing easier than just talking about how awesome Jesus is. Just quote some scriptures here and talk about like how deep it is and the light and like just get into it and like all this stuff. Like once they make it about that, Jesus he wrecks shop, you know?
Yeah.
But to LPP's point and your point too, Nicholas, these mega churches are killing us. You know what I mean? Because they're making it about money and how many people they can fill the seats and just get how many people they can say they got saved. You know, so that's just.
Look at this Joel Osteen guy, this heretic. He says, he was asked in an interview, I saw a little snippet of it. He was asked by somebody, what do you think of other religions? Like, it was Larry King. And he said, I don't know where it was from, but he said, well, I believe God is inclusive and God brings people to him from various paths and in other words, he's saying, that all these religions of the world are different paths to the same God.
That's Oprahism.
And I was just like facepalm, like, oh my word. And there are people going to see this guy and he's telling them he's a Christian and they're calling themselves Christians and they're going into church and this is the garbage that their mind is being filled with. This is how they're being taught.
He also believes in old earth creation is all
quote unquote
good.
Christian minister. He's a Christian minister. No, he's not.
Joe Osteen wouldn't open his church doors during the flood they had in Katrina or whatever. He wouldn't open his doors. You know what I mean, to help people out. They didn't want to mess their church up.
Yeah, and I think I would say he's literally demonic. You can like see it on his face. He's like a shiny, pretty demon, but he's not like Kenneth Copeland, like all absurd, but like. He's like this smooth, shiny demon guy.
Yeah, I agree with you.
That's what the people like.
He's from hell.
God gives us the ability to discern that. You can spot him a mile away. Go ahead, Neff. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you don't. God has his. Satan has his dominion, his minions. You know, and they serve him in this world. And some of them don't even know they're doing it, but others know so. And people like Joel Osteen, they serve Satan whether they know it or not. They're servants of Satan, and he's pushing this new agey one world religion garbage because. That's exactly what Satan wants him to do, one way or the other, and it's diametrically opposed to the teachings of Jesus Christ.
And you got people like Benny Hinn, and they're trying to, they say they're safe. Like you'll see them put hands on people. If they're doing this healing, why are they not going to hospitals where people are sick and dying and healing people? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Only in the place where you come pay your $12 and get to see the show.
But people buy that crap, and that's what's even more astonishing to me, that people buy that crap that supposedly children of God that buy that, and your average person looks at that, and it does totally hurt
I've seen
Christianity.
all kinds of things.
Really
Look,
does.
there's videos you can watch on YouTube of people in these allegedly Christian churches, and they're all dancing around and flipping and stuff, and they're doing the gator on the floor. Supposedly, they're filled with the Holy Spirit. I got the Holy Ghost.
Yeah, they bring in the rock
they're doing
band.
the most bizarre stuff, and I'm thinking to myself,
They bring in the rock
gracious,
bands, man.
Where in the world do you get the idea that mumbo jumbo is from God?
That's what people like.
They want a show,
that
man.
kind of
They want to go to church and be entertained. It's not just to go to church to be entertained, man. You go to be filled with the Holy Spirit, to learn about Christ and fellowship with your brothers and sisters. That's why, I'm always pointing people back to Charles Lawson, man. If you want some good, solid preaching, man. Oh, I know it's a bit fundamentalist, but he's not really. He doesn't subscribe to really any set denomination. He's Baptist, but the Baptist Association, they don't approve of everything he says, so he goes at them just as hard. So sometime YouTube channel, or I can give you the channel that puts all of his videos up, but he has his own channel. You can go on HTTP. It's just his name, and you can get all of his lectures.
They're still doing it. Jude 1 speaks of those who crept in unaware into the church and brought with them the evil, filthy lies of the devil. And it's still going on. It happened early. Satan attacked Christianity and the church immediately. He didn't waste any time. He went right for it.
Yep, just a little bit of poison can poison a whale. You know what I mean? So
as soon as Christianity took off, Satan was busy trying to corrupt it.
Mm-hmm. And he had foresight too, man. So he knew what to put in through there that would sprinkle it in, so that he could screw it up for a long ways down the road. I wonder. I get your guys' opinion on this. I wonder if Satan must not truly know the outcome of what's going to happen. You know what I mean? If he, you know what I mean?
He knows. Jesus said that Satan knew that his time is short. So if he knows his time is short,
only the Father knows.
It can
But
mean
not even Jesus Christ knows the time of his own return.
It can only be because he knows he's been judged and he's facing judgment.
So he's just trying to bring as many down when he can with them. Is that just because that's who he is?
He's angry at God. Yeah,
doesn't have.
Not even Jesus Christ knows the time of his own return. At the beginning of the creation, they made a deal on the rules that they were going to follow, and not even Jesus Christ knows the time of his own return.
Jesus didn't know because he was God.
Yeah, we understand that, Jason. We're not talking about him, Satan knowing the timing. We're talking about Satan knowing that he's defeated.
And that's right. So Satan couldn't possibly know because Jesus Christ doesn't even know.
He doesn't have understanding.
At the cross. He knows he's defeated. And
have understanding to depart from evil.
The thing is that Satan
the devil can't depart from evil.
No, I have an answer for. Sorry, jungle
go ahead.
jargon.
Go ahead.
The devil can't depart from evil. The devil can't have understanding. He doesn't have understanding.
Well, not
the devil doesn't have understanding. That's interesting. My perspective on the devil is that he's suicidally insane.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
and he's super intelligent and far above us.
That makes sense, Nicholas. Thank you. That makes sense. I'm kind of.
I think that Satan is so angry and
Satan
full of
had
hatred
God removed himself from Satan, then just left him to his own devices.
I think
when God removes himself from something completely and leaves it to its own devices, it turns completely evil.
I think what explains Satan's. I think what explains Satan's willingness to continue to strive to drag as many people to hell with him as he can, knowing that he's only heaping more and more coals upon his head, is the twisted insanity of utter evil. When you get so convoluted into evil as that and feel in everything you do and every second of your being nothing but increasing evil, then he's like a drug addict. He can't help it anymore.
Yeah, but God knows the beginning to the end, but does Satan?
He knows he's
No,
he knows
Satan
he's
doesn't
condemned.
know.
I'm not sure that he knows.
No, because Jesus Christ doesn't even know the time of his own return.
No, not time.
Only God the Father does.
Whether or not he's condemned, Satan knows he's condemned.
Yeah, I believe that.
Because
I believe
he doesn't
that.
have blood,
That's
he can
why when
never
Nicholas
repent.
said that made a lot of sense. What Nicholas said. That say it again, Nicholas. Do you mind?
Oh, that he's
Satan
suicidal.
can never ever be forgiven because he doesn't have blood. Blood was given to us for atonement. Atonement is in the Bible from the beginning to the end. And the fact that Satan doesn't have blood in his veins, he's spiritual, he doesn't have blood, he can never be forgiven. He knows he can never be forgiven.
That's true too. I agree with that, Jason.
That's a good point.
Yeah. The question about Satan knowing the beginning from the end, definitely not. That's a special trait to God.
Right.
And then,
God only.
Yeah, and then that description, I said that Satan is suicidally insane.
I'm gonna keep that one. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I got either that or something.
Satan just
like
hates
that
everything
from,
alive. He wants to take everything to hell. He wants everything to suffer with him because he knows he's going to suffer. He just hates everything. Anything that's alive, he'll lie to anyone. All these Satanists, where he says, "I'll give you a portion of my kingdom." What, a portion of his kingdom of the lake of fire? Wow, that's awesome.
Do you think a lot of these people that have become famous, that they would never be famous because they're really not that talented or whatever? Do you think a lot of them made pacts with the devil? I believe so, personally.
I believe that a lot of them are there because of the devil. I don't believe that they actually went and made a pact with the devil. They don't realize why they're there. Satan will use anybody.
Yeah.
And it says, but do you
can I add
notice
one
that
more
how the
thing?
most
Can
evil
I add
people
one more
in the
thing to
world...
that before I forget? Let me add one more thing to that. Is anybody else in here? I've had this happen to me like several 1,000 times. Like I've been in bad spots and bad things happen, and I've had the devil come. I mean, what has to be the devil, say, denounce God and I'll help you out of this. And not in that way, but just feeling like I could accept the devil and I would be helped out. Has anybody ever had that happen to them?
I haven't. Not that kind of thing.
Well, it's an easy way out for a lot of people.
It's not,
or maybe it's just me in my mind being like, would I be willing to sell myself? Maybe it's just me in my head being like, would I be willing to sell myself? I want something so bad, so bad that I'd be willing to sell my soul for it. Like, I mean, anything to bring. My brother passed away or was sick. I was like, I had that feeling. I was like, no matter what, I would never ever turn on Jesus.
I think you're just expressing human frailty, but
that's probably it.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you'd actually ever go through with it.
No, I would never. You know what I mean? There's nothing that in this world that I would trade anything, man. You know what I mean? Nothing. No material things. My health, or if I got a disease tomorrow, said I'll be dead next week, but I could live longer. I'd go in a heartbeat.
Well, I believe Kim Jong-un, people like Kim Jong-un, never made a deal with Satan. That they're just a tool of Satan. That they're just deceived into believing that there is no. But there are people that have made pacts with Satan. But Satan's choosy about who he picks and who he doesn't.
Well, you see a lot of people come on TV like Bob Dylan and a lot of those people that have basically said, I made a pact. I don't know if they're just saying that.
I think that the synagogue of Satan is at the heart of the deep state, and so some people make a literal direct deal, and some people are just being pulled into a spiritual game,
right? Where they're getting benefit, or they're getting so Satan has the power because he has the keys to this king. He has the keys right now. You know what I mean? So
Satan rewards anybody that preaches evolution.
Wait.
All you have
do
to do is...
I said Peter has the keys.
All you have to do is talk bad about Trump or teach evolution, and you'll have the media, everybody on your side in the world.
Look,
maybe not the keys is kingdom, but maybe he has doesn't he have the power to? I mean, on Earth right now, to do as he I mean, not as he wants, but I mean, he has a lot of power right now to
He does.
Free reign.
He
Free
has
reign, in other
power
words.
to deceive people, and people who are deceived do horrible things.
Because he said to Jesus, I have the ability to do this, and this,
Well, at that time, the world belonged to Satan, so he said he could give it to Jesus. But when Jesus ascended, the world belongs to Jesus now. So that scenario is totally changed. That's part of the cosmic battle, or the cosmic.
It always belonged to God.
Yeah, it
Satan
seems
was
that
ultimately,
the nations were divided between 70 gods. And apparently, when Christ came, there is a nature of that circumstance that all the world was united under Satan. And I think we still see how that operates today. That like there's truth and untruth, and it's just this one big global conflict, which is a lot different than before the time of Christ.
I'm not sure what you actually mean by some of what you said.
But before the time of Christ, there was still
the world is
retroactive. Yeah.
The world has always belonged to God. He's the proprietor and creator of it, but Satan is the ruler of it. That is, but to say that God allows Satan to have his way with it,
Yeah, that's what I meant.
He rules people's minds. People who believe in him do what his bidding.
Yeah.
Well,
there are Luciferians.
Do all of you disagree with the dispersing of the nations, each nation being assigned one of the sons of God, and then Israel was the nation that Yehovah took as his own?
When was this allegedly happen?
After the Tower of Babel.
Oh, well.
The 70 nations, the table of nations, and they were counted according to the number of the sons of God.
Well, it was God that divided them as he saw fit. And so that was a cause by God, not by Satan, right? But what they do with themselves after that is another matter. Satan's influence comes immediately and tries to take control of that, certainly.
Yeah,
Satan is an opportunist. He tries to take advantage of everything.
The Bible calls says Egypt my son too. So it's not like God is rejecting all other nations,
Yeah, I think he chose them just because they were a meager tribe, and he wanted to keep that line for Jesus to come through. The way I understand it in the Bible.
Well, yeah, it was for Messiah. That was the purpose.
And of course everybody was evil, and but
every nation that chooses to serve him, will be blessed, or any nation.
And they have. Look at America, yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
He calls his son out of Egypt. He doesn't call Egypt his son. I'm not finding that.
Well, I mean, no, I read a verse where it says Egypt, my son, but it's not like God is rejecting all of the nations, though. That's the thing. He never did reject all that, and he's calling all nations back through Messiah anyway, too.
That's true. In the end, he will. Yes, he'll have all the nations under his footstool.
Yeah.
Are you talking about when he returns?
Yes.
Yeah, that's in the Bible. Yeah, it's true.
But it could be true any time. If a nation decides to turn to God, God will bless them.
I'm wondering how long our blessings are going to last, because man, it seems like we're at the tipping point now to where we've tipped over, and it's really scary. Like if Trump,
the world is on a downhill slump.
If the liberals, and I don't want to get really into the politics of it, but I mean, you can definitely see where like we were talking about in the commercials on TV, everything's going to get anti-God pretty much. And if the liberals get in full power, I can see that tilt happening.
It's going anti-Christian God. That's what it is. Yeah.
That's
and it's adopting very much a new agey religion. All religions lead to the path of the one true God.
That new age has been going on. I call it
the real deal.
Openism. She didn't start it, but she was like the biggest platform for it to explode.
Right.
And it exploded.
And this idea that God accepts you as you are, come as you are, whatever type of person, whatever your beliefs or your feelings or your practices or habits, it doesn't matter. God's okay with that as long as you feel good about you. I do too. You know, that's what
they
preaching,
take Jesus out of context and then they use the Old Testament. They do that all the time, man.
Well, just real quick, if we can focus on what Neff was saying, because that's exactly the opposite of death in Christ and the new birth.
Even churches do that, don't they? Sometimes churches do that.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, we were talking about that. Churches
doesn't matter.
Allegedly
doesn't matter
Christian.
who you are, what you are.
And that's the thing, is like, if this world were to be Christian, the world would die in Christ and have a new birth. Like, the only way this world can continue to exist as it is to resist Christ specifically. It's literally just this one big spiritual.
That's not true.
The thing that I really wonder about is how, I know it's going to get a lot worse before Christ returns. The question that comes to my mind is just how bad is it going to get? Is it going to get so bad that cartoons in the morning for kids are not really what we would call cartoons anymore, but they're kids with pornographic activities going
propaganda.
on. Homosexual and pornographic activities in these cartoons.
It's moving
This will be turn on the Saturday morning porn, little Johnny. You know, is that where the world is really going to? Is it ever going to get that bad?
Yeah. They make such a big
deal. Do you remember Birdman
content for
and all those cartoons? We were being prepped. I mean, Birdman looks like something straight out of a gay pride parade. Go and have a look at Birdman. Birdman! When he's flying in the sky. I mean, it's like the Hall of Justice is the Hall of Gay Pride. You know,
Jungle, what were you saying? I'm sorry, sir. I couldn't. You got to speak up. I couldn't
all
hear
that stuff. It's Batman, Robin, Superman, all that stuff. Dressed in tights and stuff like that. All that
stuff. And Birdman is the gayest of them all, man.
I don't know if I've heard of Birdman. Where's Birdman from? Where are you getting that from?
Just YouTube Birdman cartoon.
Okay, I'll have to do that.
Birdman cartoon. He looks like he's like super. He looks like he should be dancing right at the head of every gay pride.
Well, think about this. Look at these superhero cartoons. You know, the list of them goes all the way back to Captain America from the 1950s, Superman through the 1970s. Who was Superman? He was an alien. And he was a savior, wasn't he? He came and he would battle evil and win, right? He was from another planet. The reason he has these incredible abilities is because the environment on his planet is much stronger than on the Earth. And so loosed from that environment, he has supernatural abilities on the Earth, which has ridiculously small gravity compared to his planet. See? Freed from that gravity, he has the power to do almost anything, right?
But in reality, he should actually adjust to our gravity and just become like us.
No, I'm sorry, Nephilim Free, but the way the comic book writers wrote it, Superman gets his strength from our yellow sun. Which is
okay.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Regardless, all these superheroes are beings, and many of them are from another world, like Superman, and so they're aliens that have come. Does that sound familiar to you guys? With this alien agenda thing, and people looking to the stars for our creators, and they're coming to save us from ourselves.
They're all of a sudden they're pushing this alien thing, aren't they? I mean, I see it on TV every other day that like they've got Navy Air Force backing it up a little bit now.
Well, look, I believe there is a phenomenon. I've studied that subject very extensively. In fact, God used it, was one of the tools he used to bring me to Jesus Christ, was my investigation of the alien phenomenon, the UFO phenomenon. I've studied it very deeply. I have seen every video that was ever put on the internet of an alleged UFO prior to about 2005. If it was put on the internet and it was of a UFO, I watched it. That's how much.
Well, they break the laws of physics.
What I want to point out is there really is there really is something to this, and I personally believe that it's demonic. Yes, I believe it's demonic. If you want more information about that, watch Gary. What's his name? It's part of Creation Ministries International. Gary, I've forgotten his name. He's an Australian fella. He talks about the alien agenda. Look up on YouTube the alien agenda and watch videos of Gary talk about it, and you'll get an eye-opening explanation of the connection between the UFO alien phenomenon and the Bible.
I saw that.
I don't want to spin this too far out of the direction we're in, but what do you think about the Large Hadron Collider and what they're trying to do there?
The what?
I'll just tell you something about the Hadron Collider. When they smash those particles together and they say they found the God particle and they created something out of nothing, that's actually a lie. Because what they did is they converted some of the energy, the massive amount of energy they used to propel that particle around the collider to create matter. So they never actually created something out of nothing, because we know that all matter is energy broken down into its purest form. Doesn't matter what sort of matter it is. Doesn't matter if it's a rock. Doesn't matter if it's a diamond. Doesn't matter if it's water. If it's broken down into its purest form, it's energy. So when you speed something around, use a massive amount of energy to burst something around the Hadron Collider at near the speed of light, it's using part of that energy to create, say, gold for a split second, then the gold disappears.
I think there
is no creating it.
The story behind the name for it is the evolutionists allegedly say that one of the researchers was talking about it, how he was frustrated searching for the God blanked particle. It was part of an expletive, and they just left the damned part off and called it the God particle. I'm not so sure I actually believe that. That may be a lie, but nonetheless,
they actually did create stuff.
That's their alleged.
I've saw video,
but
what I was getting
claim of how they called it the God particle.
Yeah, that's right. How they call it the God particle's alive.
Well, I think I know what you're getting at, Chris Keith.
Go ahead.
Maybe with some of the things with the ceremonies regarding Shiva, the goddess.
Exactly, where they're trying to open the pits.
Well, I just want to mention this insight, and then I'll let you talk.
I don't think God's ever going to allow anything like that to happen.
Let Nicholas
in
talk.
Revelations, it's mentioned Abaddon in the Hebrew, or Apollyon in the Greek, and that is the destroyer. So that would be the same as Shiva in Hindu, I think.
Yeah, but what I was getting at is, are they trying? Like I've saw videos where they're trying to maybe open this pit to release, where God's got right now, the demons pitted down. They're trying to open this dimension to get them out of the pit. And I'm not sure if they're trying to do it or if they're being spiritually led by these demons to try to get them out of the pit. You know what I mean? That was what I was kind of getting at. If anybody had seen anything on that.
Yeah, and I don't know anything about that. They do weird ceremonies, and
that's what I was getting at.
Across, like they think they're doing something there. Like that.
Yeah, but, something's there.
Yeah, but I just don't know, and I'm not.
Yeah, me either. I thought somebody might do, but we'll go back to the normal topic there. I was just.
No. I like the topic. I used to look into a lot of different rabbit holes and stuff, and I just started to realize, ultimately, this is stuff I'm just taking so much word. I don't know in the end anyway, and I'm just trusting Christ anyway. So,
right.
Yes, I don't really look into that stuff.
But man, they've got that built, man. They've put a lot of money into that, and that thing's huge, and they're working on it. I mean, it's like amazing, and they're not just trying to recreate or check out what happened after the Big Bang. It's something more than what they're doing there than that.
Well, it seems like a lot of waste of money too, to me.
They might just be like a pipe dream, like they're just fantasizing, and they think that they can do something like the Big Bang, and then
they really believe it because.
And all it is smaller and smaller amounts of energy that they're detecting. That's basically all it is.
When does it stop? How far does it go? Is it infinite? Nobody knows.
It's just less and less amounts of energy. How much less energy can you get, and what importance is it? It's not even important.
Well, it's a never ending. For all we know, God designed this world, in this universe, in such a way that there really is no smallest quote unquote bit of matter. It goes on forevermore, as far as for all we know.
And they're talking about quantum gravity. How can you have gravity with tiny amount of energy? You know, what significance is gravity? They're out of their minds. Crazy.
Yeah, I don't think they'll ever find what they could call the smallest bit of matter, no matter how improved our technology is and able to divide matter. I think they would continuously find smaller bits of matter.
It's just less and less amounts of energy. But they were looking for a Higgs boson. They were looking for what gives matter its mass, and somehow they determined that they found what the Higgs boson is, or that gives matter its mass, or something like that.
And then they come up with this idea of the gravitron too. They think maybe there's a particle that creates gravity.
They got to justify all the money they spend on it.
Yep.
Yeah. They're just trying to replace God with physics. That's all.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're trying to crowd God out of the picture. How can you ground?
When they finally find what they're looking for, they're going to realize they're going to be like, we're sitting there the whole time waiting on them.
Yeah, they'll never find it.
Source of all energy. He's the stone that the builders rejected.
Yeah. Amen. They'll never find what they're looking for.
Anything but God for them to do.
That's right.
But
guys, I got to get out of here. It's been good talking to you.
But
you guys have a good one, a great weekend.
Good talking to you, Neff.
I might have a live stream tomorrow night. If I do, you guys are welcome to pop in.
Cool.
All right, guys. Take care. Have a good evening.
Yeah, buddy. Have a good night.
Okay.
And Messiah bless you, Neff. So yeah, Chris, I mean, one thing it could be is like these insane demonic powers and stuff might be like trying to use this they might be bound to humanity in such a way that like the delusions of humanity, the demons can't escape the delusions of humanity. That might be kind of the relationship between the two. And then if these demons have these delusions about the Big Bang and stuff, and about maybe being able to create the Big Bang on Earth, well, that would risk destroying everything. And then, like,
maybe they're just trying to blow it up. They're trying to destroy this Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, because then that might be the same propensity that was expressing itself in like when they wrote the script for the Joker, played by Heath Ledger. So when he said, like, sometimes, it's not that someone's trying to achieve something, they just want to watch the world burn or something like that.
That's a great point.
Same demonic influence speaking.
Yeah, because there was a thing at one time they were scared to death that if they did that, it'd create a black hole, and then it would just, you know what I mean? It could get bigger and bigger and suck everything in.
Like,
so
they're trying to do something like that, it seems. They're trying to create the Big Bang. Like, that's literally...
That makes the most sense.
But like at the same time, I think it's just a delusion, and we don't have to worry about it. Probably.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it, but yeah, I think you're on to something there. I think that's probably what they're just trying to do is to, if they can think they can destroy this Earth and they can disprove God.
Like sometimes we're giving the demons too much credit, especially as this war carries on towards the end of the war, because really, like, the ultimate thing is that the glory is for God, that He's the truth and He is the truth.
I agree with that.
Right.
I agree with that, Nicholas.
Yeah, so then like the ceremonies and stuff, like it means something, but it doesn't mean they actually know what they're doing.
Yeah, that's just something that they can do along with it because it correlates to what they're doing, the Shiva and the destruction and rebirth and all that, so
because the demons they didn't want to die, so they begged to be into the pigs, and the pigs then ran off the cliff. So I think that's what's going on is the demons are in the pigs and they're about to run off the cliff.
It's a good analogy.
Well, maybe this is a good place to wrap it up. I mean, unless you guys are about to perpetuate the conversation.
Yeah, I haven't. I've got to probably get up in the morning, but yeah, thanks for the great discussion and everybody hanging out.
First, Chris Keith, maybe Jungle Jargon has a little more to say because we didn't let him get much in edgewise.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I've got a few more minutes. Sure.
No, I just have little comments here and there. That's all I
have. Sometimes that's me, man. Sometimes I like to talk. Sometimes I like to listen.
Jungle just likes to come in and blow us away with his observations.
I assumed you were asleep, bro.
Yeah, I was wondering.
I think SFT is out. He'll wake up and the stream will still be going.
Oh, guaranteed, he's out. Well, either that or he's having a. Nah, it's Friday. No, I bet he had to do date night with his wife. Watch a movie.
Where does he live? Is he on Central Time?
Nah, he's on Eastern.
Oh, okay, well then it's pretty late then for him. It's an awful long day.
Yep. Well, they were gonna start the stream at like 9 or like 8:40. Was he 9:45 his time? And then I'm like, dude, you're starting the stream in the middle of my debate.
I missed your debate. I don't know how because I'm subscribed to you and I've got your bell rung and I didn't get that debate and I was wanting to catch it.
The debate was on MDD.
I'm subscribed to him too. I don't know what. Maybe it popped up and I missed it. I was on Mike Winger for a little while there. But you were later, right? Like 9. Did you say what? 9 o'clock?
What? Yeah, it was 9 Central.
So it'd be 6. Was it 6 o'clock then at your time? Eastern, our time. No, you're an hour ahead of me though. No, you're Nashville. You're the same time.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was on Mike Winger. Mike Winger just started a question and answer on Fridays. So I think So I think he's 1 p.m. I think it's 4 p.m. And then it goes for about an hour. And if you can get on there, if you got any good questions, if you want to get on there, before it starts, and you get your question in, and then he's going to answer them. And but man, he's pretty thoughtful. So I mean, he's going to give you a basic answer, but he likes to put in like 30, 40 hours into a question, before he's going to give you a definitive answer. So, he'll tell you if the lack of his knowledge, he'll stop. That's what I like about him.
Well, that's good. Yeah. Don't the people that always just try and BS an answer are kind of annoying.
And he doesn't take like super chats. Like you can't bump your question up. I mean, he doesn't. He's like, that's not unfair to the people that don't have money. They need their questions answered too. And he doesn't. I'm trying to get him to do PayPal because I was going to donate to him, and I talked to his little assistant, and she says they're working on it. But I think he just wants to. Maybe in my mind, I think he wants to know where his donations are coming from, and that makes sense too, because he asked people. When this virus came through, he actively got on there and said, "Hey guys, I'm fine. I've got plenty of money. We're doing good. Just hold on to your money if you need it. Don't feel like you
Yeah, and I think he's not really doing a thing where he's trying to like grow some kind of ministry.
No, he's not.
And so I think like he just doesn't need more money than he makes, and so he doesn't really want people like donating money to him as if he's like
he don't want to become
money to make things happen, because there are places where we could put in money to make things happen. Like when I saw Red Sea Miracle, it was a 1-day special event and the theater was almost empty. And I'm like, Christians should be spending money on a movie like this,
Exactly. Well, that's why I love
it, but like the movie industry needs us to spend our money in the right place,
Yeah, and that's why I love Charles Lawson. I've been listening to him for years, and never one time has he ever mentioned money. He said, "God will take care of him." He does never mention anything about money. You have to look very hard to even donate to him because he doesn't want that. You know what I mean? And you can tell that So when you find people like Mike Winger and Charles Lawson, you can trust that their actual motives are purely to lead people to Christ, and that's it.
Because individual teachers, they only need a modest amount of money.
Yeah.
But like, have you seen the show that's out now called The Chosen?
I don't believe I have.
Okay, it's like a Christian show, and I would say it's quite good. They even have Messiah wearing his zeets, which is the tassels that Torah commands us to wear. And I've never seen any picture of him depicted wearing those, but he never broke Torah, so obviously he wore those,
Yeah.
But just that kind of thing. But it's a really cool show, and their entire model is based on donate, and the more you donate, the more we can give to people for free to watch it for free across the globe and stuff. And because they're doing something that does really cost money, it's not just one person living.
I'm fine with that, and donating people that go out and do ministry, and they send people places. I'm fine with that, man, as long as it's legit and they can back it up. But these people, like we were mentioning earlier, like Joe Osteen and those places, they're not, man. They're in it for the money.
Man, being that filthy rich,
you should be donating that. Yeah.
Who even has time to enjoy that anyway? And who would even enjoy that when you could be enjoying helping people?
Okay, okay, you anti-capitalist commies.
Well, I'm fine with them having money. I mean, Trey Smith went back on. Did you see Trey Smith? I seen one where he was at the Ark. He went up there to check the Ark out and did a little video, and he had was not really taken up for Mike Murdoch, but was saying, hey, he had forgiven him, and that that even him, that he's saying things that could lead somebody to Christ. But I mean, but we all know is that fraudulent part of him turns so many more people off that he's losing more people than he's ever going to gain. So if you know that you're hurting more than you're gaining, then why would you do that unless you were just about self? So that's my take.
That's a good point. It's a good point. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, capitalists shouldn't be in there. You know what I mean? It really, truly, if everybody was fair, capitalism works the best, because if you don't work, you don't. In the Bible says if you don't work, you don't eat. But I mean, socialists would be great if in theory, but it just doesn't work in practice. Everybody helped
because when men are in charge, it never goes right. God has to be in charge.
Good point, Jungle.
Well, no. That's just because we haven't had the right socialist country yet. It's just a matter of time.
Will be right.
It's just a matter of time before humans become enlightened enough to be.
As you say that, I'm watching on TV right now a clip of where they beat that guy in Portland, and it was guys kicking him in the head. You didn't. You didn't see that. You didn't see that blasted all over CNN, did you?
Nope.
For days on end.
When Jesus comes back,
he finally turned himself in.
Yeah, I'm glad they got him, man. But you won't hear. If that guy was wearing a MAGA hat and that would have been a different race, man, you'd still be hearing about it. It'd break the internet.
What were you saying, John?
I forgot.
It's a definite sign it's getting late. You get older, man, your memory, the later the day goes, my memory's just phew.
Yep, I feel you on that. Yeah, this whole madness is going down, and what's crazy is, here in the States, we're focused on what's happening here, but very similar things are happening around the world. They just don't get covered here. And
oh yeah, I definitely get my news from other places, and that's why I think if Trump gets another term, I'm really thinking that temple might get started, man. It's already started, man. We talked about before about the shekel, and King Cyrus was Trump's supposed to be, and they think over there, like, I don't know that necessarily said that he's like the resurrection, reincarnation, but to them he's akin to him, so they made the shekel on one side with Cyrus and Trump. So the shekel's already made, and we know all three Abrahamic religions need that temple to be built for their prophecies to come true. So it's just a matter of time. So I think Trump will get the next term, and I think you'll see that temple start. That's my opinion.
they've located the temple treasures, the tabernacle and that stuff. So,
if they get the spot,
expecting a third temple. Are we expecting a third temple?
they're planning on making another one. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, you would need that for the abomination and desolation to be where you ought not be. Wouldn't you need the third temple?
Oh, well, in the most literal sense, I think that happened with Antiochus, and then in the most grand sense, I think those are the Muslim monuments that are there right now at this moment, in the most grand physical sense. And then there's also the spiritual sense that it could be set up.
Isn't the pseudo Christo, or isn't he supposed to, be basically like Jesus? He's going to mimic Jesus. He's going to be receive a wound and come back to life. You know what I'm talking about. You familiar with the passages?
Yeah, the wound coming back to life is in Revelation, which is a spiritual vision. So,
you don't think that's literal?
As far as a man dying and coming back to life,
well, he's not going to come back to life. It's like it's going to be like Christ, but false. He's a pseudo Christo, so he's going to be. It's going to be like
have a deadly wound.
Somebody's either going to shoot him or something, and they're going to think he's dead for 2 days or something, and then he's going to miraculously recover, and people are going to call it a miracle. And I believe that's literal myself.
Well, they're serious about rebuilding the temple. They're serious about rebuilding it.
Yeah, that's because the Jews are just. I've got a video, man. It's a bunch of rabbis they're singing, "We want Mashiach, we want Mashiach." They're doing this daily.
The confusion comes from well, people think that the sacrifices will be continued again, but I think they're taking something that's prophetic and making it too literal, because we know from the book of Hebrews that even at that time they were saying we're no longer going to sacrifice animals because Christ's sacrifice is sufficient. If we sacrifice animals now, we insult Christ, and that would be due despite to the spirit of grace. And if we do that, then we are worthy of worse punishment than those who broke the law of Moses.
But so you don't think a third temple is going to be rebuilt?
Well, I don't think it would fit the reasons that people argue for that, because then the abomination of desolation in the holy place, it doesn't really make sense, because the third temple itself would be an insult to God, because it would be to if it had anything to do with being set up for sacrifices, it would be an insult to Christ.
It would kind of be.
There's no way for it to actually be like a good thing. I know that much.
Yeah.
Well, then it would make sense in the point that Jesus could come back at any time. So you would, because if not, but it also says you would know the times in the you would know that you could tell from the times. So not necessarily because for no man to know the time and the hour and everything, he could come back tomorrow for that instance, But if you're looking at if there has to be a temple rebuilt, then he can't come back to that temple's rebuilt. You know what I mean?
But
so that
there are certain aspects of the law that are in keeping with the New Testament teaching, like the Passover. He says every time you observe the Passover, do this in remembrance of me. So. Just there's going to be
there's going to be the destruction of Damascus, right?
Really important. The jungle jargon just said super important.
Go ahead.
So what we do in remembrance of him is we break.
I missed
bread.
it. There was a lapse. I'm sorry, I missed it.
Oh, okay.
Jungle talk. There was a lapse.
Okay, but jungle jargon.
You just did it too. It might be on my end.
Yeah, I think it's on your end. Do you hear me, Jungle Jargon? I heard him.
Okay, I'm fine now. I can hear now. Yeah. Fine. Go ahead, Jungle.
Okay. Well, it's me now. So Jungle. The thing is that what we do for Passover now in remembrance of Christ is we break bread and drink wine, but we would never sacrifice a lamb because that would be insulting to Christ. That's the book of Hebrews is extremely blatant about this.
Yeah, it could be, but it would be part of the Seder, though. Wouldn't it be part of the Seder?
Well, we could eat a lamb if we want, but Passover Seder. As far as eating it every year, I don't know how much of it is commanded in exactly that kind of way. But I know that yeah, all the Torah keepers that I know, all the Christian Torah keepers I know, they'll eat lamb, but it's not a sacrifice. It's just like a traditional reminder of our history and stuff, and a traditional symbol of Christ. But it's not an actual like we're sacrificing this lamb.
Yeah,
we were
but Nick, in context of the temple being built as literally built, I'm not really sure how. But I get what you're saying on it being a insult, but that doesn't mean that it wouldn't happen.
Yeah, it can happen. It can't be like a good thing. That's
well, I guess the point I would make is I don't think it's really construed as being a good thing.
They're like 3.5 years of like actually doing the sacrifices, and then the treaty's broken, and these are the kind of like the specific theory that they're laying out.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm saying that there's a lot of things prophetically that aren't good, right? That happen. I mean, heck, there's all sorts of, I mean, heck, Revelation is all about some crazy bad stuff that happens. But the reason I find interesting, and one of the things I find interesting about it is, and this speaks to what Chris was talking about, like the mortal wound and all that kind of stuff. There's extraordinarily similar eschatology for Islam as well. And I read this book years ago. I forget all the details now, but it was basically a deep dive into Islamic eschatology, and it was.
I know where you're going to go with this.
It was stunning to me, like the level of yin to the yang, and like the villains in the Islamic are the heroes in Christianity, and vice versa. And
like exactly the same.
I was just like, what? Okay. And anyway, where I'm going with all that is, to me, I'm like, and this is a sidebar thought I've had over the years, but we often, I'm not suggesting that Satanism and all that doesn't exist. However, I think as Christians, we often forget that Lucifer has always been the twister of the truth, right? And to me, I almost feel like Islam is his greatest achievement. Like it's his greatest con of all time. And it's the slight twists. Ultimately, it ends up being a complete antithesis, right? But it's on the surface level, it's not. It doesn't appear to be on the surface, right? Like, oh, well, we believe in portions of the Old Testament, like the Torah, and oh, we believe in Abraham, and all these different things, and Jesus was alive and he was a prophet, like that kind of stuff, right? And it's always like slight twists of the truth all the way to the end, right? But by the time you get to their eschatology, the twists have reached such a level that it's literally the antithesis. And I thought that was rather fascinating. But it also, to me, it put a lot of things into context. It's like earlier, you guys were talking about, does Satan know the end, right? Does Satan know his outcome?
Well, in this case, he got it from Scripture, and then it's an exact invert, so that when it's happening, both will be coming true, except like.
Right. Well, and one of the reasons I say this,
one is lying about it coming true because it's saying that the opposite sides are opposites,
Yep. Well, and one of the things that I always tried to figure out, I thought about for years, was like how, in the context of Revelation, like the world just suddenly starts believing, right? And I'm like, how does that happen? But then I really started to contemplate. I'm like, okay, well, if you really have this blurring of the lines. And like right now, the latest projections I saw is like by 2049 or something like that is the latest projection. The world will basically be split 50-50, obviously with little, minuscule fractions off there, but 50-50 between Islam and Christianity. And I'm like, okay, if there's a very strong probability that 50-50 split will mostly be in name only, right? Because let's get real. A gigantic percentage of quote unquote Muslims don't actually practice their faith, and same thing with quote unquote Christians, right? And therefore, that means they're not going to have true understanding. And so, but you think about that, like if you start inserting the different variables we see in prophecy, but the majority of the world is basically split between two things that are just, they're pretty similar, quote unquote, right? I could see it being a very easy for people to have their discernment blurred, right? And think, well, I guess we all were just a little bit wrong. This makes sense though, and then suddenly they just believe.
And the Maddox. There's another big key piece to this. I live here in Northern California, and there's a billboard that says I can't breathe, stop racist killings, and then it says whyislam.org. And Islam is attaching itself to this whole leftist nonsense. And not only that, but even one of the main feminist leaders now is Islamist, and it's they're super oppressive to women, and this crazy Islamist woman is one of their feminist leaders. The nonsense is just out of hand, and Islam is right there with it. And if they can attach to this leftist stuff based on fashion and all that, then we see how easily they'll go for any nonsense the media shoves in their face,
and they'll go for that. Yeah, that's true. Even in the politics, the Brennans and people like that, they were Islamic, basically.
Yeah. Wait, what's mind-bending to me, and I think this really speaks to the just stunning ignorance and stupidity of modern society, but the fact that the leftists, so many of them, are embracing it or defending Muslim countries and just Islam in general is, I think it directly substantiates the reality that, most people don't know this, but the Nazis partnered with a variety of Muslim groups.
Yeah.
And they were active assets in World War II. People don't recognize this. There was a direct partnership between the Nazis and the Muslims.
Yeah.
And it gets completely glossed over.
Earlier, we had a direct partnership with Chris Keith, but he went to open an app and got dropped. And he wanted you guys to know. Thanks for the chat.
Okay.
Would you like my segue? Okay, back to you, Maddox.
No, have a great night, Chris, man. Good talking with you as always. Yeah, that's. But where I'm going with this ultimately is, the left ultimately is the end outcome of the left is totalitarianism. There is no way around this, and that's why there was so much corollary and cooperation between the two in Nazi Germany. And as a sidebar for anybody who's listening, because I got to pass out here in a second, but tomorrow, probably late tomorrow, I am going to do a live stream. Oh, yeah, I got my debate tomorrow. Oh, crap, I do got to go to sleep.
I'll be doing the after show for that debate. What time's the debate?
Debate's at 7.
Eastern?
No, Central. 8 Eastern.
8 Eastern.
I gotta watch your debate on Modern Day Debate, the one you had today. What was it about?
So today was T-Jump, and it was Trump or Biden.
I don't know. Maybe I'll listen to it, but I don't like T-Jump, and I don't like.
It turned into a complete. I'll tell you this much. You will enjoy my opening statement. There's some entertainment in there.
Okay.
After that, it's pretty much just turned into a complete trash clown show.
Yeah, because I wanted to hear your thoughts, Maddox, but it's sort of what you did for the intro was good as far as your thoughts on why we would vote one way or the other. And the rest of it just had T-Jump involved too much.
Yeah, the rest of it was just a clown show. I mean, him trying to double down on his BS. Okay, I'll put you this way, Jungle. He literally said I was an idiot for arguing that no, the only type of executive order was not from the president. He literally denied that governors and mayors can issue executive orders.
Yeah, which in a context could make sense, but then it turned out that like he was listening to straight up lies because it's reports using the term executive order to imply it's Trump, when it's easy for any fact-checking journalist to see that it's not Trump.
Yep. Yeah, he's a clown, absolute clown. But I am going. It won't be tomorrow. It'll be Sunday probably. What day is today? Is today Friday or Saturday?
It's Saturday today.
Now.
Well, I mean, this past day was Friday. Okay. So Sunday, I will probably do a live stream, and I'm going to just absolutely eviscerate T-Jump. I'm going to give him a history lesson on fascism and his just incredible ignorance of the subject.
So you know what's cool is that the after show, I already had it scheduled, so I just left it there in case you guys still did the debate, and now all I have to do is reschedule it and make it public again.
Oh, nice. Yep. So tomorrow is tag team Smokey and myself versus Matt Steele and Neppy something or other. I don't know.
David?
No. Some other dude. I forget his name. It's like NEP.
Negation of P.
Negation of P. There we go.
Yeah. For making the thumbnail.
Yeah, we're debating secular versus Christian morality or ethics. So I honestly don't understand why atheists want to even have that debate. It's too easy of a counter.
Yeah, but you and Smokey with the old Christian ethics versus secular ethics is always a good one.
Well, I'd say what I've enjoyed more than anything about those is the atheists like go into complete meltdown when they realize that we're not like hoity-toity, like good old boy Christians, and that we're gonna like fight back and fight fire with fire. Like it's so funny. In our debates with Rib and Michael, the Canadian atheist, those guys would into absolute meltdown when we refuse to like, you're not allowed to say that. Like, really? Well, we just did. Man, I was cracking up when they started flipping out on us. I'm just like, you guys aren't like being Christians. Your Bible says you have to say this. I'm like, what version? Whose interpretation says that? Oh man, they were freaking out.
Yeah.
Huh?
I don't know anything about negation of P. Matthew Steele, I don't think he's gonna come at you the way those guys come at you as far as attitude and stuff.
I don't know. I've seen him get pretty angry.
Yeah, I could see him. I could see him like getting frustrated and angry and stuff as it goes on. But I don't know if you guys are gonna push him to that if he, isn't like a douche.
Well, in fairness to our opponents, I do enjoy getting them riled up. It does provide for some great entertainment. Although I tell you what I find more interesting about this stuff than anything is the fact that and this is just atheists in general, they tend to get extremely worked up over the most bizarre stuff. And it's like, it kind of seems to vary between them, but like there seems to be trigger factors of different concepts that just make them absolutely flip their gourd. It's very interesting. But all right, guys, I gotta pass out. It was great talking with y'all. Hope everybody has a great rest of the night. See gentlemen tomorrow for the madness. And sleep well, folks.
All right. Likewise. I got a good thing. Are you taking off now, Nicholas?
No, now it's a staring contest. I'm staring at the leopard.
Oh.
Yeah, I won. The leopard looked away first. I knew I was more intimidating than the leopard. I wrote a song about
it. I got a good response for people that like to talk about slavery, biblical slavery and stuff.
Okay, I'll give my good response after you tell me yours.
And how they conflate it. Well, I just like to point out that I'm no longer anybody's mule, and I would ask them, whose mule are you? Whose mule are you? Who are you working for? I mean, who are you making money for?
Oh, I see. So because you're retired.
Yeah. I'm free.
Interesting. I
earned my freedom. I'm nobody's mule.
And then go ahead.
Yeah, it's just that they don't like to even take into consideration that the economic factors of what was called slavery, and it's all semantics anyway, And
yeah, I mean, the thing is the structure in society, right? That like when there were slaves and masters, I mean, government is right there in the house. But that's the way ancient Israel was. Like the main government in ancient Israel was fathers. It wasn't, the state or something like that. That wasn't the main government. That was just for when it became necessary.
Yeah. And then if there was a problem they couldn't resolve, they would take it to Moses, and then Moses delegated it to other people and stuff.
Yeah, they set up the courts according to Torah and all that. But that was only for when the main governance, which was the fathers in the house, when that fell through. So the idea of these same men being government over, people that need government that end up being slaves, then that really fits into this whole down to earth, close knit governing world that they lived in back then. And that's basically like to some extent a lot of the ancient world was like that. Like there would be lots of kings in Greece, and it's like, well, how's there lots of kings? And it's like, well, they really are each like the king of their own spot,
Right. And if you weren't anybody, you had to join yourself to somebody who was somebody, for your own good, for your own protection and stuff.
And in the feudal system, basically everybody was slaves of the king, but they didn't call it that. Right. And yet, like, people don't talk about the feudal eras as being slavery, but they're trying to associate, what was, I mean, essentially a modern thing or almost modern, the the North Atlantic or whatever they call it exactly, the transatlantic slave trade. They're trying to associate that exact slave trade with the distant past much more than correlates to reality.
Yeah.
I mean, really, there isn't much correlation at all, except that there is people in authority over other people in a sense that we could say people owned other people. So
yeah,
I mean,
there were slaves all throughout history, and they weren't just dark-skinned people. They were, the word slave is Slavic, and those are white people.
True. And then my response when they bring up the slavery issue, the one I tried last time, and the atheists, they had nothing to say against it, was that I'm a slave to Christ. And so and that's a good thing for me. Yeah. And so it proves that in the ideal circumstance, slavery is a good thing.
Well, that's true. That's very true. And yeah, we are slaves to Christ. Willing slaves. Willing servants. That's the difference too.
Yeah, but he owns us, I think is that's the thing.
Well, he owns everybody. It's just that people don't know it. But he owns everybody. Everybody's going to have to answer to him. He owns everybody. He bought everybody. Contrary to
and that is good news.
Yeah.
I mean, what could be better for humanity?
Well,
than,
there you go. There's another example of. There's another example is that he bought and paid for everybody to free
right?
everybody. To free everybody, yeah.
Yeah, and because if you're not a slave to truth, then you're not being your true self, and so you're a slave to like not being yourself, you know. And this
Yeah.
is interesting. I was having a free will discussion with Cliff. It was yesterday, yeah. Thursday, and when we were discussing free will. Okay, I just lost it. So the whole slavery thing and free will. Oh yeah. So he's saying that like you can't really avoid determinism, that there's like processes and they result in the next thing and all that. And so people can't really have free will. And then I was like, no, that doesn't really make sense. Like it's just people are themselves and they can't help but be themselves. So in that sense, it's deterministic, but it's like it's determined that we will do our will. So it's not like determined that we won't be free, you know? So like it's not really making sense. It's just like, of course we have to be ourselves. Even God has to be himself and cannot tell a lie. But like if the only thing that like if the only reason we're not free is because we're bound to being ourselves, are we really going to say that's not free will? I mean, being ourself is free will, right? So
Yeah. Yeah. Christ sets us free. He bought us, paid for us, and sets us free.
Yeah, because then when we're ourselves in truth, that's like our true self, who we really are, and then we're truly free. And this is how I always kind of reconcile the whole Calvinistic thing when they talk about when they like, well, if God made us like robots, then we're not free. And it's like, well, who do you think God is? He's master of freedom. So it makes sense. Like he's not limited like humans. He can make something that from his perspective is like a robot, but like they're actually free, I mean, because he is freedom. And here's another way of putting it is like doing God's will is like free will. Like God is freedom. To do Christ's will is like that's what's freeing. So it makes sense that our free will would be compatible with God's will, that they could be the same thing,
Yeah, I don't watch too many movies, but did you ever watch Wall-E or iWall-E or whatever it was? The robot?
Yeah, I think it was just called Wall-E, like Wall-E.
Oh, Wall-E, yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was
or twice.
Remember he was a robot, he had directives. He had to follow his directives and then he became free. He became autonomous, or he became semi-autonomous or something.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that. Yes,
that's kind of like us, we're machines, but we become autonomous, especially if we're freed by the truth of God's word, right?
Absolutely, yes.
But I like the example of him saying that he has to follow his directives. That's just like our genome, right? Or the genome has to follow the directives. You can't follow anything else, only the directives, right? You can't.
Well, the analogy it brings up to me is that of sin, like in Romans chapter 6, when it talks about that we are slaves to sin, and then we and then in chapter 7 it talks about that we were married to sin, and because we broke the law, we were married to sin, and therefore we had to die according to the law as sinners, but then we died with Christ so that the law recognizes us as dead, so we are no longer married to sin, but we can now marry another, that is Christ.
Right.
And that following the directives, like following the directives of sin, you know, when it talks about doing the law of sin and death, like
Yeah.
that's what we used to do. Sin and death
Yeah,
instructed
you could
for
apply it.
sin and death.
Yeah, that makes sense. You could apply it that way too. But
And then
as far as robots are concerned, robots can only do what they're directed to do. It's just kind of humorous, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, I really think sinners are in the exact same place. Like,
Yeah. No, it's true.
It's almost, I mean, you know, there's a compatibilism either way, that it's like it's both determinism and free will. So it's compatibilism. They're compatible. But the type of compatibilism that a sinner has is like there's no freedom in it at all. And the type of compatibilism we have is perfectly free.
Right. He's conformed to accepting his state, or his corrupt state, or whatever. And there's no hope. He doesn't have no hope without Christ, you know.
Yeah, and then that person who is a sinner, if Christ is accepted, that person dies and a new person is born. And that's a big part of why people resist Christ. It's like it's a natural survival mechanism of their identity.
Yeah.
And that's what we're really going against, is like, you know, if we convince people against evolution and they're using evolution as a way to like deny, you know, suppress the truth. If they lose that suppression of truth, then like they die with Christ, you know, and they're reborn like us. And to the one who is perishing, that is the one who is a sinner, it's foolishness. It's suicide to that person. I used to be a sinner, and like, you know, by the time I was trusting Christ, like that sinner person was no more. It's foolishness to those who perish, but to us who trust Christ, it is the power of God.
Yeah.
And that's what my emblem is: Christ crucified. The Greeks seek after, the Jews require a sign, and the Greeks seek after wisdom. But we proclaim Christ crucified. Unto the Jews a stumbling block, unto the Greeks foolishness.
Yeah.
But to we trust. Or but I don't know the exact words there, but it's the power of God to we who trust.
Yeah. Yes, the power of God for salvation to everyone who believes. But it's also important to note that all sin is covered by God, and that nobody can pay for their own sin. Because if they paid for any part of their sin, it means eventually all of their sin would be paid for. And that's not possible. It's blasphemy for somebody to pay for their own sin, because you can't get perfection from imperfection.
Yeah, and we don't have the kind of value required to purchase what we're being given. Because that's the thing, is like sin cannot go on eternally, and like it's a mercy to put an end to sin. Like that's why death was given to humanity, was as mercy for our sins. That's my perspective on it.
That's why we weren't allowed to eat from the tree of life, so that we would live forever in our state.
Yeah, and then we don't have what it takes to pay that back and correct it. it's sort of the thing, like, the inferior can't make itself superior. The superior has got to be the one creating us.
Right.
And then, if I may read it, it was the Jews require a sign, the Greeks seek after wisdom, but we proclaim Christ crucified. Unto the Jews a stumbling block, unto the Greeks foolishness, but unto them which are called, both Jews and Greeks, Christ, the power of God and the wisdom of God, because the foolishness of God is wiser than men, and the weakness of God is stronger than men.
Yeah.
And
so our foolishness and our weakness is stronger than the strength of men.
Yeah, and the poetics Paul goes into next, it's so deep and just encouraging. He says, for ye see your calling, brethren, how that not many are wise men after the flesh, and not many mighty, not many noble. Instead, God has chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise, and God has chosen the weak things of the world to confound the things which are mighty, and base things of the world and things which are despised has God chosen, and things which are not, to bring to naught things that are.
That's
no
the creationist
in his presence.
Is the creationist compared to the evolutionist?
Yeah, I mean that's exactly sort of.
It's exactly what.
Or humble Christians compared to Rome when Christianity was new,
Yeah.
And the empire was handed over to them.
Yeah.
And I mean, Rome had a choice. They could either compromise with Christianity like they did, or Rome would have come to a complete end and Christianity would have taken over. It's what they always say in those Looney Tunes cartoons. If you can't beat them, join them. That's what Rome did with Christianity. Rome couldn't beat Christianity, so Rome had to merge with us.
And that, in a sense, that handicaps Christianity in a sense,
Yeah, but I think that's part of Christ humbling himself to humanity to lift humanity up to him. And that's that which is expressed when it says, he who knew no sin was made a sin so that we may be made the righteousness of God in him.
Yeah.
And right here it says, in the things which are not. So God uses the things which are not to bring to naught things that are. So that has a lot to do, I think, with how we walk by trust, not by sight. We walk by faith and not by sight. So it's things that aren't happening yet. He uses those to bring to naught the things that are happening. Like the confidence I had that God would use me as he promised, those were things that are not because they don't exist yet. But now I'm out there doing these battles and bringing to naught things that are. And I kind of see it a lot like that. It's sort of he uses things which are not to bring to naught things that are.
Yeah.
Because the whole system, right? The whole system of Rome, when Christ said to Pilate, my kingdom is not of this world. If it were of this world, my slaves would fight.
Yeah.
And so, but his kingdom is not of this world. You see, this world is the things that are, but the things that were not, Christ's kingdom here in this world at that time, it was not. But that thing which was not, God used that which was not to bring to naught those things that are. You see? It's just he can just bring things into existence.
That's interesting language there. It's pretty neat. Like you said, it's poetic.
Yeah, and there's just so many different ways to sort of apply it in detail, but there's this one spiritual insight to it that always runs the same. I think a lot of Christ's parables are like that too, you know. They strike at logic, at what we understand when we our intuition, you know. And then
it's the kind of thing where God says, "Come, let us reason together," says the Lord.
Oh yeah, that's so true, and that's Old Testament.
Yeah.
You're right. And then let us reason together. And then Christ comes. That's exactly what he does with all of his teachings. Man.
Yeah.
Nailed it, Jungle. Nailed it.
Though your sins be as scarlet, they'll be as white as snow. They'll be red like crimson, they'll be as wool.
Wow,
that's the reasoning of God.
He is so beautiful and worthy of worship. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this blade draws asked a couple minutes ago. Y'all still going? Yeah, I mean, I think we were planning on saying our goodbyes, but it's pretty easy to start talking about God and not stop yet.
Yeah. Well, we had to reach the 4 hour mark. We reached 4 hours.
Well, we're at 5 now.
Oh, 5. Yeah, 5. I'm looking at the wrong clock.
Yeah. No, 4 hours is just standard. It's 5 hours when you start doing pretty good, you know.
5 hours. There you go. Yeah. It's 4. I was looking at the clock. It's 4 o'clock.
I hear it's only 2. That's one of the reasons why I'm one of the last guys. I mean, I've always been a night owl type my whole life.
Well, I used to work night shift, so I'm still a little bit off schedule. I guess. Because for some reason, I got used to sleeping during the daytime.
Yeah, and I have this thing where I can have too much energy, and like instead of having a 24-hour cycle, it's like I'll have a 25-hour cycle. And as the days go on, I eventually like find myself at the up a little bit later each night. And then I just kind of like break down and let myself get tired, and then like kind of fix it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The weekends are good for that, though. Catch up on your sleep and stuff, sometimes. Or your days off.
I give myself every Sabbath. So,
yeah, Sabbath is good. It's good not to do. I mean, I'm good at doing nothing anyways. So the Sabbath is made for me,
Yeah, and as long as I like I'll fix myself a little meal or something, but I'm not gonna like do my like meal prep for the week on a Sabbath or something, but I'll like take a few things and put them in a bowl and heat them up and enjoy it, and I don't consider that to be like, we're the whole point of Sabbath is that we don't have to be under servitude or even put pressure on ourselves, and for people to give their bodies rest. And the purpose of Sabbath also has a lot to do with setting a precedent for Israel and for humankind so that people can have days off and benefit. And then another aspect of the Sabbath is that it's a sign of the Creator. And when we read in Genesis, when he talks about the Sabbath, is that the beginning of chapter 2 or the end of chapter 1?
But it's great to do nothing. I'd like to just do nothing, It's so great.
Yeah, it's chapter 2. See, here's what it says at the very beginning of Genesis chapter 2. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the 7th day, God ended his work, which he had made. And he rested on the 7th day from all his work, which he had made. And God blessed the 7th day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made. I mean, if you can tell me any other part of the creation story that's like super repetitive 3 times like that, then I'll let you guys do the whole Sabbath doesn't matter thing and like Sunday's the Lord's day or whatever. And I don't really mean you jungle jargon, but I mean like Christians in general.
It doesn't really matter to me. When I was growing up, we did our work on Saturday. When I was a kid, Saturday was the work day, and then we have the quote unquote Lord Day, the first day of the week, and that's how I grew up basically.
Yeah, and my perspective is that he is Lord of the Sabbath. I've never seen any evidence that Sunday is the Lord's Day. It seems to me that when they're talking about the Lord's Day, they're talking about the Sabbath. I don't see any in earlier Christianity. I don't see. I mean, maybe I'm missing something.
Well, I don't know if the New Testament talks about the Lord's Day. It talks about the first day of the week.
Yeah, it does talk about. Yeah, it does talk about the first day of the week on that occasion when Paul's spending time with them before he leaves.
Yeah. Other than that, it talks about the Sabbath. And they would meet in the synagogue too. And I mean they would probably meet by themselves too, separately, but they would be in the synagogue too.
Yeah, well, that's actually what the book of Galatians is all about.
On the Sabbath.
The Galatians were going to synagogue to learn the scriptures. Now, at the time, there was no New Testament. And so when they said the scriptures, and they were talking about the Old Testament. And so the whole problem is that because they're going to the synagogue, then the Jews, and especially some of the Jews who were also accepting Messiah, were telling them that to keep the law, they would have to be circumcised. And of course, they're going there and learning the law, and the law is good, and Christ kept the law, and we're to walk as Christ walked. And he said that if we keep the law and teach others to keep it, that we will be great in heaven. But if we break the law and teach others to break it, we'll be least in heaven. So, of course, like the Galatians wanted to learn to keep the law, and they're being told that they'd have to be circumcised to keep the law. And the way Paul addresses it is to like make a big deal that they shouldn't be circumcised. And then he the point where he makes it really clear is when he says they affect you zealously in a rightful thing, but they affect you poorly. And so but he said, but it is good that you are affected zealously even when I am not present. So what Paul is talking about there is he's saying that they're pushing Torah on you zealously, but they're doing it wrong. But Torah is rightful, and it's good that you zealously learn Torah even when I'm not there to teach it to you. So Paul's literally talking about how he teaches them Torah when he's there with the Galatians. So people use Galatians to say that we shouldn't keep Torah or keep Sabbath, when really that whole book is centered around learning Torah and around their experiences with the Jews on Sabbath.
Well, yeah, I think that's one thing that people don't really understand. And I mean, in churches today, is that the early church they went to synagogue, and then they also met on the first day of the week too, it seems.
Yeah, and I think that makes so much sense because they would go to synagogue, which was the only place to get scriptures. A brand new scripture would have cost the equivalent of like, I don't know, it would have cost thousands of dollars. Like even today, to get a brand new one could be like 80 grand, or it could be like 10 grand to get like a used one.
Yeah.
And so, and back then, so it was just extremely expensive. It's not like we each have a Bible, but it was nothing like that back then. So their Bible was going to synagogue on Saturday, and then it would make sense that they would.
But it was interesting that Paul talked about the parchments. Bring me the parchments. So he had his own text some of his own text.
But some of the evidence about the first day is like they would collect money on the first day. Well, you wouldn't conduct business on Sabbath as a Jew, and even if that would have been, even if it was okay for Christians to like collect donations or something because it's not really doing work, it would have been controversial with Jews and Jewish Christians, so it would have been a stumbling block and it wouldn't have been worth it. So it makes sense that at sunset on Sabbath, it becomes the first day, and the first thing you would do in the evening is do the donations and stuff. And it may have actually been more about the end of Sabbath than about the first day of the week.
Yeah,
possible.
See, the first day of the week was the first work day. It's like even in Portuguese, when you say Sunday, you say Sunday, but then Monday is the second work day. So that's what in Portuguese, that's what you say. Monday is the second work day, the third work day, the fourth work day is Wednesday, fifth work day, sixth work day is Friday, and then the seventh is Saturday.
Yep, and then we get 2 days off now because they do I'll just say my own perspective. They do the pagan day off, and they do our day off of Sabbath. But
but the first day of the week was the first work day. It was the first, so that's when they basically did their evangelism. It seems, or they met on the first day. I think first day of the week. It seems when the Christians met together was on the first day of the week, or for evangelism and things like that.
Yeah, and then that's definitely something that I gotta keep looking into the evidence on, because I know the church they have their heels dug in on some of their traditional stuff, so I'm trying to really get to the evidence.
You know about the early church, how they kicked the Jews out of the church.
Well, I mean, it depends on how early we're talking, because I think when I think of the early church, I think of before that, and once we're talking about that, I think of how the church.
The later early church,
the church as we know it.
The later church kicked the Jews out of the church.
Or to me, I guess to me, that's basically the moment the early church stopped being the early church. So yeah. I mostly know what you're talking about. Yeah, where they started accusing them of being Torah keeping Christians of being Judaizers and making it a crime to keep God's law.
So that anti-Jewish movement in the church, they actually kicked the Jews out of the church, and then that's basically when they started the Christian church, like the Roman church and stuff like that. It seems.
Yeah, because before that it was it was really
that's when they started. That's when they started the Sunday worship, and because they basically kicked. They just they went anti-Semitic in the church. They just basically got rid of all the Jewish teachings, which is kind of a natural thing. I mean, if you're the majority and the majority is Gentile, they're going to be discriminating against the Jews.
Yeah, and I think some of this is God's way of showing humanity that like it's not us, and so like they're so separate from the law. Like if works had anything to do with being saved, like the mainstream church, they have so little agreement with what the good works are. Like the scriptures tell us the good works, they're written in Torah. I mean, it's just like Paul wrote, we're saved by grace through faith unto good works, which were before ordained so that we can walk in them.
Yeah.
And that word walk, we're told to walk as Messiah walked. And no one can argue that Messiah didn't walk in Torah. And we also know that the Torah hangs, all the law and the prophets hang like you hang a picture. they hang on the first 2 commandments, which are to love God and to love your neighbor as yourself. And the thing is that if they hang, then they're still up there on the wall displayed, you know? They haven't been put in the drawer. And I think that's something people really miss when they hear that like all the Torah hangs on those. They're missing that the Torah is hanging, you know? It's not being put away. But yeah, so I mean I have a lot of passion for Torah, but
the New Testament is all. The New Testament talks a lot about keeping the commandments. Keep the commandment. Keep the commandments. Keep the commandments.
Yeah, and then they're like, well, that's Christ's commandments, and it's like, you know, as if Christ has different commands than his Father. I mean, Christ is pretty clear on multiple occasions that he specifically came to speak his Father's words, and the only words he has to speak are those which his Father gave him.
Yeah. And I don't look at the Old and the New Testament as being a whole lot different from each other. I look at them basically being the same thing. The only thing that's different is that the Old Testament is before Messiah came and the New Testament is after Messiah came. But the Spirit of God is applied or works the same way both in the Old Testament and the New Testament.
Yeah, I mean, with Christ's ascension and with the revelation, you know, I mean, living after the revelation of Christ is really a wonderful gift, you know? So, I mean, I totally hear what you're saying. And yet also that shift because of Christ was a huge shift.
Yeah. But
also,
the Spirit of God was in the prophets telling them about the coming of Messiah, what it would be like, and then Messiah came, and now we have, you know, the whole full picture of Messiah, not just as a coming, but as a fulfillment, you know.
Yep.
As a completion, a completed work.
Then God.
So like you said, we no longer have to make sacrifices in a temple.
Here it says, God who at many times and in various manners spake in time past unto the fathers by the prophets, has in these last days spoken unto us by Son, whom he has appointed heir of all things.
Who is the prophet?
Also he made the aeons, who being the brightness of fame and the express image of his person, and upholding all things by the word of his power, when he had by himself purged our sins, sat down on the right hand of the majesty on high, being made so much better than the angels, as he has by inheritance obtained a more excellent name, that is Jehovah, than they. For unto which of the angels said he at any time, You are my son, this day have I begotten you? And again, I will be to him a father, and he shall be to me a son. And again, when he brings in his only generated into the world, that is translated here as first begotten into the world, when he brings him into the world, he says, and let all the angels of God worship him. And of the angels, he says, who makes his angels spirits and his ministers a flame of fire, but unto the Son, your throne, O God, forever and ever, a scepter of righteousness is the scepter of your kingdom. You loved righteousness and hated iniquity. Therefore, God, your God, has anointed you with the oil of gladness above your fellows. And you, Lord, in the beginning have laid the foundations of the earth, and the heavens are the works of your hands. They shall perish, but you shall remain. and they shall
He's the creator. He's the creator and the savior.
They shall grow old as a garment, and as a vesture shall you fold them up. And they shall be changed, but you are the same. Your years shall not fail. Wow. And but to which of the angels said he at any time, sit on my right hand until I make my enemies your footstool? Are they not all ministering spirits sent forth to minister for them who shall be heirs of salvation? So check this out. I mean, look at what God is saying to Messiah. He says, he says, I'm your father, you're my son. The scepter of your kingdom is righteousness. You've loved righteousness. Therefore, I've anointed you with the oil of God's gladness, of my gladness above your fellows. But then God the Father says to Christ, and you, Lord, in the beginning laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the works of your hands. The Father is telling Christ that in the beginning, Christ laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the works of his hands.
He is the creator.
Amazing stuff.
Very important.
Wow.
That Jesus is the creator.
Yeah, and what is it that Jehovah, the God of all gods, the Father, and he says, he wants us to know that no one by the Spirit of God can say that Yeshua the Messiah is cursed. And only by the Spirit of God can someone say that Yeshua is Jehovah.
Yeah.
And this we read in Hebrews, he inherited his father's name, but then his father says, you, son, are the creator. And not to say the Father is not the creator, but it's just amazing stuff. It's just mind.
Yeah, it is. It is really amazing because that if God is not also one of us, how can he be God in every place, everywhere? Yes.
And he is completely God and completely human, and it's
right.
So the full spectrum
of
what it means to be. Obviously, God cannot be contained in a human body. So what a human has to be far beyond a body.
But in order to be God, you have to be in every place and in everything, in time and space.
Well,
born
like
one of us. Born like one of us. Otherwise, how can you say that you're God?
Yeah, and then I don't know what your perspective is on it, but to me, it's amazing that God was born a human.
Yeah.
And when First Corinthians, because I know pantheism is not true, but someday pantheism is going to be true. And someone might think I'm playing with fire or heresy or something here, but it's pretty clear in First Corinthians that right now pantheism is not true, but someday it will be. And let me just get to that part real quick.
Well, but it depends. It's all semantics though, because if every physical thing is by God's power, then everything is of God.
Well, no, but he's distinct from his creation, but someday he will not be distinct from his creation anymore because his creation will be.
But it's the difference between
the
difference between the spirit and the physical realm and the spiritual realm. They're two different things. But of course, I think what you're trying to say is that the physical is going to pass away.
Well, no, I believe that there will be a new physical Earth, that it'll be both physical and spiritual.
Yeah. So, but then it won't. But then it won't be carnal though anymore. It won't be.
Well, the word carnal is usually a translation of the word flesh, and it will have body to it. Like when Christ came, he was walking through doors.
But it won't be. It won't be evil. It won't be sinful.
Yeah, there won't be any sin to it. And well, the spirit will rule because, and this addresses that too, because it says where first comes that which is, when it talks about our creation process, it says first comes that which is flesh, then comes that which is spirit. First comes the first man of the first Adam, then the new man of the new Adam.
Yeah.
And it even says that the new man, the new Adam, is the Lord.
But
Let me read this part real quick where I'm talking about pantheism is not true now, but it will be someday. Because it says right here that when he shall have delivered up the kingdom to God, even the Father, when he shall have put down all rule and all authority and power, for he must reign until he has put all enemies under his feet. So here God has enemies and they must be put under feet and stuff, The last enemy shall be destroyed, death, because he has put all things under his feet. But when he says all things are put under, obvious that he is an exception which did put all things under him. And when all things shall be subdued unto him, then shall the Son also himself be subject unto him that put all things under him, that God may be all in all.
All and in all, yeah.
Not all and in all, that he may be all in all. So that's literally, he is all in all. But that's what's to come, that's the aeon to come.
What's messing things up now is our imagination, basically.
I don't know. Well, go ahead, go on.
Because imagination comes from the word imaging, and when we imagine things that aren't true, that's what messes things up. Because we're not walking, we're not knowing or following or practicing what is true. We're going by the imaginations of our heart in the cases where we sin. So that's what's messing things up is our imagination.
Yeah, and we have to recognize that things are messed up and things were done wrong. But I think it's also important to recognize that this is how God chose to do it and that he has victory in all of this. And then a little bit later in the same chapter, it says here, but some will say, how are the dead raised up? So Paul's refuting those who say there's no resurrection. And with what body do they come? Fool, that which you sow is not made alive, except it die. And that which you sow not that body that shall be, but bare grain. It may chance of wheat or of some other, but God gives it a body as it has pleased him, and to every seed his own body. All flesh not the same flesh, but one flesh of men, another flesh of beasts, another of fishes, another of birds. Also, celestial bodies, that would be like sky bodies or cosmic bodies, and bodies terrestrial. But the fame of the celestial, or the glory of the celestial, one, and
is one.
The glory of the terrestrial, another.
Is another.
One glory of the sun, and another glory of the moon, and another glory of the stars. For star differs from star in glory, so also the resurrection of the dead. It is sown in corruption, it is raised in incorruption. It is sown in dishonor, it is raised in glory. It is sown in weakness, it is raised in power. It is sown a natural body, it is raised a spiritual body. And I think that word natural there, that's actually the word that's flesh. So it literally says it is sown a flesh body, it is raised a gust body. A gust like a current of air or a breeze. It has sown a natural body. It has raised a breeze body. There is a flesh body and there is a breeze body. And so it is written, the first man, Adam, was made a living breath, and the last Adam, a life-giving breeze.
Spirit, yeah.
Yeah, life-giving gust. And I always try to connect that with like respiration, where we breathe, or inspiration, where it's like we can't breathe without him. We need him to push that air into us, you know? And he's a life-giving gust. And then howbeit that not first, which is spiritual,
Power.
which is breeze, that which is
life-giving power.
What'd you say?
A life-giving power.
And that not first, which is spiritual, but that which is flesh, and afterward that which is spiritual. The first man of the earth, earthy; the second man, the Lord from sky, or from heaven. But the earthy, such they also that are earthy, and as the heavenly, such they also that are heavenly. And as we have borne the image of the earthy, we shall also bear the image of the heavenly. Now this I say, brethren, that flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God, neither does corruption inherit incorruption. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall be changed. We shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump. For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal put on immortality. Okay, I'm almost done here. So when this corruptible shall have put on incorruption, by the way, corruptible means decayable. So it's like decaying, like when a fruit is rotting or something. So it's literally a death. So when
yeah.
What?
We can pretty much understand what corruptible is.
Yeah, but
able to corrupt.
Yeah, but people think of corruption as like being corrupted to do the wrong thing, which makes sense because sin is death. But here, if we're talking literally, it's like, so when this decayable,
but corruptible doesn't mean that you have to be corrupt. It means it's potential. It can be corrupted.
Yeah, but in this case, it means it can die. That's what I'm getting at. Is technically what this word corruptible means is it can die, or and it must put on incorruption, which would be undying. So for this mortal, well, it's essentially the same thing you already said earlier about. Yeah, so for this corruptible, or it's like it's rotting. So for this rottable must put on non-rotting, and this mortal put on immortality. So when this rotting shall have put on not rotting, and this mortal shall have put on immortality, then shall be brought to pass the saying that is written, death is swallowed up in victory. O death, where is your sting? O grave, where is your victory? The sting of death is sin. The strength of sin is the law. But thanks be to God, which gives us the victory through our Lord, Yeshua, the Messiah. So right there where it says the sting of death is sin, people have it backwards. People think the sting of sin is death, that because you committed sin, now you're going to suffer death. But it's really like, it's the other way around. Because we are born into death, we suffer sin. It's not that death is the punishment for sin, it's that sin's the punishment for death. And I don't mean that like literally, but I'm just saying another perspective, you know? It's not, it says the sting of death is sin. Like that's the bad part of death is sinning. And people think like, well, heaven will be boring because I won't get to sin. They just don't get it. The sin is the bad part. That's the bad part.
It's the corruption. The sin is the corruption, yeah.
Yeah, it is that because The corruption's the rotting. Like when we're sinning, we're rotting. We're being dead. The sting of death is sin, and that could be the sting would refer to a poison being delivered, probably. So it'd be like, yeah, so like the poison being delivered of death, that's sin.
Yeah.
Oh, that might be what it means too. It's saying that death's stinger is sin. So when sin hits you, you're poisoned with death and will die. Yeah, so that's what's interesting is like I took it one way and now I'm taking it the other way. And the question's like, how would they have taken it at the time it was written, But yeah, I just love this part talking about soul and spirit and the eternal life that's given, and the fact that it's bodily, that it's experiential and real. Like when Yeshua told Thomas to touch the hole in his hand, and he said, "I'm not spirit. I'm a body."
Yeah, there's an interesting thing that says in Revelation. It says the measurement, the human measurements and the angelic measurements are the same. So that means
that sounds
that basically saying right there the dilation of time and distance are the same, or specifically distance.
Okay, yeah, because I do remember in Revelation there's at one point John is told to measure the temple, which seems to refer to believers.
Yeah, that's when he was measuring the temple. Yeah, and then he says that
that's in the New
then
Testament.
He says, as a side note, the angelic measurements are the same as human measurements.
Yeah, and then rise and measure the temple of God and the altar and them that worship therein. And since this is there was given to me a reed like a rod, and the angel stood saying, "Rise and measure the temple of God and the altar and them that worship therein." And so, to me, this is a spiritual thing that's happening here. So it's talking about the measure of the age of true believers that's to come, something along those.
It's measuring the temple, right?
Yeah, in the vision, he's told to measure the temple, but visions have meaning. And then here later on, the angel measured the wall thereof, that's of the city when it came down. I think that's what this is. Yeah. And 144 cubits, the measure of a man, that is of the angel. Okay, that I don't know if that says they're the same. It's saying that it's according to the angel's cubit, which would be from his elbow to his fingertip.
Yeah, it's saying.
And it also tells us that the angel appeared as a man. So we get that.
The angel cubit is the same as a human cubit, but why would he be saying it's the same? I mean, it's basically, well, I mean, the measurement is the same.
That's not the measurement of the whole city. The whole city is way, way, way bigger than that. So that measurement was the measurement of that must have been the height of the wall.
Yeah, okay. But the cubit, the angelic measurement is the same as a human measurement.
Yeah, I mean, the wording here is to the measure of a man, that is of the angel. And so
is that of the angel.
Well, the way the King James translators translated it is they were specifying. So it starts out less specific and then specifies. So he measured the wall thereof 144 cubits, according to the measure of a man, that is of the angel. So of the angel specifies who the man is, that it's according to the measure of. That's the way they translated it here.
Yeah.
So, and that could mean that it's the measure of a man that is of the angel, so that it's the same cubit that we would be used to, and the angel is the same height as a man. And it's saying all that. But then, of course, yeah, like you're saying, this has deeper spiritual meaning, right? That the measure of man is the same as the measure of the angel.
Yeah.
We have the same measure.
Well, that's when they translate. They basically say it's the same measurement.
And would you say that has to do with us having the same standard of righteousness, or what?
No, it's just interesting that the angelic measurement is the same as the human measurement. It's the same measurement, the same basically dilation of time distance. The dilation of distance is the result of the mass of the matter that's made to exist.
Yeah, and then I switched this other translation. It does say by the measurement of a man, that is of an angel, which would mean exactly the same thing as you're saying.
It's basically the same, but
well, unless the angel is giant.
But see, he's measuring? What is he measuring though? He's measuring the New Jerusalem, isn't he? The temple.
It must be the height of the walls, because it's not. The walls are like.
So, but what I find interesting is that the measurement of the New Jerusalem or the new temple is the same measurement as human measurement. It's the same basic measurement, dilation of distance.
And then you apply that further
Well,
in
because it also says there'll be a new heaven and new earth.
Yeah. So the city is shaped like a cube. The height,
yeah,
the length, and the breadth are all the same. Oh wait, and the length is as large. Okay, I'm just gonna read it because maybe I'm mistaken about the height of it being equal.
No, I remember a cube too. I remember that cube because
he talked with me, and he that talked with me had a golden reed to measure the city, and the gates thereof, and the wall thereof. And the city lie 4 square, and the length is as large as the breadth. Okay, so that's a square. And he measured the city with a reed, 12,000 furlongs. So, I mean, that's huge. That's like the size of Turkey or something like that, as I recall. The length and the breadth and the height of it are equal. Okay,
yeah, so it's a cube. It's a cube. So that means that kind of like
it's a cube though. I think that's referring to like its tallest spires and stuff. The way I envision it anyway. I don't envision a cube shape, but I envision that like the tallest of it, it's just as tall as it is wide.
To me, it means that you're not restricted to a plane. See where we're on Earth, where we're at, we're restricted to a plane, a flat plane. You know, like a flat Earth. We're restricted to a flat plane, but in the New Jerusalem, it's 3-dimensional.
Oh, yeah, because so who knows what the city will quote look like? It might not have towers or anything, because if we fly and stuff,
right? Exactly.
On a structure,
exactly.
It would be so entirely different, and there's no reason it would be kind of flat, like a nation is like flat, wide, but like
it wouldn't be a flat Earth. It wouldn't be flat.
So that's why the city is so tall. So it's not that like it's straight up a cube, but it's just as tall because height is just as traversable.
Right.
So it makes sense to have it be just as tall for us. Wow, that's really cool.
Three-dimensional instead of a flat plane.
Yeah, totally. That's really cool. And the build and okay.
Yeah, these are who says the Bible's not scientific? I don't know these people that say the Bible's not scientific. I don't know. There's something wrong with them.
Yeah, well, the Old Testament says the breath is in the blood, and they use 3 as pi. And while some people try to say 3 is not pi, I will argue with them.
Right.
If 3.14 can be pi and 3.1415 can be pi, then like 3.1 can be pi and 3 can be pi.
Right. And it depends on how you measure it, but the thing is, the Bible is full of science. And science is what you can know anyways, and the Bible is all about knowing the truth.
Oh yeah, and I did just mention, it says the breath is in the blood, right? I mean that's my favorite one. Just like the breath is in the blood. Really, how would ancient people like imagine that oxygen was coming from the breath into the blood?
Yeah, the oxygen is in the blood. The life is in the blood. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But that word life, when they use it there, it's nefesh. So
breath would be oxygen. Yeah.
And it doesn't make sense to think breath is in blood. Like.
Well, it's we translated. We understood it mean life. The life is in the blood, but the way you're saying it is right too.
Yeah, because I understand that the Hebrew language is used that way, but like since we know that the breath is in the blood, like.
But what you're saying is true. The oxygen is in the blood. That's exactly true.
And yeah, I mean, what's your favorite bit of science from the scripture?
I don't know that part right there with the three-dimensional, measurements. That's pretty impressive to me. Plus the fact that the angelic measurements are the same as human measurements. So we're already dealing with the dilation of distance, and things like that. A whole bunch of things. And if you think about it, there's a lot of scientific things going on, and the real science is what you can know of God, and God's power. That's the real science. The real science is to be able to, obey God, be able to be pleasing to God. That's the real science, anyway. Because a lot of people think that science is, all these, physical observations, but it's also knowing the truth, knowing, eternal. Eternal observations, things that matter eternally. So are you still there, Nicholas?
I'm still here, yeah. And that's kind of the older definition of science, right? That it's all kind of knowledge. Now we tend to limit it to the specific process that we use.
Well, they try to say that science is a system of determining what the facts are, and they talk about science being the system. It's a system, but it's more than just a system. It's more than just a system of learning. Science is everything you can know.
Yeah, and well, if science is everything I can know, then I'm especially big on science. I mean,
yeah, exactly. And the Bible is all about knowing. It's all about science.
Yeah, the Bible is very incredible. Our God is incredible.
knowing the truth. And, there's biology, there's cosmology, there's geology, and there's theology. The science of knowing everything, knowing God.
Yeah, and then I like to call theology Christology, even though I think technically Christology is like about discerning specifically Christ rather than Christ distinctly. But
Like Christophanies?
yeah, well, the word Christology is like, like for instance, Trinitarian would be a different Christology than Unitarian, but it's your perspective on Christ specifically. But because Christ is God, I've like started I like to call theology Christology, It's like if I want to study God, I'm going to study Christ.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he said, if you've seen me, you've seen the Father,
Exactly. So it's like, to me, there is no such thing as theology besides studying Christ. So Christology is theology. I mean, it's
Except
just
that
a way of worshiping Christ by like putting
people
that.
might not know what Christology is. They might think it's a crystal or something, but
Well, I would probably usually say that in context of like, Christians,
yeah.
And specifically ones who are like, like in a side chat or in a live chat on a video or something, in a side chat where it's like the type of video where people know that stuff.
Yeah. But I like to tell the agnostics and skeptics and atheists that theology is the highest level of science that there is, just to get their blood boiling,
And I'd like to wrap up. It's really getting late, and I would like to wrap up with a little bit of scripture. I think that's a very good way to leave on a high note. And do you have a scripture that's one of your favorites that I can read? It can be a decent portion of a chapter or something, like I've done a couple times, or it can be shorter or whatever.
I have a lot of different ones. I don't know, maybe Proverbs 30.
Okay, let's see what Proverbs 30 is. Okay, it's pretty lengthy, but it's not too awfully lengthy. Shall I read the whole thing?
Just as much as you want, I guess.
So it says, the words of Agur, the son of Iake, the prophecy. The man spake unto Ithiel, even unto Ithiel and Ukau. These must have been important people.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I don't know what I... Okay. Surely I more brutish than any man, and have not the Oh yeah, you see, I went ahead and included this italicized word, but then it proved I shouldn't have. Okay, surely I more brutish than man, and have not the understanding of a man. I neither learned wisdom, nor have the knowledge of the sacred. Who has ascended up into sky, or descended? Who has gathered the wind in his fists? Who has bound the waters in a garment? Who has established all the ends of the earth? What his name, and what his son's name, if you can tell? Every word of God pure. He a shield unto them that put their trust in him. And you, add you not unto his words, lest he reprove you, and you be found a liar. 2 have I required of you. Deny me not before I die. Remove far from me vanity and lies. Give me neither poverty nor riches. Feed me with food convenient for me, lest I be full and deny and say, Who, Yehovah? Who is Yehovah? Or lest I be poor and steal and take the name of my God in vain. Accuse not a servant unto his master, lest he curse you and you be found guilty. A generation curses their father and does not bless their mother. A generation pure in their own eyes, and yet is not washed from their filthiness. Is a generation, oh, how lofty are their eyes, and their eyelids are lifted up. A generation whose teeth swords, and their jaw teeth knives, to devour the poor from the earth, and the needy from men. The horse leech, is that right? Yeah. The horse leech has 2 daughters. Give.
Give and give.
There are 3 are never satisfied. 4 say not enough. The grave and the barren womb, the earth is not filled with water, and the fire says not enough. And some of the way this is wording might not be perfectly clear to everyone, but it's the fire does not say enough.
Enough.
The eye mocks at father and despises to obey mother. The ravens of the valley shall pick it out, and the young eagles shall eat it. There be 3 are too wonderful for me. Yeah, 4 which I know not. The way of an eagle in the air, the way of a serpent upon a rock, the way of a ship in the midst of the sea, and the way of a man with a maid. Such the way of an adulterous woman. She eats and wipes her mouth and says, I have done no wickedness. Because 3, no, it's not because, for 3, the earth is disquieted. And for 4, it cannot bear. For a servant when he reigns, and a fool when he is filled with meat, for an odious woman when she is married, and an handmaid that is heir to her mistress. There be 4 little upon the earth, but they exceeding wise. The ants, a people not strong, yet they prepare their meat in the summer. The conies, a feeble folk, yet make they their houses in the rocks. Do you know what conies are?
They're some kind of
I can look it up.
Rock marmot or rock badger. I don't know.
Oh, it's oh yeah, okay. So it's some kind of, it's just like a little groundhog kind of animal.
Yeah.
I never would have guessed that. Okay. So yeah, so these people, there be 4 little upon the earth, but they exceeding wise. The ants, a people not strong, yet they prepare their meat in the summer. The groundhogs, a feeble folk, yet make they their houses in the rocks. Okay, so technically that would be gophers. Groundhogs live in the dirt, not the rocks. Yet they make their houses in the rocks. The locusts have no king, yet go forth all of them by bands. The spider takes hold with her hands and is in kings' palaces. Oh wow, I mean, if this spider has anything to do with like the spiders of other mythologies, that's a pretty intense statement. The spider takes hold with her hands and is in king's palaces. Yeah, that's like anyway, there be 3 which go well. Yeah, 4 are comely in going. A lion strongest among beasts, and turns not away for any. A greyhound, and he go also, and a king, against whom no rising up. If you have done foolishly in lifting up yourself, or if you have thought evil, your hand upon your mouth. So lay your hand upon your mouth. And that's interesting because fasting means to cover, and more specifically, it tends to refer to covering your mouth. So, yeah, if you have done foolishly in lifting up yourself, if you have thought evil, lay your hand upon your mouth. Surely the churning of milk brings forth butter. Oh, I see what he's saying. And the wringing of the nose brings forth blood. So the forcing of wrath brings forth strife. Wow, I mean, I would have to read this a few times and maybe learn some things about Hebrew culture and read an article about this or something. Because, like, when it goes into these poetries and things of this music of like, 2 have I required of thee, deny me not before I die. Or well, that's where it only says 2, but when it starts going like 2, 3, 4, and all that, and saying all these things, this is really cool. Yeah. And I like how it ends at a part that's easier for everyone to understand. Because as soon as I read, surely the churning of milk brings forth butter, and this is the foolishness. This is what we're dealing with people every day that we're trying to help them from, that instead of pretending that their foolishness is wisdom to be polite, we'd rather tell them their foolishness is foolishness because we love them. If you have done foolishly in lifting up yourself, or if you have thought evil, lay your hand upon your mouth. Surely the churning of milk brings forth butter. You see, I'm the kind of writer I would have ended it there.
Yeah. If you think you're more moral than God, then you got a problem.
Yeah, what it's especially saying here is like, don't just go on with foolishness, with lifting yourself up in that foolishness, going on with these thoughts that are evil, but cover your mouth. That is like, stop yourself and quit expressing this stuff, quit saying it.
Yeah.
Because surely the churning of milk brings forth butter. If you churn foolishness, you'll get foolish butter.
Quit saying that you're more moral than God. More. Because how that's these atheists, I don't know how they can think that they have better morals than God. I don't even know what. I mean, that's a serious problem. I don't even know what their condition is.
Yeah, and it's the deception, It's just like when I didn't know if God was real and I was trying to find out what was right and wrong, But I mean, I knew from the beginning. I always knew from the beginning, and yet I was deceived and somehow didn't know.
Yeah. So that's amazing. You know, and you know better, but you don't know.
Then, yeah, well, let me close with this, if I may. Actually, let me read my translation of it. I have it right here waiting for me. This is a project I'm working on where I translate the same Greek word the same way in English every single time. Which, well, here's how it turns out on this section. I now write you, children, thusly, that sent away from you these misses of the mark, via that which name his. I now write you, fathers, thusly, that ye have known the off prime. Okay, yeah, but without any context, that probably sounds really confusing to everyone. Or does it sound confusing to you, Jungle Jargon, or what?
I'm sorry, I wasn't. Read it again. I wasn't paid. I was distracted. Go ahead.
I'm just going to read it from the KJV because I just want to close with some scripture. I don't want to pull up like what I'm doing. I write unto you, little children, because your sins are forgiven you for his name's sake. I write unto you, fathers, because you have known him from the beginning. I write unto you, young men, because ye have overcome the evil. I write unto you, little children, because ye have known the Father. I have written unto you, fathers, because ye have known him from the beginning. I have written unto you, young men, because ye are strong, and the word of God abides in you, and ye have overcome the evil. Do not love the world, nor the things in that world. If any loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him. Because all that in the world, the lust of the flesh, as the craving of the flesh, the craving of the eyes, the pride of livelihood, is not from the Father, but is from the world. And the world passes away, and the lust of it, but he that does the will of God abides forever.
Yep.
So that's it. So, shalom, brother. Jungle Jargon. Well, do you want to do an outro for everyone, or do you want me to do an outro?
You can go ahead.
Okay. So, do you want to say your goodbye, and then I'll do our outro?
Okay. You know goodbye, everybody. Have a good weekend and a good work week. But don't be. I don't know.
Don't do anything except this one thing. Just
do your work. Yeah, do your work as unto the Lord. That's what the Bible teaches.
And just trust Messiah.
Yeah.